It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. Fast. 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 Fast.
Hello and welcome to the final day of week 6 of VCT EMEA. I'm Jeannie, your host for today, joined by Ryan and Zesht once again. We've had some pretty delightful games in the last 2 days.
Yeah, we've had some good deciders. Playoffs are still on the line for a good amount of teams still, and we've got some great games today to finish on.
Oh, great comebacks in particular yesterday with BBL, for example. That was a massive one. I love to see that. Looked very good, but today is a very special day for sure.
Yeah, I also really love to see 3 very one-sided maps.
It's all good, and Pansy High podcasting them as well.
Yeah, true.
They
We didn't have a
well.
tech pause in the last game, which I was really happy about because I was like, please, can we not? So that was really great. But let's have a look at the highlights.
Because today is so big and so long, you might have seen Fnatic, of all teams, deciding to want to, warm up and stuff. I think we actually had like the VT to show of just them doing it on Friday. And we even saw Vitality and members of the crowd joining in alongside some of these important stretches. So I figured with today in particular, we actually need to get our aerobics on. So everybody on your feet, this includes the casters, everybody that's still in the audience, everybody up. We need to get through this. Sliggy, Tombiz, anybody else that's watched part in, make sure that you join along. We want to start with just the wrist.
What is
that?
that?
Overall, I don't know what he's doing, ignore him. We want to actually rotate out the wrists. We call this one like give on the up. We even see some of the casters involved. Tactical crouching of all things. But yeah, you'll give me the up here. Another one that we saw Fnatic doing as well is actually rolling out. We even have some of the guys over in Dublin taking part in this as well. Rolling the shoulders, the rolling thunder from Breach. Making sure that you get those lats nice and stretched out. You've got the wrist grabs, which is just apparently bowing down to Fnatic at this point as well. I don't see enough movement in the crowd. I feel like Ninja at Times Square at this point. But also, we need some Times Square tactical crouching as well.
I call this a teabag.
Going down at this point. This is really risky with these shots, I'll tell you that much, but it's a good thing. We have everybody of all ages getting involved, and I think hopefully we all feel limbered up at this point. Zesh, how are you doing?
Good down here, and you?
Is that pretty much where you're going to spend the rest of the game?
Absolutely.
I mean, not too much difference from his actual
Yeah, I mean, I finally feel as tall as you.
Are we all stretched? I mean, if there's people watching in Watch Pies, I will hunt you down if you didn't get in part of these stretches, because they are so important, especially on days like today.
Yeah, when it's long and... Anyway, I was going to look at yesterday's highlight for...
It's quite a hard day, for sure. Pretty hard for Cormac as well, that's for certain. They didn't like that pounding they got there. Haven did look quite decent, I would say that, Ryan. Good performance that we're starting with. They had great momentum going for themselves, but then came the classic foot shenanigans. They were absolutely rocketed on the individual field. Once more stopping the momentum of Cormac, they could have gotten on the first map.
It was just seeing if they could sort of springboard off what they had against Koi on a map that they took that full best-of-3 series in. And just to a point, I think FUT were in control. They have looked really strong recently, despite having a couple of losses back to get back against like some of the top teams in this region. They're still really fighting for playoffs, and they pretty much quietened down any opportunity for KC to make it in.
Yeah.
That ascent was though really annoying. That was the really annoying part, because we've seen progress from Cormac. We've seen them get back into good form, and then their attacking side most of the time looked as disjointed as it could be. And once more, it has been proven how good FUT overall is, how strong they overall are. There were a few shenanigans right here, like from Scream, that looked like, all right, I'm back in the one-tap era, but that most definitely didn't happen. So this game pretty much showed us once more how good Kiwi is. It showed us how good FUT is, but it was disappointing to me personally, because I'm a Cormac stan nowadays.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, the second game, BBL against Koi, as we said, it went all the distance to the third map where BBL managed to close it out, and that was Bind. But this Pearl, do we want to talk about it?
I like therapy.
Well, if you were like a Koi fan, this is everything that you wanted to see and more. Not only was it really quelling a team like BBL that maybe haven't had the best results on this map in particular, but it was a really good team performance. Everybody seemed to be on board. The macro style of play that we saw from Koi was pretty much seamless at this era. But it was just that inability to take what was succeeding on this map to, frankly, any other map that Koi played today.
I mean, afterwards, it didn't get any better, right? Because first of all, we're talking about pick and ascend, and the kind of speed that BBL brought on the attacking side was magnificent. Well executed, good orchestrated, B kind of hits. Doesn't matter if it's split, doesn't matter if it's going for main, you didn't stand a chance. And everything that we, fundamentally gave compliments to on the side of Koi was pretty much non-existent over on this map, which then brought it overall on number 3, which wasn't the new occasion of Bind, and that genuinely didn't look any better.
Yeah, Pansy put it perfectly yesterday in the series, just that teams are not afraid to play this map. They're not like banning it out, saving strategies for playoffs for Tokyo. They're just getting straight into playing this new iteration of the map. I think we even saw Epic, the coach of BBL, highlight how important this map is. Even though the changes seem minor, they have a big impact on how teams are playing. But we're seeing a bit of variance in comps, and for Koi, it looked done 3 or 4 rounds in. Just the energy was low.
Just from an award perspective, if I have to give an MVP, it's the crowd of yesterday for me.
Yeah, but the Golden Hornets are pretty good as well.
I don't care about the Golden Hornets, to be honest. They were I enjoyed them a lot, much more.
All right, well,
so you know what? Whilst they're here.
The Golden Hornets are pretty transferable from like different games. So if you hecking love Arcane, I have this thing. I have this news flash for you. There's actually a game that they developed because of it, and it's called League of Legends. You guys heard of that ever before?
What is an Arcane, Ryan?
What is an arcade? I don't know.
You guys never watched Arcane?
I genuinely
Powder?
haven't watched it. I've watched one
Arcane?
episode. It's on my to-do list.
I know, it sounds like Bob the Builder.
Why are you eating a Sharpie? Anyway, so, by the way, I just want to let you guys know this is actually double the size that it's supposed to be because they wanted to make me look short. Now, here's the game. We have our League of Legends champs, and by the way, I know you guys are probably looking at this thinking, whoa, they don't look very familiar. No, these are probably like Season 3, Season 4 kind of graphics, but that's all right. We're gonna work with it. Now, what you guys have to do is you both have a sheet of paper, and you need to match these to VALORANT agents because, surprise, surprise, there is quite a lot of similarities when it comes to their abilities. So, you guys have 40 seconds. Good luck.
So we can talk about
Time
the
starts
obvious.
now.
Hey, hello.
Oh, 40
You asked the
seconds.
questions,
Hello.
40 seconds. Hello.
So Neon and Zeri are the most obvious one. I think.
Why are you giving him the answer,
I don't even know
Ryan?
anything. My pen doesn't even work.
They look exactly the same.
My
They're also
pen
in
does
black
not
and white,
work.
which doesn't help. I don't know. I'm also underlining the names, which does nothing for me.
Okay.
What are
well,
you doing? Can you just do your...
I don't know.
Is anyone keeping track of time? I don't have a timer built into my head. Sorry. There's a buzzer as well that you need to press before it's over. If you're too late, I'm just gonna yoink the paper. This is
there?
the exam. This is why I keep telling you guys to pay attention. You're failing.
This is your first week.
Might as well be. Might be my last at this point.
Understandable.
All right, I'm pretty sure that's 40 seconds.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, come on. What is this weird singed guy? Like, he doesn't make
singed.
any sense.
It's
Okay.
not supposed to make sense.
Ah, really? That's great. I
It's
love
League of
when
Legends.
things don't
You
make
play it
sense.
until like 3 a.m. in the morning because you have nothing else to do and you question your life decisions.
And do you buy Nitro for that as well?
No, but you can buy skins.
That's the same, isn't
Have
it?
you bought the new skin set, by the way?
I don't get paid enough for that.
Oh my god. I mean, I shout out to Preeti and Sean, all of the
Oh, no,
like
my pen
producers on that
actually
stuff.
All right, guys, it's over. Time's up. Let's go.
genuinely-
Bring your sheets of paper here. We're gonna go through the correction
I
of the
honestly
exercise.
think that me walking along like this is more embarrassing. I get to show a little bit.
What do you
of leg,
mean?
at least.
I mean,
look
the
like Patrick
shorts
Star.
are amazing. All right,
No, I'm not even finished them. to be
that's
fair.
okay. It's been 40
you will
seconds.
not be able to
All right.
read it because my pen didn't work.
Okay, you fail. Back to the desk, you go.
No, I mean,
Thank you for participating. Take your seat. Goodbye.
I feel like this is too. What are the answers?
This is
I'm
why I say
genuinely
it's school
curious
kids.
at this
Okay,
point.
so we're gonna be starting off with Kaisa. You put down Sage. All right. Now, you know what? I actually have Omen first. So when I'm looking at your sheet, you put Nocturne with Omen. Yo, he got one right. What's up?
I feel like that's
okay.
kind of obvious. Can I have my sheet and I can tell you like
Yeah.
my thought process?
Absolutely.
into Why
There
I think
you
they're
go.
connected. So for this guy,
Yeah.
I put. who
This
did I
is
actually
Twisted
put?
Faye.
I put Cypher. He looks like the kind
He
of guy
got
that like
two
has
right?
the info.
They have the exact same ultimate, where when
They
you
have the
press
same
it,
hat.
they show you where everybody is on the map. Now, Nocturne and Omen is just the paranoia kind of thing. That's a theme that they have going on. So we have Singed here. Who would you think?
I didn't
Singed
put
is?
anybody on this one, so I'm going to assume Viper, because that was one of the ones
What?
I have.
Have you actually never played League?
No, genuinely not. I have no idea who these people are.
Someone please check his PC because this is 3 in a row.
I mean, ask Ender, like he's on the cast
Alright.
here. Like, I genuinely have no idea. I don't even know their name if I'm not looking at the sheet.
All right, Zeri.
Neon. I know that one
Yeah.
because of like Raikkoon stuff working on it. There
All
was,
right,
like,
well, this is
a
going
good
great.
August as
He's
well. I know
passing
that
with
guy.
flying color, and Zesh is just crying on the desk. All right, we have Soraka.
I put number 4. Who did I put as number 4? I didn't actually write it down.
Ah.
I'm going to
can
say
even
on a
guess.
whim, Reyna.
No. Now, this little thing, all it really does is heal teammates.
Oh, it's
Her
insane.
ult is like a healed for all 5 people on the map, which isn't actually as broken as it sounds because you can buy anti-heal, but this is a different game. Wrong game, sorry. So, it's Sage. You so far got 1, 2, 3, 4 correct. Now, there's Kaisa.
I put that one as Sage.
That is actually Reyna. They both need souls
Oh,
to
so I
be
got
able to
these
survive.
one the wrong way
yeah.
round.
You just kind of flip them, but also kind of like the purple theme going on. Now, for Soraka, depending on the skin that you get, she can also be green, so that's kind of like similar to Sage. You then have Ashe. I think this is pretty obvious.
See, I didn't go for Silver.
Oh.
I went for Jet. I kind of felt that. I kind
We're
of.
saving Yasuo for last.
That's what I thought Silver would be.
If you're a League of Legends player, you know why Yasuo is last.
I feel like I'm dressed like a normal League of Legends player, to be fair at this point.
No, you're going out.
Oh, no.
It's, yeah, social evening for a League of Legends player, yeah.
Yo, bold of you to assume that we got social evenings as League players. But you know, we
Yeah,
go
we
for
don't
it.
go outside.
We have Echo. So,
I actually just put Gecko, even though Gecko's not on the
Yeah,
list.
yeah,
I just put
no.
the G. I feel like it makes
Alright.
the most sense overall.
it's
with kind of what we're
Phoenix.
looking at.
So Phoenix's ult, you activate it and then you run into the crowd, and then if you get shot, you go back to where you came from. Echo is actually a little different. You have like your shadow following you behind you, and if you get a little too low, you press it and you go back in time. Which is not as broken as it sounded. It used to be when he just came out and you would just get one tapped as an AD carry, and it was really sad because like there was nothing you could do about it. But yeah, anyway.
Sounds awful.
Then we have this guy. Now we're gonna clean this because this guy, oh my goodness, if you play League, you know what this man is about. You do not like him in your games because if he's in your game, he's gonna go 0-10, and that's his power spike, which is absolutely nothing. But if he's on the enemy team, it's probably like a challenger Smurf trying to boost his kitten. And then he goes 20-0 in laning phase, which is also not great. And he has AD, and he can dash on you, and he has like all kind of random things. He has a wind wall, which blocks basic abilities, which I also don't understand why that exists. Riot, can we have a talk, please? But we're gonna go for Jet because they have the same theme in terms of the wind things going on. So if we're gonna calculate this, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 correct. You got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I got like 4 out of 9. Could I count? Is
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 9.
That's not really
Got
a
that at
pass. It's not a pass, but you know what? You did better than that guy over there, so you're actually, yeah, you won.
Why are we even talking about a kids game?
Because Valorant is an adult game, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So I'm too old for that by now.
You want to play League of Legends? You want to be my Yumi?
Absolutely not. Get me
No.
out of that.
I
wanna
can't
be-
wait to play League of Legends. I mean, esports ready.
Okay, we're gonna be heading over to the showstopper because we have an incredible match coming up today, El Clásico.
Bueno chicos, un aplauso para los ganadores que se lo han merecido.
Giants is a Spanish organization that has been competing for years, many years. Probably the most famous one until recently. They've always been competing for the best team in Spain.
I think Team Heretics is a word that for us is like full rivalry. These two esports organizations, they were competing each other for a long time in other games.
Giants was one of the teams that was dominating the scene, so Team Heretics coming in and winning titles and not Giants was a big hit for them. Giants was always the favorite, and now Team Heretics is one of the favorites as well.
Heretics are VALORANT 5-straight European champions.
For me, the only special thing about Heretics is Miswell. I think I met him a long time ago. I don't remember when exactly, but I think 3-4 years ago.
Vitinho, I've known him since he was a little kid. When I was playing the LVP league, he was playing in the league under that, the amateur one. He lost the game, but I was behind him looking at how he was playing, and I knew that he was really talented. So I encouraged him, and I told him that it doesn't matter that you lost, one day you will make it, you're really good. And I always believed in him. He's been playing really well as well for being his first year in such a big league, and I like him a lot, he knows it.
For me, for myself, I just want to play this match because it's gonna be super interesting. And of course for the viewers as well, it's gonna be like banger. So it's gonna be really fun.
Isn't really going to do anything at this stage. The swing out, just looking to try and find Mr. Farland as they now swing onto the side. Vitinho, he's still alive! He should have died a long time ago!
Right now, if I would have to highlight a player, it would be Cloud. Cloud is the top-rated player in Giants. He's been performing really well. He's an all-around player that has really good stats, so I think Cloud is the one I would highlight.
He's performing really well right now, which is impressive. I don't really think too much about it, other than he's a good player. I think every one of them is pretty good.
Wants out of this though. There's people defending it. Great shot. Rez comes in. Oh my god! Cloud is insane!
I think Heretics, like from the last lose, I don't remember the rule, but they're like starting to growing up, they're changing roles or something like this, and they're trying new stuff in the team. So I guess they will just grow up with the games, and that's it.
Tree, 2 players ready and waiting. The flash leaves so many blind, but it's actually a good trade. In fact, Mixer comes back with 3! Mixer comes up huge.
The match against Giants is important. Specifically, the Giants match is because we have our former teammates and coach, Nuki, Hoodie, and Pipson. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to beat them, you know. I love playing at the Coliseum. It just feels natural. It's really important to get all the support we can. It's gonna kind of boost our morale, you know, because right now it's pretty low, and it's only gonna help us.
Black and Starray are two influencers from Team Heretics, two streamers. They also do YouTube, both supporting us really hard. The only time they came here was against K-Corp and we won, so hopefully they come again. I expect them to be cheering for us really like they did before, and that boosts our confidence a lot. So.
Créeme que el Coliseo, el ambiente que hay es espectacular y deberíais vivirlo al menos una vez en la vida.
Me gusta mucho el estilo de que estén los jugadores abajo y todo el público por arriba, porque creo que te genera una presión. Clubes españoles, cuando jugamos entre nosotros, nos motivamos mucho más.
I feel Giants is one of those teams that right now is struggling a little bit, especially with compositions. I think they're going to be like top 5, top 6, or if they struggle in really critical games where maybe they should be winning those, they can actually get out of the playoffs and not actually qualify. So.
Hello Team Heretics, we're gonna face each other soon. I hope it will be a hard game, so it will be a fight against Padre and Pick.
Well, newsflash, everyone. Zeke is not playing today.
Yeah, I mean, what was it that Cloud just said in the interview? Just like we expect changes, or Heretics have been changing a lot at the moment. Probably wasn't expecting something to this extent. It used to be changing over who was IGLing, but dropping a player entirely, and we're seeing our second assistant coach play in the server in EMEA. It's a little bit concerning for various reasons, but it's just another wild day in EMEA.
It's a fresh new meta, basically, to get your assistant coaches and be like, you know what, we're going to play with you now. It's odd. It's odd to once more see that. There are not too many match days left, right? And you're making that kind of call. It must be quite severe. We're talking about that a little later in detail, but overall, it just goes from bad to worse to worse to the worst, basically, right now for Heretics.
Welcome to VCT EMEA. We have the first game coming up, though. It's going to be Na'Vi against Liquid. Hello, we're joined with Emil and Doombros. Welcome, guys. I like that you have your name on. I said that earlier as well, because I can actually differentiate. But so this has kind of been a long time coming, the rivalry between the brothers who look very identical as well. Okay. So that helps too. How are you guys feeling about the fact that you're going up against each other today for the first time in forever?
I mean, for me, I've been looking forward for this match since I started with Esports, I think. Okay. It's like one of my dreams to like somehow have different paths and end up in this situation, right? Doing this, playing against each other. So for me, this is a very big day. You know, it's special for me.
I would say it's big for me as well, but honestly, playing him is not a big deal. No, okay. Obviously, I think I had opportunity to play him on Champs, same in Lock-in. And the fact that it's happening now, it's one of the biggest games, I think, of my career to play him, just on a personal level. So.
All right. I kind of want to go back to the point that you mentioned about having different paths but still ending up on the same place. How exactly did that happen?
I mean, we started our VALORANT careers in the same team, and then we split up. I think I joined FPX because we only needed one coach, and you joined NIP, right?
Mm-hmm. NIP, yeah.
Yeah. And then we just kind of gone on separate ways because we're both aspiring to be head coaches. You can't really have two head coaches. You can with us. We were two head coaches in our previous team, like together. Yeah. So it's possible with twins, but yeah, that's basically how it happened. We have the same aspirations, and when you're competing against each other, you know, so that's been it.
I would also say, if we have kind of the same position, you can give each other tips and develop kind of together, but in different teams as well. So even though we had different kind of career paths, different teams, we still been there to help each other, like give some good tips and
or give bad tips.
Oh, bad tips, yeah.
Yeah, throw him under the bus.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Okay, so you gave me bad tips. That's fine. That's fine.
It's leaked now. But as someone who has like 3 siblings, I know that having that sibling rivalry is pretty much there all the time. You kind of want to top the other. So I guess in that regards, did you guys just sit around the table and be like, yeah, you know what, we both want to be esports coaches? And is that how it went?
I mean, the whole thing was he was an aspiring Overwatch player, like played in Tier 2.
Esports player, not just Overwatch, okay? Like,
yeah, esports player, sorry. And back in those days, like I would say that you couldn't really supply yourself with like to pay rent and pay food. So I was working at the graveyard and in my mind wanted to support him and his career. And then after how many years? 5 years maybe?
Took me 5 years to sustain myself in esports.
I don't know, yeah.
Kind of something like this.
Yeah.
He was supporting me. So I went for my dream and then he was helping me by doing an actual job at the time.
That is so wholesome.
And then, yeah, VALORANT came out and I wanted to give it a shot. So I kind of, yeah, took a big leap of faith. Emil realized he wasn't good as a player anymore. So the natural step is to become a coach because he saw that it was good for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think the advantage I have over him, just because he said that, is I was actually a player before.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he's always wanted to be a coach. He's always helped me as a player. And then for me, getting older, it's kind of a natural path for me to start coaching.
And then after you fail as a coach, you become an analyst.
Yeah, or a manager, maybe.
Or a manager.
Never a manager.
No?
I have too much work to do. No.
Fair, well, fair enough. Thank you guys so much for the very wholesome interview. We're going to be heading over back to the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I liked a little bit of slander towards team managers there towards the end. Ultimately, a very wholesome interview. We did get a little bit of the history from both these guys and where they've been as analysts, as coaches and stuff like that. But we could deep dive it a little bit more. The original team, it's great to bring them up again, especially on like the broadcast now. Fabriken, way back when it was this love child from Eric and Doombros. I'm already mixing them up. I know them pretty well and even I'm getting confused. Emil and Doombros being able to sort of work on this. They also had Latex on their team, which is now the assistant coach of Na'Vi, and a player called Zipan, I think is still around at this point. But at that point, FPX put together a squad. They mixed up what Fabriken was with its core talent and also brought in some of the Party Pirates players, aka Angel and Xiao. They became FPX with John as the coach, and Doombros left Fabriken to be an analyst for this team. If we move over to what Emil was doing at this point, he joined a team called Bonk, which went on to be called Guild and go in that direction with the likes of Yasin and stuff. But an opportunity came from Ninjas in Pajamas pretty early on for him to be a coach there, and was with the team up until Nip decided that they wanted to head to South America to set up a team. At that point, Emil started coaching Guild X, had a really good run of form, and an opportunity came up a little bit later on last year to be the head coach of Team Liquid after Sliggy departed the team, and there was this weird mystery man coach even in between the two. So Emil's been on that side for Doombros. He pretty much climbed up the ranks at this point, joined to left the team as the head coach and pretty much fulfilled that slot on the team. Obviously, as we know, it didn't happen that too long ago that we saw FPX actually becoming Na'Vi. They did highlight it in the interview as well, saying that there have been a couple of opportunities that these guys could have played Champions last year and also at Lock-In, where Team Secret kind of ruined the fun a little bit from Team Liquid then, but they have actually played against each other way back when. I think it went in the direction of FPX. The problem was the game wasn't streamed. It was back in the day of the open qualifiers where we didn't have streams for every single game, and it went the way of Doombros and FPX at that time. But that was a long while ago. I'm pretty sure Doombros was even the analyst on that team still. Jonto was the head coach. So this is the first time that both of these coaches, as head coaches, have faced off against each other. And as somebody that's been following these guys since this team, it's an absolute blessing, and I genuinely can't wait to sort of see this. It's also probably a first in esports to have two identical twins be head coaches. So I don't think I can stress how much craziness this is, but also how much these teams are really striving to do their coaches justice here.
Yeah, absolutely. But then when we're looking at the side of Team Liquid, unfortunately, Safe is not going to be competing today due to health reasons. And they have a substitute instead that you're very excited about.
Hell yeah. And it took only 6 weeks to get a German player in. And it is Harmy who has joined. Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown who Harmy actually is. Give me a minute, okay? Listen to me. Harmy, you got this. Exactly. Harmy got this. Why does he got it? Well, man is a former Battle Royale professional player, has swapped over to streaming VALORANT pretty much every day. Man is number 39 on the ranks right now. Radiant, obviously, who could have guessed, and mostly plays Jet, Race, and Brimstone. So, in my eyes, considering what Safe played, a very suitable role.
That's a hell of a step up, though. Like, not only being a substitute for a team, but playing that duelist role is a tough order. I guess if there's those systems in place, bear in mind this is Liquid, right? They've had Redguard come in pretty late into the season to try and get these protocols done in. They don't necessarily want to change up the roles too much, but you can move Soulcast over to the duelist role, for example.
If you slender my German player today, we have a problem. I'm not sitting here by the end
I just thought you'd sort of put them in on stuff like control and stuff. We saw Zeish being coming into the team for Carmen, playing that support role of like the breach and stuff.
But there's a big difference. He's like actively playing 8 hours a day. Sure, it's ranked, right? But he's like actively playing. You know, like he got, I don't know, 2,000 hours minimum.
Yeah, I mean, you touched upon Redguard, also Nats on the team specifically. Started out a little bit slow, but it does feel like he's found his position within the team, and the team's found how to properly make sure to be able to activate him and his playstyle.
And by the end of the year 2022, we're asking ourselves, okay, where is Nats? Then by the start of Team Liquid, we're asking ourselves, where is Nats? But recently he has turned up to the form that we love about him. Sneaky, good old Cypher kind of plays, holding down sides perfectly with his setups, being the sneaky lurk that we know from him. That is the Nats I know. This is the firepower that can be unleashed with Liquid that we've often waited for a long time, and this is exactly what we need. They have signed Redguard and Nats for a good reason. Not only their in-game intelligence and experience, but also their pure firepower, and this is where he's reactivated.
It's also just a little bit against the grain, especially up until now. There's been so much Killjoy usage across pretty much every map in VALORANT at this point. So when we see Nats initially playing the Cypher and not performing well, you kind of feel like he needs to move over to the new thing. But this is the real cool thing about it. He's still sticking to the Cypher and Viper exclusively, and his ACS is constantly climbing. This is a player that people worried about that he would be easily read, because people literally take his setups to play for themselves in the pro scene. So everybody knows Nats' playbook, yet he's still able to have these kind of performances. It's like you can't read into this guy anymore, even if you expect the same kind of utility.
Yeah, when we're looking at the ACS as well, I mean, it's gone down and then up again. So we're expecting this to stay in that upward trend today, but they have quite a formidable opponent to be going against. I mean, Na'Vi is not really a team to be, you know, sniffing your nose at. They're kind of both fighting to solidify their position on that second place. So Na'Vi also has CNET on there, another player that we've highlighted time and time again, not just in EMEA, but also in international games.
Yeah. I don't know how much this is just me being anecdotal, but I kind of feel like with everything we just said about Nats, like everybody's like, he's back, he's great. I don't think people are saying the same thing about CNED, really. Like, these are his stats compared to Champions 2021. He wasn't like the MVP of Ascend when they won Champions, but he was still the Jet player on a team that won Champions. He still had a great performance, he fulfilled that role perfectly, and throughout this stage, it's still a solid performance. And he's also played a bit more Omen, which I don't know how much of that we'll see, but he's also picking up stuff like Yoru. Like, CNED is in really, really good form, and I just feel like that excitement buzz around him isn't quite on the same level as Nat. So the fact that those two are meeting, it is like immovable object, unstoppable force, it feels.
And I think once more we need to reiterate right here, when he was playing for Ascend, I would say like the overall baseline firepower for Na'Vi is significantly much better. Ascend was a good team, but CNET does not need to carry within this team, which is the great part about Na'Vi, whilst he's doing a great job in a team that is now so structured that he didn't maybe have that much before in Ascend, and everyone is like, wait, isn't he like known for being the best player in the world? Isn't he known for being like dashing in, getting a free K, round has ended? No, within this team he has a different sort of approach to it, but obviously is the one who's getting the entry, is getting the job done, and then you have 4 other super capable players.
Yeah, but also when we're looking at players who have had pop-off performances, especially on the international stage, it does kind of set a precedent. It sets a legacy that people continuously expect you to be to a certain extent, which can also add a little bit more pressure into how you want to or need to perform.
Maybe it's just the bar keeps getting set high from the likes of like Aspas and Durka especially, right? It's almost like Sined's doing well, but he's not like Durka form at the moment. But I also feel like even though they play the same role, it is a little bit different because of the weird structure that Na'Vi have, and Sined's still adjusting to it. So, I mean, I'm really excited to see Na'Vi Fnatic like at the end of this group stage for one, but I'm really excited to see Sined try and continue what he's been working on, which is a bigger like agent pool for one, but also ramping up performances as we go through the group stages.
I think particularly the agent pool part is interesting, right? With the best example being Fracture, where he plays the Euro, where obviously Latex had to troll, like, was it accident pick? We didn't mean to do that. And
then they do it twice.
Exactly, did twice, by accident. But it looked really good in the sense of that you really saw that there is a new way to incorporate him into systems. Na'Vi does funky kind of stuff, like exactly that Euro Viper composition, where there's like little pockets where he can teleport in. I like that idea, to diversify him much more and not to let him be the one trick as some might have thought in the past.
Yeah, we're talking about how these players are fitting into their teams, and respectively they've already played together on stage for 6 weeks. But then we're looking at Liquid, and they're bringing in Hamli. By the way, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday. 2 birthdays in 1 week.
There he goes. I love it. That is the best thing ever. You know, the man, it's his birthday. He can play on the international stage. I'm happy for him. I'm honestly happy for him. And we have to say one important thing, right? It is something where we can never be mad about whatever performance he does today, but I very much trust him. I trust in this man. You see the confidence in his eyes. You know, he's a little shy about
He's looking at a birthday cake. What do you mean he sees confidence in his eyes?
That's not
just hunger. I don't know if it's hunger to win or just hunger full stop.
Can you tell me about birthday cakes?
No, I cannot. I have no authority over that at all. We've done so well so far.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was perfect.
No surprise birthday cake for you, Ryan. When is your actual birthday?
December. It literally could be.
I even knew it.
It's December, just so production know, it's December.
So basically next week.
Skip over it. No. What's next?
You don't like birthday cakes?
I don't like getting birthday cakes when it's not my birthday, no. Believe it or not.
We left it in 2022. Can we leave it there, please?
You literally digged it out.
I don't
But anyway,
that.
we're going to go back to Hamli and his birthday, because you said it yourself. You can't really be mad at how he plays today. But I do think at the end of the day, quite big shoes to fill when we're looking at Safe and his individual stats, how he's been performing. But we're going to be heading straight into map select to see how this is going to be playing out.
I just remembered that, you know, the map changes as well with Bind coming in. Just the mind games that are going to be on here overall. Haven being banned out from Na'Vi isn't too surprising. That's been their permaban.
And I just want to remember everyone out there about the interview last week where Angel said, you know what, I love Bind. We're going to play it 100%, quote unquote. If he's going to pick it is a different kind of scenario. I think the Fracture situation is not too bad. I'm going to go very deep into very superficial statistics. Harmy hates Fracture. I'm just saying that.
Wow. Is he like your favorite player at the moment?
He's German.
Was this Liquid picking?
That is Liquid picking Bind, my friend.
Liquid have historically one of the worst records on this map. Granted, this is a different team and a different style, and you're also playing up against Na'Vi, who were really good on this map overall.
But remember,
like, Na'Vi picking Fracture, which is also like a common pick for Liquid, it's almost like the roles are reversed with where these bans. It feels like that with the second bans as well.
Maybe
like
the
these maps
twins
been
swapped shirts?
dropped out.
Not necessarily, but do you remember who was really good at Bind and who is now playing for exactly this Liquid team?
Safe.
Also, well,
I mean, you could sort of take a selection, but yeah, Redgar and that.
Exactly.
Like that Gambit mech squad.
Signature moves on Viper on this map in particular. And I think this really speaks for Liquid, who were not looking too great in their past kind of player situations they had. But now I think this could be very comfortable for them.
This does feel like one of those kind of like map vetoes where they're thinking about what it's like. I know that you know that I know that I'm going to pick this, so I'm going to try and do something that's a bit more off field. But they've ended up just doing what they would usually do, just the opposite way around. Like this is a good map pull for potentially both teams, but Fracture, it's the fact that Na'Vi are not scared to play it against Liquid. Liquid did look a little bit rougher when they played up against Heretics a couple of weeks ago, but it's still like a tough map, and that should be full, like 330 ACS against Heretics that one game. Like, this is his home ground. Yeah, he was very good.
I believe that it still is, with the recent Fracture performance we've seen from Na'Vi, the right choice. I think it looks much better. You know, the 1 versus Vitality showed that there's holes in it. It's not perfect, right? It was a 13-10 victory. But the way they were playing attack in particular, and were always really nice in their group kind of play towards sites, I enjoyed that a lot. And I believe this could be a bit of an issue for the side of Liquid when they're not playing their full squad. Because there's one thing we didn't mention yet before. We're talking about Safe being removed. But this not only means your best player basically is removed, it means also your mid-round caller is gone. And that is very important on Fracture.
It means that there's opportunities for other people to step up. Like Soulcast has a little bit of experience doing that potentially. True. But I think going into this one, it's again like the agent roles, because not only do we have like a new player coming in for Team Liquid today because of like Safe sickness, but also Na'Vi have played, what, 4 times on this map and played like 4 different comps potentially. That might be something else, but that's the go-to when it comes to how Na'Vi play. Is just, even with seeing them playing Euro twice in a row, we do see, I think it was Shao changing from the Fade to a KO. So there's always little adjustments here or there that make it really hard to read how utility is going to be used.
Yeah, I know you guys in chat are probably spamming casters, start the game. Reminder, we're the analyst desk. We don't have the power to do that, but also there's currently a little tech issue going on, so we're going to try and talk as much as we can to keep you guys entertained. Might not be your favorite thing, but we're here anyway.
Stream.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on it, I would do the same.
True, understand. Yeah. No, but to be frank, I mean, it is a situation where I think it is only Na'Vi's game to lose, right? It is, you know, even with the complete Liquid, I would have said it is more of Na'Vi's game to lose, right? But at the same time, I believe right now, with Harmy stepping in, I only imagine that Angel's going to be his classic Angel kind of thing. Let's experiment. Let's experiment, because it is a weaker Liquid. It is a less firepower Liquid. Why can't we not try things out now?
Yeah, we've got 2nd place playing 3rd place. I think we have like if we could show the standards, it's great, because this is like who's right behind Fnatic's heels at this point, right? So for me, it's like, yeah, I think there's a little bit less pressure on both sides because of the roster like change that's had to come in. Liquid don't feel that there's as much on the line. There's still stuff that they can potentially save, but getting into 2nd place, most likely behind Fnatic, getting that bye into playoffs and just making it 1 step closer to Tokyo without having to play another series is super handy.
Especially for the likes of Team Liquid. I mean, they're playing BBL and Koi. Those are the 2 remaining teams, but for Na'Vi, it's Foot and Fnatic. So if Liquid can solidify their position already in this moment, that is absolutely incredible for them to be solidifying their spot in 2nd place.
I mean, it is a main goal to have that advantage, right?
Yeah.
I think that is something we absolutely have to mention. It just comes to the point for me right now about Na'Vi is how much they experiment or how much they not experiment. Because I think also Angel said last week is like, when the time is right, we'll be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, but 2nd spot is on the line. Is the time right? Regardless of the fact that it's a weakened Liquid, do you still want to, you know, gamble that? This is not Twitch chat points, okay? This is like a real game.
Yeah. Listen, I think from a rational perspective, I would say yes. But I know that there's Angel over on the other side. So this is always, you know, it could be them right now saying, like they did, for example, on Lotus last week, of like, now we're not stop experimenting, we're playing serious comps. It could be one direction of it. The other direction would be, now we have a weaker kind of Liquid, we can joke around.
It's also like, even with Liquid, this is like a map that they're a little bit rocky on. They lost it to Team Secret at lock-in, which raised a lot of questions for the team at that point. But it's still something that we've seen a little bit more of. Like, Fracture, I don't think was played in this series against Giants, but seeing some innovation, I suppose, from Liquid. The only concern I have overall with the map pool is just Liquid's attacking side.
Fair point.
On Fracture especially, it looked a little bit awkward, most certainly against Heretics.
It did look very awkward. I mean, remember that was a 17-15, and this is something we also criticized a lot during lock-in, that they seemed super disjointed in their executes. Everyone was very disappointed in that team, but they have massively improved. Safe particularly right now, you know, I think that he pretty much was everyone discussing how good is he actually, and now he's pretty much chasing top 3. But obviously he's not playing here today. The Icebox game itself, that was the one where they thankfully for themselves stabbed him with a 13-11, which also was kind enough. I mean, the Giants game was not 100% convincing to me, Ryan. It felt like it was that one bit too tight in my eyes.
I get what you mean. My argument to that, though, is that I actually rate Giants super hard when it comes to, like, they're really much gunning for the same positions that we're seeing Na'Vi and Team Liquid gun for. So the fact that it's close and it's won out from Liquid in the end is actually a really positive sign, because this could be another scrappy series for them.
It could be.
I mean, I was waiting for your stats because you said you were going to dive into the Fracture stats. Anything you want to highlight real quick?
I didn't say that. When did I say
Wow,
that?
just like you didn't give financial advice yesterday.
I didn't give financial advice.
No?
The backtracking.
Going to the moon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe going to the moon didn't really work out, but we have Na'Vi up against Liquid. Two twin brothers fighting it out for the fame, but also a shot to be solidified as the second place here in VCT EMEA.
Na'Vi. Team Liquid.
Redguard just vibing, but Fracture is going to be the first playground for this matchup in terms of Asian compositions from Team Liquid.
Why?
That is the wrong coach!
That's not right. They're bamboozling. That is Doombros, isn't it?
Wait, is that actually?
They swapped jerseys 100%.
Nah, I got right coach, wrong jersey.
I love them for that.
They actually
I got
duped
bamboozled.
us.
I mean, you couldn't even recognize them on the graphic.
Oh, Lord.
Let alone like this.
Okay, well, it seems like if you are confused, no worries. They didn't just swap teams randomly. They just swapped jerseys.
I tell you, there will be one person in the audience that would have known. It's their mum. Their mum is here to watch them play. I can't imagine the emotions that are going through her at the moment, just the pride, the torment, just because one of the brothers, one of the Sangrins in Sangrin Brawl is going to win, one of them is going to lose.
It is what it is. That's what happens when you have siblings. You wouldn't know. I know.
I wouldn't know. I just love the fact that those guys, you need to see, they were growing up together. They were going to the same
No way, they grew up together? That's crazy.
You have to listen. They were growing up together. They were going to the same school. They were even going to the same university. They were studying the same. They were sharing the same computer. Doombros is called Doombros because they had one computer to share, and they were the brothers of Doom. That's why he's called Doombros, and Emil just picked his first name. I just love the story behind them so much, and I'm just so happy to see that they compete against each other today. It feels like we might be leaning a bit more towards the side of Na'Vi, but we'll see.
Agent select is going to be really awkward for both sides. Team Liquid playing with a stand-in Na'Vi just because it's Na'Vi. Zipan already sort of changing things up at least a little bit.
Yep, a classic.
Same. So yeah, we have seen Zipan sort of flitting between playing that and also the KO. Xiao on Omen is also the same, so he gets you on that Viper sort of expected.
Yep.
I mean, everything on the side of Liquid, on the face of it, looks about right. Hami's actually going to be in on that raise, which is what we have seen Safe playing a little bit. But Yampi, yeah, actually on the breach. So Redgars has played it in the past. The Yampi was on Sky, now over on that breach. So it's a little bit more structured, maybe just to have that kind of playbook to play off of.
And this is kind of interesting because Liquid used that Sky that they had previously a lot for information gaining, right?
Oh, and Soulcast on Fade as well.
That is also a big swap. Yeah, it's quite a lot when you take a look at it because they're getting away from double controller, right? They're changing that massively. They're going for a Brimstone only. And you know what this indicates to me, Ryan? I could believe that they're much faster in their executes because they know they cannot be that well orchestrated with a stand-in. So they said like, okay, one Brimstone, simple hits, stim beacon out, boom, and we're hitting the site.
But it's also an element of like Na'Vi's Viper playstyle is just it's very slow, it's very methodical. It's been very good for like at least a year, only losing a couple of times. So Team Liquid maybe wanted to up the tempo. They chose to attack first, so they want to maybe just trying to outpace the pace that Na'Vi's trying to set.
Okay, it sounds like the name of the game this time around on Fracture will be timing and pacing.
Liquid have to have a really good attacking side, better than we've seen pretty much so far this stage on a map that they've always been pretty good at.
But is that a realistic ask, considering the fact that they're not actually the full Liquid squad?
I mean, that just puts more pressure on them to have a good attacking side, because if it's not, I think Na'Vi can exploit that.
They can absolutely do. I mean, we have seen the defense was a little wobbly, I would say, against Vitality when they played against them earlier last week. But I still believe it's going to be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, we're going to be heading on to the first map of today. We have Pavlos and Enders just vibing.
It's good vibes, man. It's good vibes, and especially considering it's a match of this caliber. Potion players battle for second and third place. Battle of the bros. It's going to be an epic one, man.
I'll be honest, I thought the analyst desk was never going to stop talking. They're just, they were like, look, we can't start the game. We got to keep talking about these players, new players in Harmy stepping into the team. Some switch-ups in the comps, too, which I think is going to be really fun to break down here, especially for Team Liquid. I think Zesh sort of touched on it, just started simplifying things. This is going back to, like, the standard, like, fracture composition, right, with the Raze plus Breach, which I think is going to be a little bit more comfortable for Harmy to end up executing on, and he's going to be on Raze a lot today. I think with their 3 maps, there's a real world where he's playing it either all 3 maps or maybe just the 2 and switching over to the Jana on Ludus.
I mean, look, I've heard he's been playing Premier and he's 2-0 in that, so that's already a competitive environment he's been into. Like, it's the pinnacle of competition in Valorant, right? Right?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Is anyone else 2-0? I don't think so. Not me.
Haven't been able to play the first 2 games, to be honest. But I hope everybody out there has been able to do so. It's Na'Vi Team Liquid, battle for second, as we're already in week 6. Defense for Na'Vi, attack for Team Liquid. Let's get the show on the road here on Fracture.
All right, the TL fans getting rowdy right off the rip. And I'm excited what they have in store for us, starting out here on attack. One of the big changes, I think, is with the Raze and Breach, a lot more room to attack the north side of the map early on, with Harmy pathing on in, though he meets CNED's Frenzy just in his mouth.
Already, it's going to have to come with a few trades. Shell's been able to lock himself into the corner and still delivering head after headshot. And it's Redgar all by himself. Not much health to work with, unfortunately, and slowly being closed into. Good time flash to assist Angel with the push, and that's Na'Vi. 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, a bit tough there on the attack from Liquid. They were walking into a 3-stack on that site, and then also just with Harmy sort of pathing into sight. I think the util follow-up there just wasn't quite there, so he falls. Then everyone's stuck behind the Viper wall. Ends up being a very tough situation for them to be in, but a good defense there out of Na'Vi. And we'll have to see them continue to come up with answers, because I think we are going to see a lot of these B hits with the Raze, primarily working up towards tower. I think that's one of the best things you can have with a Breach in the comp. It makes attacking that area of the map much simpler.
I do love that we're getting to see even the battle of the Colosseum, right? The 2 sides of the stands chanting at each other. That's pretty good. I was thinking of things to talk about today with this new switch. It's been quite an interesting endeavor seeing Harmy come in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a big switch up for the team because Safe has just been so fantastic for them. But, you know, I've heard the Harmy Army, is that what they call it? I saw someone typing that in chat, and I was like, that makes sense. I dig it.
Yeah. Got a few banners out there as well.
It rhymes, so you might as well
Happy birthday to him as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Quite a day to get on the server. But of course, them being at a big advantageous position here, Team Liquid won't be able to do that much. And it's clean work for the Bulldogs, just yapping at them one after the other. They'll all get bit into the ground. And the Yampi's position as well, notified. Although he's able to take one down with him and a Bulldog collected in his arms, might be able to find a bit more damage here.
Yeah, Spike is see all those lions? That means instant death when he comes around the corner.
Everybody's watching.
Yeah. You know in Breaking Bad last season when he breaks into those people's house and then it's like you have the red dots on them? That's literally what that moment was.
It's like, I can't do anything. I am dead.
Except in this case, there's actually guns behind them. It's not just
not just lazy.
Spoilers. You know? Anyways, getting back to the game at hand, I will say one of the things that I just saw from CNED, and if he continues to play over towards B, which he is switching it up this round, but I like the idea of just throwing out his clone the second like a concuss hits towards tower, just having that body in front of you. So the first thing you're going to be shooting at is probably that clone, and then either you're getting the flash, or you're just sort of using it as a little obstacle up towards tower. But one of the big switches for Na'Vi is, of course, bringing the Fade into the composition, which has some nice pairings with the Aura. There's also less like flash overlap, but we'll get into that in a moment, because right now CNED is just murdering Harmy. Harmy jumping in front of the team there, so no option to trade.
Definitely already a bit disadvantageous losing a player early on, but Salka is able to bounce right back up, put his team on equal footing. Of course, not much space is being garnered apart from that A main position.
One of the nice things about this defensive Viper Wall that Na'Vi has thrown is that it sort of allows you to play without sand control on the retake if you don't want to, or you can sort of isolate that fight first and then run out just straight on towards the site. You don't really have to worry about taking that 180 angle. So TL going to work back over towards B. It looks like Redgar still has held on to 2 smokes. That's going to be a big thing we end up watching because they are switching to a single controller composition. Redgar needing at least 2 always on these hits for that B site.
Camera taken out.
Angel with first contact here. With the aftershock cam, the smokes to line him out does mean for a certain retake at this point, unless anything too overzealous happens if they push through smokes. But it's a spam through a smoke to end up with a kill against Yampi. Angel is actually considering it, isn't he? He's thinking about it. Has he been walked past? I think Soulcast has been able to sidestep here and may enter smoke himself. We may be looking at some very dirty fights, but the fact that so many picks have come through within the smokes themselves, it's already a bit too messy for Team Liquid.
Yeah, just a million spam kills here. Nat's now having to seek out a fight. He has to find something. He gets ahead, but it's not a kill.
And they need heroics, they really do. They need to act quickly, but Nats is so low. Can he find a headshot here? No, Zipan quickly to act on that. So Soulcast is left to himself. They know where he is. He already showed his position. A bit of a kill there at the end, but still the diffuser for Na'Vi keeping the streak alive.
Yep. Na'Vi not really giving any moments there for TL. After they get the 2 kills through smokes, no one really overextending on their own too much. Maybe there was the peek towards Canteen, but holding to make sure Nats wasn't going to push on his own cage there was absolutely massive. This is a tough situation to be in. Losing everything. Does look like Brimstone from Team Liquid was able to pick up the ultimate in that round, so they're just farming orbs on him, playing between A and B. So that could come into play, but of course that is a 3rd round swing round. After losing the first 2, so they are not going to be able to go back into this one.
How much of a fan are you with the way that Na'Vi like to play this map, whether that's the composition or their style? Personally, I feel like they do depend quite a bit on these duels that, you know, CNED might be forced to do in clutch positions and may end up rushing the time too much, given what they've done in the past.
Yeah, I think every time I've seen it, like, I'll see a couple of, like, more unique moves with the Yoru, but a lot of the time, as you say, it's just CNED fragging out. That's the second time he's held that position, second time he's been able to kill Harmy. But I will say that switching away from the KO to the fade, I think makes a ton of sense. Oh, that's not a kill that should actually be happening. And all of a sudden, this round becomes very winnable for TL if they can get this ult back.
Yeah. Orbital Strike doing its thing. CNED is no more. If guns are collected here, very fathomable. Phantom to the hands of Yampi. Bottom-sided up against the Chu. Needs the head. Oh, he does retrieve it, but up against the wall. Still able to close the deal, stick the landing. Sui gets it, though, able to destabilize him, but Soulcast is there to deliver right back up. Shao in the hot seat. Tough endeavor. They know where he is.
He hears a camera.
Yeah, Cam. Trip by ahead of him. Revealed? No. Denies it, but still, 60 points of health up against the full health team of Team Liquid. They've been able to bounce this back. It's miraculous, really, to put them on the board so quickly.
Shadows traveling.
Shao has to desperately smoke himself off, but the more he waits, the more pressure is on him.
There's nothing you can do here.
Absolutely nothing at all.
Perfect hold with the wire. He's just looking for any kills he might be able to find in this. He gets
looking
the one,
in that
but
direction.
what a round right there from Yampi,
Yeah.
just stealing it away. Redgar having the ultimate, of course, ends up being critical once they find that opening kill, because Yampi gets this one, just insta headshot, then a body, all of a sudden means 1 rifle, then this ultimate where there's nowhere for CNED to go. I think he used the TP after finding that initial pick in A main, then just fell back onto site for the second time. He gets punished after that little maneuver. So respect there to Yampi, cleaning that one up.
I mean, it's good to see them already on the board and on a round that it wasn't expected from them. Get that momentum flowing for them. It's important, especially when you have a player that has never played in VCT before.
100%. And I mean, he has been falling early. Harmy has not mattered just yet. We'll see if they can get him online, because now they supercharged 2 ultimates right there. Soulcast, Yampi both got theirs. They were 2 and 3 off respectively. So without winning that round, they wouldn't have them coming into this one.
So we get to Prowler won't be spotting him. Double blast back. Oh! Harmy's actually alive to get a first blood here, but still, it's a 3-on-3. Close contact, spike to be planted, but Na'Vi on the outside waiting for the smokes to deplete.
Yampi has ultimate here. When the retake tries to come in, he can slam that out from heaven, swing with the rest of the team. Could just be a counter ult here.
Yeah, quite a bit of ultimate and utility usages available for this retake.
Here it comes. This will come out, and then we'll respond with the Rolling Thunder.
Ooh, I think it was avoided.
Yeah, they all played back from it. Really intelligent.
Very nicely done, but now they need to go for the chase. The more they wait, more time will run out. Zipan, CNED moving up close and personal. Flash to his hands. Nats has to look away, and he's able to do it right on time. Zipan turning right back and around on a different front. It's Yappy to himself, but Angel on the flank retrieves both left for the opposing side, and it's Na'Vi with just enough time to get that spike defused.
Wow. I don't think Yampy knew the flank came in. I think his teammate died to a player down on site or something, because he did not react to that whatsoever. That's gonna sting. The late flank there from Angel paying off in a huge, huge way. And I just think the calling on this too, because it's a 3-on-3 retake.
Wow, what a
finds
reveal.
2 kills through the smoke off his own. Okay, that's fantastic. Then also dodging away, knowing that the breach ult was gonna come in. And then here, yeah, he's trying to take the fight on site first, I believe. Not aware that the speed up was coming behind him.
It's so confusing with the Swiss jerseys. The one with the Na'Vi jersey is EMEA, and the other one on the Team Liquid jersey is Doombros.
These trolls,
It's so difficult. Making it even harder for us.
Okay. Nice little track right there on the jump peak. Gets the kill, and then now the camera goes down just for permanent control down over by stairs. Still not going to stall the hit out because they know the operator wanted to jump off the site. Yampy with this ghost is just nasty.
Okay, Harmy just moves through smoke without any trouble. Of course, his team has been able to help him by taking the space off of the site.
I'm convinced there's been more kills through smokes than just straight up with sight.
Okay, Yampy's able to find a gap to work with snake bites. No, he's actually being burnt alive. Poor man. And Cena to the back of the site, looking for heroics, instantly taken down by Soulcast. This is a brawly fight, quite messy. TP onto the site. Harmy there with a corner to work with, nicely positioned, and now it's down to Suigetsu. So many close endeavors, so many 1vx's. And Suigetsu looking to see if he can keep Na'Vi with this Shriek Prowler to his face, able to deliver with the finishing blow onto that one, but with not many bullets remaining, cannot find the final kill onto Soulcast, and that means that Team Liquid are on the board again.
Yeah, this time it was TL winning the spam battle. I think Suigetsu got a couple. Oh, sorry, Soulcast rather got a couple. I always love it when we get a packed arena here at the Coliseum. It's a good time. It's been a little while since we've had like the warring fandom. Great shot there out of CNED, seeing the jump peak, and there you go. Yeah, Soulcast just seeing the tip of the head over on top of that one. I did notice, so they've been operating on this Yoru pick, but that round it looked like got sent back to the Omen on the retake so that CNED could get a little bit more active on that one. Now he's got a rifle for him. It's actually a Northside crunch. And there's the punish. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, Nats takes the fight initially, isolating it down. It does mean A side is left completely open, so I like this move from TL. They're going to try and reclaim control over sand. There's no Viper wall on this A site, so the retake I was talking about earlier, not possible.
But this time around, they're going aggressive. A maneuver they haven't really gone for thus far. 2 posted up next to that CT angle, and 1 up against the rope. They're going to push forward together with a flashpoint, so we get to caught off guard. With Na'Vi now trying to find their way back, it's Shao to do the heavy lifting all by himself without any reinforcements, really. Still a 3v3, but the time still ticking down. Harmy holding his ground, very nicely done, but Showstopper coming from, and Angel knows where he's coming from, looks behind him, delivers the finishing blow, but still gets killed off himself. Angel doesn't have time, ends up being killed off as well. Team Liquid are able to stabilize to get 2 consecutive rounds.
It's just a fantastic response there from Team Liquid. The protocol immediately, okay, Northside crunch, we push into spawn. Because you have to commit 4 people at minimum if you're trying to make a play like that, right? Nats trades 1 for 1, knows exactly what's going on there. So they make the immediate call. We push into spawn and hold the ground there. The kills get traded out a little bit here and there, but all things considered, TL on top.
By the way, this is Yampy's mother and father, I believe. Okay, I just got an update on that. It's Yampy's father and
the twin coach's
mother. All right, got that right. I think at the end.
All right. Maybe we confused more people than we helped. It's really impossible to say. The good news is, family doesn't matter in Valorant. Because now they're sworn enemies on opposite sides.
Family always matters, man.
Trading
Have you learned nothing? Family always matters.
I haven't watched enough Fast and Furious. That's my bad.
Fair enough, fair enough. Oh. What's been a theme so far for Team Liquid, I feel, is the fact that they've always been able to gain site control, and the fights always happen on the post plant.
Yeah, for sure. I think what's happened a lot is it'll actually be CNED finding an early pick and then TPing back, whether it was when he was TPing onto site A and then getting spammed and killed or ulted and killed, or on B TPing off of the site. So I do think that even though TL have lost the first man in a lot of cases, you're right, they are actually getting the site relatively uncontested.
Ooh, might be a battle of ciphers here. Bit of sneaky positioning from Angel. Posted up fairly aggressively. They've got no idea. They probably smell each other at this point. Oh, who's that?
30 seconds left.
Someone nearby. Where is he?
No, he does smell him! Oh no!
The Hound of Angel has been able to be
And now he takes a big whiff and gets the location of everyone on the map.
Yeah, peeks up his ears. The
Hold
radar
on though.
comes out.
Angel can win this round 5v4. He's the only rifle. Now it's a 5v3.
Oh, wait a minute. It's all fathomable. And now they believe. Now there's a quick reassurance as this is very doable. Harmy, the new player of the team, tries to make it happen, but no, just too many players left. A bit too much to chew, and there you have it. That's Na'Vi on 5.
The Angel nose just too strong there for Na'Vi. I mean, what was that timing? They're both just standing in the same spot for 20+ seconds. And he's like, you know what? I should probably clear under me. Perfect. Nats is not looking at him. He gets the kill and just steals away that round. Looks like the economy fine for Team Liquid here, but yeah, that is rough. Gets the ultimate easily off of that one as well. I think the Viper Wall even set up here makes it much more simple on the retake. Actually, every single fight they took, it was 2 players minimum fighting just 1 player of Liquid. So I didn't quite see if there was maybe some mispositioning on site from Team Liquid. They were stuck in spots where they had to take their one. I know Na'Vi has been very good at using their utility to like flush you out of positions like slant over on B.
Insta-fault line orbital strike to try and catch out the player playing Heaven, but still doesn't catch a single thing. Zipan maybe being able to get forced out to the bottom side. So many of the Na'Vi players are stacked up towards this A site. Team Liquid are walking into a trap, but doesn't even matter. Harmy with a stinger, lesser of the weapons, still able to find kills. Redcar finding the avenge of his own teammate, but still, this is messy, so brawly. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi find themselves on the back foot, missing a site and missing most of their players.
It's got to be a fight there from CNED, but he falls to Nats. 3-on-1. Now, the Spike still has to make it into the site, so they have to be careful as they make this happen. So Sugetsu needs to be able to find a pick. But yeah, it's a perfect stun there just to get the Spike onto the site. Now they can plant, post up with 3 if they want, or Yumpy just takes the heckin' fight. On 1 HP, wins the round.
It seemed like the stars aligned for Na'Vi there. They had all of their players ready and wait, but still, when Team Liquid are able to win off the fights, the trays right at the end, be on the site, be able to take off the crucial kills instead of the rotates, that's where the difference happens.
Yeah, Fracture, a map where you can rotate very quickly, but they didn't actually get out of CT, so it's just sort of like 1 or 2 players on site that lost to the stinger of Harmy there. You gotta love that one coming on in. And a very nice little move, using the ultimates at the start just to gain control of Sands so they could work just straightforward W key. Not worry about getting swung or any of those pesky flashes popping out of the smoke on Rafter.
Timeout coming out from Na'Vi. It's actually a lot more scrappy than I thought this game would be. It's a very big back and forth between the 2 sides. Considering Na'Vi had a very good early start, right? They had a 3-0, they won their bonus. Things started to align for them, but Team Liquid punching back.
100%. I think Liquid, when you work with such a short ramp-up period, right? You have to bring in a sub, especially like in the duelist role. Like, it just makes sense that you have more of these like out-of-the-gate plays. You're either playing like really so like, hey, everyone, you know, sort of play for picks, like we saw a couple of rounds ago, or it's like Nats trying to find a timing, working down into underpass, or it is just sort of set plays with the breach and raise. And I don't think it's like that hard to implement. Like, when Fracture got implemented and then Fnatic back at Champs was like, okay, you concuss tower, raise double satchels from north side, that's the move. Okay, and then you can find some variations around that. And I think you see that with a lot of these north side plays, which has fallen away a little bit, I think, as teams, especially in EMEA, have switched over to playing more of like the double smokes. We've even dropped the breach in a lot of cases. TL have been playing with the Sky as opposed to the breach for a little while now. Which means there's a little bit more room to like work down from the south side when you're not focused on finding the best lines for the breach, which is definitely what we're seeing a little bit now. Is
focusing on the bottom end here, Na'Vi is definitely trying to see if they can find a pincer maneuver.
Oh, this is tough.
Portal closed.
But I don't think nobody's looking at Cena's position, and even if Nats turns around in time, he will get caught off. Rolling Thunder into the side, will be catching nobody. But Harmy, look how far he's been pushed over, but the paranoia is so damn good. Shao gets 2 before he drops, and that's the end of Team Liquid's attack.
There's just nothing you can do now. Both players scattered. Soulcast has to find something on his own. He won't have help, but there's two players there. Zipan takes him down, and now it's just one after another.
I feel like Yampi's going to give it a go. There's no reason why he wouldn't. Spike still up for grabs, even though Cena has just illustrated his position with the opening of the door, throwing a flash as well for good measure, giving him that 1v1, and it's Cena coming out on top 6 for Na'Vi, stapling at least a draw at halftime.
Yeah, Cena getting a little bit frisky with it there. Will secure the round, and that actually loses the ult out of Yampi too. I think one of the things that perhaps is missing when TL play these slower rounds is with the Fade in your comp, using the Prowlers early to watch for early pushes. They maybe could have had some more information. That's right, they pivoted into this play trying to crunch into Aim, but it's all slightly delayed because they're the ones getting aggressed upon. They'd actually pushed so far forward towards the spawn that the Breach ultimate didn't accomplish much of anything. That ends up being a bit costly for them.
There's so much ultimate availability here for Na'Vi as well. 4 in the bag. And definitely making the economy of their position quite shaky. Bulldogs, Guardians, it's quite an uncomfortable buy for them.
Does CNED have a shorty though? That's what I gotta know.
That do be the question.
For the ult into shorty little pop there.
Too shorty or not too shorty?
There you go. Well, the nade breaks the Cypher trip, so that's unfortunate there for Angel. Now some options to take up towards Heaven, but Yampi doesn't have the stun, so I think he used that very early in the round, about a minute to 50 seconds, when that'll be returning for him. Until then, not many moves you can make. Because apart from the stun on the refresh, it's just a flash for Yampi, so they have to take their time, and that's allowed Na'Vi to get in very nice positions, full control over A main. They're anticipating a B hit now.
I think they're going to try and take a stand here. No retake
There's
shenanigans.
the concuss ready for Yampi.
Face your fear!
Nightfall. Harmy not moving up on tower. Angel's going to stay there alone. Missed timing there. Zipan is able to catch him. Harmy's definitely going to be punching himself for that one, but Nat moves forward, misses a shot. Thankfully, Soulcast is there to retaliate, but the Paranoia's already come through from spawn. They need to account for that angle as well. Angel misses the shot. Yampi on the strings, being ultra effective. Doubles up as well. How is Team Liquid winning all of these fights?
I mean, Redgar with the lurk just into spawn, never going to be ready for CNED. It's CNED versus the world here. And TL get to retreat. Spike planted open for them. CNED theoretically could use the ultimate to try and clear out towards tower.
What's crucial about this, Nats and Soulcast are low. One bullet anywhere on the body should do it. Sneaking forward, Soulcast. Oh, the missed look there. If he just waited an extra millisecond, he could have been able to spot out Soulcast, but no, that's it. Team Liquid on 5, closing up the gap completely. And one round to differentiate the two teams as we are in the last round of the half.
I mean, it's just another situation where the initial hit gets botched a little bit. Harmy was out of cover when he's trying to double satchel into spawn off the Yampi concuss, because that was the pivot. Right, there's a Viper ult on site. Let's push into spawn. TL called a lot of these sort of on-the-fly moves where, you know, whether it was the north side crunch or the Viper ult there, they're trying to work into spawn, which I do like a lot. But it's after that, that's where it works out for them. The second, third players into sight, showing up in a big way. Now again, 3-2 split over towards the B site.
Bit of a camera exchange over in B main. Both Cypher cams taken down. But when you look on the other side, Arcade, there's a lot of focus on trying to clear out tower.
Yeah.
Harmy pushing through this time around, not even able to use a showstopper, but he might have been able to build space for his team to move in right after him. That was the goal after all, but so he gets still in position, hasn't been challenged yet. It's going to have to be a spray down from Redgar to take him out of that. CNED on the flank.
Sees two. And Xiao's behind him, so he can try to pop in from the opposite side or flash his teammate in.
And he finds himself into the site, super crucial. Does manage to destabilize the Team Liquid position, no longer being in contact with each other to help each other out. Orbital strike, Yampi there to survive, but no TP coming out. He's coming in through spawn.
I really think CNED could have tried to flash Xiao in, but they're trying to do this super lane lurk.
All of a sudden I thought Zipan was on the cross to stop it, but it comes down to CNED through the smoke to end up with a kill. Yampi and Redgar bringing things right back, and it's down to Xiao.
Spike planted.
This is incredibly messy, but I've got an inkling that they have no idea where Xiao is coming from. Slowly, Redgar will look in this direction, and that is Yampi with a coup de grace. But 6-6 at halftime. This is so even.
Switching sides.
I swear, it just, everyone's dying in smokes. I don't even understand it. It's crazy there. Obviously, clearing out the site with the breach will give him a much better chance, but every kill on the entry got traded out by some miracle, right? Yompi always behind Harmy to trade out that initial kill. Then when whichever second player was on Na'Vi got the kill, there's just a spam through a box coming out from Redgar, so that instantly goes even. There's so many kills that like just don't seem realistic to secure that both sides have been getting. I mean, Na'Vi have gotten their fair share whenever the hits are coming in.
Look, I feel like coming into this match, there were a lot of things that we couldn't really anticipate. Even though we're familiar with the squads, Harmy coming in, destabilizing the situation within the roster. When it comes to expectations, where are you at right now, Ender? Because for me, this is quite a destabilized match. Both of the teams clashing and trying to punish their opposition at where it hurts most.
I think it's stabilized, and it's entirely due to the support here behind Harmy.
I see.
Because like, and no flame to Harmy, like it's hard to incorporate this quickly, but the entries he's been getting beaten on, right? They have not been going his way. But the fact is, anytime he does go in, they're always behind him, apart from like the first 2 rounds, I think, where he was extended forward and the trades didn't immediately come on through. Like, Yompi has just been the GOAT in terms of getting those response kills for TL, and it's really been able to equalize a lot for them.
Definitely valiant efforts here. We've seen a lot of fights and a lot of kills through smokes, that too. I think if we compile them together, we'd be already in the double digits. If you put them all together, of course.
It's like, I want to know the average of like spam kills per round this
I feel like Fracture is a map that you see it a lot of.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially over towards the B site. It's just so, there's so little cover on the site, and it's so hard to actually cross. If you go for the super safe plant on slant, then you're just getting destroyed by utility. We saw that happen to a couple of TL players that were hiding in that position. And all in all, I think Na'Vi, I liked some of their retaking utility that we saw earlier in the half. After the first few rounds, though, I think it was just like gunfight after gunfight. Not quite as much finesse in terms of what we were actually seeing on our screen. It was just a brawl.
Absolute brawl. Absolute gunfight after gunfight, but now we're entering a different frontier, switching of the sides, right? We saw Yoro on defense, the flanks, now we'll be potentially having a look at him on the attack. Now with a fade, where does that strength come in now with that little switch up?
I mean, it comes with the robbing of your eardrums of the fade to do some fun things with the TP, whether it's the Prowlers catching you or the ultimate a little bit later on. Seizes too. I think we haven't seen a ton of these set plays. We've seen a couple when he tries to get like down onto side on A, or maybe even TP up towards tower, but a lot of the times it's used as a repositioning tool later in the rounds, especially when they play a little bit slower like this.
Na'Vi positioning left-hand side, looking to creep core under the tunnel. Close contact. TP definitely heard by Redgar, relaying the info over to his teammates, but they do not move, they do not budge, stick to their positions. Xiao is so close, knowing of Nat's position. Xiao able to find first blood, unaware that he was so darn close. Nats also shut down early, and Na'Vi find themselves a clean B side.
That is just a gorgeous take right there. Relies so much on Xiao actually winning that fight up towards heaven, but after that, everything picture perfect on that one.
I'm not quite sure if they know that Angel is so close, but even then, they know there's fights. They know that Na'Vi are willing to take that.
It doesn't actually matter because Navi's actually given up that position. They have the numbers advantage, so they're now playing with one another. If anything's gonna pay off, it's gonna be maybe like this late second player if the spacing gets a little bit awkward here, where you're not anticipating the 2.
But that's why Na'Vi are playing tower, right? That means they're no longer, taking it back by a potential flank from CT, covering the flank of Arcade, and there you have it. The crossfires are just on point and in line to close this one out. Na'Vi, 2 for 2 for pistols.
Really nice. But this is sort of what I talked about, or what I was talking about earlier, with the breach and raise becomes like very easy to play up towards tower. The utility, pretty simple to implement. You can double satchel up there. Without the raise, without the breach to do that, you have to be a little bit more creative. So using the molly, of course, to force them slightly off the angle, then pushing into it before it goes down is clever, while the rest of the team primarily is going down on the ground. Now, this falls apart if your tower player loses that fight, isn't catching them by surprise on the timing and is losing out there, because then you have to, the players that are working on the ground on the site have to worry about multiple positions and tower, spawn, all these things as a possibility.
Coordination of macro and micro. Beautifully displayed. Now, Team Liquid, of course, with pistols, can't expect all that much, but Overall, see a bit of a stack towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, and again, because you're not running the Brimstone, you don't have the 3 smokes onto a site. You do need these lineups on the Viper. So nicely done there. Grenade just try and stall. Oh no!
A finisher. I believe Cened had a Bulldog, right?
He did, yes.
So it could be in the corner where Yampi could collect it, but he's too afraid that he's in the crossfire of Shao. So ends up sticking to the corner instead. They've held them back, and that has caused rotations for the rest of the Team Liquid players.
This is tough. Now as the smokes go down, I think you could potentially go grab that rifle. I swear he had it. I don't think your eyes are playing tricks on you. Yeah, pinged.
Yeah,
there we
pinged.
go.
Yeah, thank you.
Validation. That's all we need.
But now the double back comes through from Na'Vi. And,
yeah, they were really hoping there was going to be another like flank player from
the
B
double
TL.
back.
Yeah, but see the potential weakness with this now is like it relies a lot on Angel finding this timing rather. Angel only has the ghost, so not too much risk there. But
yeah,
there's 2 players on dish. He has to clear out.
This is actually
to make
best case scenario for Team Liquid.
Oh, this timing is so good for Angel.
Ooh.
And it was with the fade eyeball, too, that they're able to make it happen.
Harminats are able to hold on, though, and it's down to timing. They have to get onto the side quickly, but it comes down to the fights. It's Team Liquid on top with the pistols. Incredible.
Oh, no. The initial kill there, it's all set up from Yampi's ghost again. So Yampi, I believe, concusses this, is spamming the box.
Oh, beautiful.
See, he gets concussed and is spammed by the ghost. And then he TPs into the ghost. Yampi is just the pistol god. Like, normally I'd be like, oh, you're going for the ghost over the sheriff. Really? No. I trust Yampi in that one every single time.
And for anybody that has just joined, the reason why the person in the Na'Vi t-shirt is screaming is because it's a meal and they've switched through their t-shirts.
They're trolling everyone.
Yeah.
Because they appreciate a good joke.
Imagine if they've ever done that in Prac, you know, just showed up on the different teams' Prac.
I'm not sure, that just benefit and hurt both of them? I don't know.
Probably.
Bit goofy. I can get behind it, though. Okay, so 2 rifles for Na'Vi here.
Possible content.
Sure, why not? Might as well. Okay, so Prowler was just used in A main. Out of TL on the defense. Angel finds a fantastic timing, and this side's just going to be open. They know a couple of players are probably playing towards A because the Prowler was broken. They have control over tower, so they're just cautiously walking out here, hoping they don't get spammed. But how good's the util going to be to try and clear this? Yeah, exactly. You have the C4. Do you have a concuss? No, Yampi doesn't have it, but they have the spam. Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
And that's why you can't plant there.
That's a good incendiary. Buys them a little bit more time, but they have to move in quickly. For Edgar to lead the charge here. Looking for a spray shot into the smoke to potentially give him a free kill. Sokar's moving out of his own shadow, and there you have it. Slowly but surely, Team Liquid are able to lock down Na'Vi players left and right. It's Shao that tries with the Sheriff as much as he can, but the end to that is this round. 8-7, Team Liquid find the lead.
Super solid retake out of TL. Yeah, they lose the player towards tower. They have to full give up the site. But after that, from the C4 on the planter to the spam communicated in, the Brimstone Molly up towards heaven too, which allows you to scale onto the site, right? You can't get swung up from tower, so you're actually able to get in this position where Harmy's just getting a goofy little kill there with the nade. Not the nade, the blast pack, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. Satchel, as many like to call it.
Sure, there you go.
Yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
Unless it sinks. I don't know where I'm going with that one.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's floating your boat, it's probably not sinking it. Maybe I'll leave the idioms to me today.
Yeah, definitely.
You can be my little idiot.
How do I react to it? I'd say thank you. Anyway, let's jump into it. I'm always the idiot in this duo. You're the smart one. Everybody knows it. Anyway, Nats on site, already taken down. Site B, fully under control of Na'Vi already. Team Liquid looking for the retake. I'm looking to what they have available. They've only got one flash. No, yeah, only one flash for Yampi. Still smokes for Edgar. This is actually a difficult retake considering the util they do not have.
Yeah, the 2 players down towards stairs, though, could be big. Watch the reflank down sewers. I think it's Sugetsu that's been able to go into underpass here.
Ooh, sneaky, man.
Oh, that's tough. The smoke actually giving a little walkway for the defenders to get back up ramp, but they hear everything that's going on.
Yeah, but not Sugetsu. He's tiptoeing his way behind, and he'll be able to find impact slowly Soulcast moving forwards, shutting down Angel, but there you have it. That's who he gets to, finding his way to the back line, and just off of the back of that, the rest of the team peaks, and that's the end of this story. 8-8, Na'Vi want to keep things close.
Yeah, the wrap down underneath just guarantees the round there for Sugetsu. I think anticipating some of these flanks. It's the second round we've seen it from Team Liquid, with the early Prowlers and A main control TL are playing for as well. Very crucial that Na'Vi are aware. And I like the idea of, instead of just trying to fight it right off the bat, have someone hard holding the angle, you're trying to catch them on a bad timing when they're actually fully committed into this flank, not giving those players any way out. It looks very pretty on them to shut that down completely. And I think Team Liquid are gonna have a new idea of how they want to attack if they do end up wanting to go for the flanks. They're gonna have to, I mean, commit eyes down there, commit a Prowler down into underpass perhaps. But this is where I ask the question.
Yes.
You call a timeout, but these are twins, right? And everyone knows that twins are telepathic, right? They know what they're thinking. So can you actually tell your teammates anything? Because then your brother hears it, ML says something and Doombros is like, no, I know exactly what he's thinking. This is what they're doing.
Do they just five-head and think the opposite of what they want to do? And the other twin reads it, and I don't know, man.
Right.
That's
or
like
you
4D chess
think
right now.
one thing, you say the other. Yeah.
I feel like
Star Trek chess.
That's a completely different dimension of the game. Just adds a different element.
Yeah, yeah.
Telepathy. Who would have thought?
Well, I mean, maybe that's the questions we have to ask in the interview. Because who's prepared for, I thought it was the Redgar up for a second. He traded it over to Harvey. I was like, whoa.
Wait a minute.
Oh boy. Actually, Soulcast must have bought that and then they juggled it around. So Soulcast is a very sad boy.
Yeah, I want to see where
Just
Harmy
the
positions
Sheriff.
for this. He's going to try and see if anybody pushes through Arcade, but no, it's Angel. First blood to his name. Soulcast's going to have to get forced out of that position. Ooh, that's going to reveal where everybody is.
Yeah, and they actually hear the Sheriff shot too, I believe, so not too concerned about this side hit. Looks like TL want to play it more quickly though, but there's getting, again, shot through smokes, it looks like.
Trying to see what Team Liquid have got going for them, and it's not much. Yeah, you can see that they're gonna have to force out of this one.
It's safe.
Yeah, just hide away, save the guns. They've invested into a lot, so losing it is quite detrimental.
Yeah, I think the tough thing when you're putting like arrays on op on this map, for example, is that it's harder to make like the early aggressive plays on defense unless you're using your like big heavy util hitters in terms of like Yumpy playing off his own utility with Soulcast behind him over towards Dash, which I don't necessarily hate. Breach is not the worst at playing off his own stuff, just like the Concuss can just hit that, swing the corner, but at the end of the day, you don't have that same sort of like, oh, we have the paint shells to fight, so we don't even have to PQ, or we have the ability to double satchel in and instantly play off that. No, that's not going to be quite there for them. So they need Harmy to be gambling correctly on which angle he's holding, which is an impossible ask. You just have to have the reads on your opponent. So maybe TL can do some help there. Good news for Liquid now. 3 players with the big ults, Yumpy, Redgar, Harmy, just 1 point away from those. They only have the 3 rifles they saved from the last, but this is a very doable round. Yumpy has been insane on the pistols, just won 2 rounds straight up for his team. Could be possible if he gets the Rolling Thunder online with the kill here as well.
Can't afford to lose too many
And he gets
simultaneously.
right.
Yeah,
Perfect.
very nicely done. Can they keep up with this advantage though? They can, Redgar. They've only got 3 rifles and they've made 2 of them work thus far. Na'Vi, big deficit already.
And TL, relax here. You get your 2 kills, shrink back onto the side. No reason to give early fights. The more time you bleed out from your opponent's clock, the better.
Questions in their head.
I actually really like this idea from them too, sort of re-aggressing on the north side. If this ends up being a B hit, that could potentially be a double flank for them too. Always making sure they're in positions where they can sort of hold hands. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have to group up with 3 towards the north side. But with the setup from TL, you've got 2 kill trips on site, a camera too, that Nats can tap into or even save for the retake.
Charles going to look behind at the same time where there's going to peek of a Yumpy and Redgar here.
Yeah, so at the second the camera gets broken, here comes the double flank. Perfection. Soulcast can still potentially scout into A main a little bit later if he wants, but they know it's going to be the B hit now.
Nats knows he's got a crucial position to hold, but he also knows his life is as crucial as anything.
Sorry, can we go back to that tripwire?
Gap through the smoke.
On my wire.
Nats could play with it.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but it's Yumpy instead, already on the flank. Rolling Thunder, deny the spike plant. No, it doesn't even do that, but I think the story's already been told. Already. pinched in, nothing they can do. It's a clean pincer. And just like that, Team Liquid collapse upon them. They haven't dropped a single player, and considering they only have 3 out of the 5 rifles available.
I mean, just the opening frags right there. Harmy, Redguard, doing it well. The mid-round calling from Team Liquid has been solid as well. Bit of a gamble taking that fight when you're on the lower buy, right? Just the 3 rifles, you take those opening gambits. All of a sudden, very winnable for them.
Ooh, Angel frustrated.
I mean, you consider how many rounds Team Liquid have won from being at sort of an economic deficit. That one not bad by any stretch of the imagination with 3 rifles, but that has got to sting just a little bit. How Na'Vi have been unable to find the trades, whether it was the jiggle peek over towards Dish or, you know, just the fight in main from CNED where, yeah, it's a really tight angle. You're not going to be able to trade that one out, but just a tough spot to be in. Oh no, who spilled water?
No.
Who spilled water?
Are they really? I
That's
think,
for sure what happened.
That's definitely what happened.
He had to bring out the nappies. Think they have that in Premiere? I don't think so. No tech pauses.
That definitely happens in Premiere. But whether you can
just have to fight through it.
You're just gonna fight through it, man.
It's like, guys, my W key stopped working. I'm gonna play anti-flash the rest of the game. Turn around, hold S into the site. But I'm sure they'll get it sorted in a moment. And it was confirmed.
It was confirmed.
It's a water
Great guess.
This is why pro players need sippy cups.
True.
Yeah.
Truth. Basically, you're stating that pro players are little children that need help.
Look, I don't often reference League of Legends when I cast. You know, it's pretty cringe.
This is your one.
But because we already did it earlier today, I have to say, they've had sippy cups before. So all I'm saying is that, look, you have a couple of years. Oh no,
we got the replay of the spill.
Oh no.
Oh no! Disaster has struck.
I mean, everyone knows you got to keep the corners of your mouth tight there. That's just a hazard.
But I feel like he grabbed the cup too hard. He pinched it too hard and it just broke the cap.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely got a drinking problem.
He's too strong. I think that's the problem.
Too strong.
Drinking problem, yeah. Fair. I see you.
Could be either way.
Could be either way. Seems that things have dried up and we'll be getting
Look, as long as it helps the gameplay, you know, who am I to...
Truth. All right, back into the game. I think this is kind of important to reiterate, right? Okay, albeit the memes, the bro-mance. I don't know. It's not really bromance. The bromance between the 2 bros of the coaches. It's a competition. It's a competition, but they still love themselves. I'm trying to make it make sense of it.
Do you want to unpack this?
I want to unpack it.
Oh, perfect. The game.
Thank you. All right, back into the game. Don't need to unpack that anymore. Yes. It's an important match because this could tie second, third place. It could decide it all.
Number 2, number 3 teams right here. And, I mean, Na'Vi just walked in to the crosshairs of Team TL in the last round, lost their initial fights. TLF love to fight over A main control. You know what? I love having Breach back on Fracture. I've missed it a little bit. So good on the defense and just locking down that area of the site. They've been sort of ping-ponging whether it's him or the Fade. And I'm getting a little bit nervous. Because yesterday, you'll all know that we lost our monitor for a quick second. We just had it happen again, so just a warning in advance. If we start saying things like, wow, they're playing with such grit here, and you just think we're talking absolute nonsense.
Or if you go dead silent and let the game speak for itself. It's because we can't see what's going on.
Here we go, some scouting. Does he go sight? Yeah.
Showstopper for
It's
Harmy.
like, guys, there's an ult in heaven. Get out of here.
Oh, could be good timing with the paranoia because Cena's able to TP right behind them. Nicely timed. And now he's got full control of the site. Angel delivering on his own fight. Some Team Liquid are already well, they're phased by it, very much so. It's Yampy, though, trying to go right back after Angel. I don't think Angel has any ideas right behind him. So Cosman's his own fade, and we're already back to even. 3 versus 3. Spike going down. And then with the Nightfall falling, Team Liquid have to subside for a little bit. Flash coming through. Should we get to the deal with 2? But it's Yampy to win out on the fight. It's a topsy-turvy. Team Liquid back on top.
Yeah, Xiao's trying to sprint over to Zip, and actually no, deciding to take the ones instead. No ears in play, but he's taking the fight.
They know where Xiao is. Yampy's able to find him, but now with Zipan's revealed position and with a fault line available, not quite hit. No, it actually is successful. Zipan, he knows of the bait. Yampy going forward. Does he even know of it? Zipan is the one to come out on top with 7 points of health to spare. It's Na'Vi first to double digits.
These rounds are just pure chaos, man. Like, what is going on? Na'Vi find 2 opening kills. They're aware again, Team Liquid are just activating on these spawn flanks over and over again. Here it ends up getting traded out at the end, but now we get to see some of the POVs of how it actually all played out. Zipan living on just 7 HP at the bitter end of it all. And it comes down to the initial hit was really nice, using CNED's ultimate to clear away from tower, the paranoia too, like you called in the moment. Just to make sure, I mean, Harmy, it takes forever to pull out a rifle afterwards. He tried to switch into the shorty. It's a little bit faster, but didn't even matter because he didn't quite have the sight line. Now, wait a second. CNED does see this angle with the camera.
Ooh, good timing of the swing.
Wow.
And gets out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Yompi's holding the concuss out the entire time because he has a trip to cover off A main and the camera to watch Dish, so nice defensive position.
And you can't anti-flash a stun.
This is true.
Yampi locked on sight here. Snake bite, falling position, not allowing him to drop back. Has to play very close, which is always disadvantageous. Flash coming through, push forwards from Angel, ends up dropping. Yampi is still alive, and he's got another flash. Zipan pre-fires it, does eliminate the player eventually. Viper's Pit dropped to get the spike down, but it's still so close.
It's another flank, using this ultimate to try and stall the plant, but it still goes down.
Very smart positioned.
2 players into main, but it's an operator in sand from Harmy. He has the nades to try and clear out some space, but he's not gonna have a fight. It's gonna all come down to Soulcast and Redgar.
Shows, well, these paint shots need to be very accurate. Coming off of the back of the Prowler to find Zipan. Spray coming for Zipan, it's so low! Oh, and eventually the paint shots do the job. So much splash damage that he ends up dropping still. So he gets to his low, Shower alone, very healthy, but Soulcast is being burnt alive, still able to chime some bullets through, but it's Shower to come out on top to give Na'Vi the dub. Oh, 1 player remaining, and the round for Na'Vi.
The responses I'm seeing from these teams, TL calls a timeout. So good there. Na'Vi losing initially the player to the concuss setup from TL, but then realizing, okay, this breach is isolated on site, so all the util comes out. It's a miracle that Yompi's gets 1 in this position. He's been having a phenomenal game. I have to give him credit on that. Okay, the second player just kills him while flash too, so I guess you gotta respect that. And then after that too, there was a really nice play, because I thought Harmy was gonna have like no impact of the round other than a random paint shell. But it was actually he threw the paint shell following a Prowler that had spotted the player on top site. So that's where that was in with the spam too. And I thought that may have been enough to give TL the edge, but playing around inside of the smokes of that Viper's Pit, it is still ultimately Na'Vi that come out on top.
I feel like this is where some frustration might start to kick in, because you get so close so often, but it's still Na'Vi starting to build momentum, start to streak rounds together. And Team Liquid need to cool off a bit. They're close every single time.
Yeah, well, TL have really liked putting Harmy in the op position, which I think makes some amount of sense, right? You know, you don't have to coordinate with him as much as you would with, you know, a player that's been with your team a little bit longer. But I have to feel like these flanks maybe not paying off for them quite as much. The operator, no armor, is in play once again as Redgar buys that for Harmy. And it's still going to be maybe an aggressive piece towards the north side. I'm a bit confused with his initial setup. I think Harmy's going to be holding stairs while the Prowler is used by Soulcast to spot out any early arcade shenanigans.
Where are you?
Same spot from Yampi as before. Camera in a new position, but still there to see a player that comes up here onto Dish.
Early push from Team Liquid here on arcade. Red Gut posting up. We know that Na'Vi are wary of some shenanigans such as this, but still a trade.
Yeah, Na'Vi are just so ready for it. This is the first time it really comes in on the north side early in a round.
Ooh, Nat sticking around, actually.
Reaggress. Nats is so good at finding timings like this. Unfortunately, the shot's not there.
He's been unfortunate this game. 6 and 15 is his score currently. Not really finding success, even though he's got the right ideas.
This is such a timeout diff for TL. I love what they're doing, but instantly speeding up from Na'Vi. They know they're split up.
Oh, Harmy has to do so much. He's a solo defender of the site. He does have reinforcements from Redgar, but Paranoia thrown at him. Redgar's got to do the heavy lifting, and he does just that! Team Liquid being put right back in the fight. They get double digits.
They get it. They get it. Within one now for them, and I have to say that has to be Emil coming in, calls the timeout, and instantly you see a stylistic difference in TL. Yeah, they go for the north side push a little bit earlier in the round this time, looking to take a fight. That goes 1-for-1. But then multiple instances of solo players taking a shot in the mid round, whether it's this underpass move. Nats also looked for the late fight into Dish. No utility there to back them up, but that's the idea of trying to catch Na'Vi while they're sleeping at the wheel just a little bit. On their potential weaker sides of the map, as solo players have been lurking around a bit from them.
Bit of a revelation there early on Arcade, trying to figure out if Team Liquid are going to go for the same thing 2 times in a row.
So Zipan has the ultimate now, and this is where we could see some creativity with CNED teleporting into the site. Even the Omen can get up to some funny business. But they really were hoping to find some sort of early fight, scout out, see if there's going to be anything going down on the flanks, which so far there isn't, and the setup isn't really there for TL. I think most of the flanks have been with either the breach or the fade, so seeing some prowlers on that side could be big. Now no smokes. That is tough.
And Harmy wasn't able to retaliate either, untraded. But scratch that thought, because he's able to scramble out with one himself.
So it'll end up being a reposition into A now for Na'Vi. They still have the Fatal to hit the site. That'll really inform them of where Yampi's been playing. He's just loved being this anchor on A. But then coming in from the north side with CNED, can use the clone to break that one. Just one off the ultimate now.
30 seconds left.
Fault line coming in right as the Nightfall gets activated.
The
After shot to
TP's
delay.
going to take him top side into the corner there of the stairs.
And he does just that, but Yampi anticipates it, so smart. Gets the Rolling Thunder in time, but he falls before it's enabled. 3v3, 15 seconds, they've got to act quickly. They can't cross the site. The crossfire is being covered, but the smoke covers it, but there's a bit of a gap. Nats is able to peek through it, delivering, so he gets it within it, stopping the push. Harmy alone, operator, less than optimal weaponry, but picks up a Vandal, but that reveals where he is. In for relay, pushing a bit further. Smoke depletes, and Zipan takes the action. 12 to the rounds, and one more remaining for them to close Fracture out.
Sugetsu, man, with the push into the smoke right there. Absolutely fantastic. It was going down to the wire. So little the time to work with, especially when Yampi finds this. But the follow-up kills are there, and then this, just seeing barrels stepping into the smoke. Not afraid to take a chance. And that's something we've seen from Na'Vi, these players peeking forward, pushing into their own utility. Taking the advantage in the post plants. It's been a slight edge for them, it's now a fight.
A dry peek. It doesn't end up costing either side.
It's crazy
it got
though.
Scary, man.
It's crazy though, because again, if there's no contact there, I think they just keep on walking. They go for something. Now look at this again, late mid-round really aggressive. It's going to be on the north side. Harmy's walking with an operator while the rest of the team is pushing down into Arcade.
PTP right back.
Yeah, but they may force him back into the operator crosshair. Check this out, yeah, easy kill for Harmy.
They've just switched up positions. Who's attacking? Who's defending? I have no idea. Rolling Thunder coming through. Not yet. Waiting to the optimal time to use it.
Now they're going to come in with the rest of the team. The rotations are through.
It catches 3, and now they're going to start moving in. On the 1 minute mark. Not even any pressure when it comes to the time, but they're still pushing up quickly. CNED, how is he still alive in this all crucial position? He's surrounded by players.
40 seconds now on the clock. Waiting for a smoke. Xiao just got the smoke, so here it goes.
Team Liquid have allowed Na'Vi to just waltz in like this, but they can simultaneously swing. It's a Guardian double kill from Nat. Soulcast putting his pistol to the test as well. It's down to Suigetsu. If they want to close out the map right here, right now, avoid any possibility of overtime, this is where it happens.
Harmy has ultimate. Harmy just send the ultimate on Spike Tap and the round is over.
Not much time. Taps it once, faked. Showstopper to his position. Suigetsu needs to read it quickly, and that's Harmy delivering the finishing blow. Team Liquid looking to square things up, looking to take this to OT.
You might scoff at it a little bit, 2 versus 1, but I'm always here for using the ult to secure the round. Keeps Team Liquid alive. And now Na'Vi with a chance for Doombros to come in. Have some reads against what TL are doing, because that was nice, what they did with that late push on the north side. And Doombros surely has read this, surely has figured it out. And what does this mean for Na'Vi? It means either you're acting more quickly or you can't leave solo players in the mid-rounds, right? Multiple times now, there's been one person playing on the north side getting caught out or walking down underpass getting caught. And that wasn't a problem for them previously. I think largely you can send solo players to get some stuff done on this map. But with the way Team Liquid have pivoted after their timeout that Emil called a couple of rounds ago, it has been really nice from TL. And I think that Na'Vi, if they can realize, hey, there's a lot of heavy early play. What do TL go for? It's either an A main with 2 or 3 players, it's arcade, or it's B main. Okay, if we can scout that out with our own fade, remember they took out the KO, they have the fade, they can use the prowess to see the early push, and then instantly pivot to the other side. TL have been comfy giving up sites completely to play on a strong side of the map. And they just have to be able to move quickly into that weak side with Na'Vi and then win out in the post.
Final attempts at motivation here. Orbital strike, crucial for Redguard. A well-placed one could be round-changing.
The fight will be over A main and see where Angel is. He'll hear any utility thrown out there from TL and is actually playing aggressively to maybe fight off his own trip. Or if they're running at him, he can just hit the zip line and escape towards the north side. But this is what I was talking about. Site completely open, just the Cypher trips. And that's gonna try to spam off.
What a trip! What a trip! Anticipating the TP.
That's crazy.
Brilliant. And CNET is no more. Such a difference making so many of these rounds. Soulcast on the rotate. Nats is there to see him. They both draw back from it. Know that there's too much to risk.
Yeah, it's the rare solo push from TL on the flanks. They give that one up immediately. If you have 2 players,
Nice
they're
time.
instantly sprinting on it.
Looking to spray down on Zipan. Orbital strike doesn't catch anyone.
Ooh. Lost a moment there on the reload to spam the players escaping, but they're so good. Look at this utility on the retake.
They throw it
nowhere
early.
to hide.
But the thing is, it doesn't catch anyone off guard. Shao trying to push through. Prowl's in this direction. He's in the smoke. But it's Yampi with a shorty. Shorty madness. Could be the last round, but no. Angel picking up a kill. Zipan through the smokes. They can spray through the smokes. They've got the line of fire. That's all they need to do. Redguard touching it again. Coming off of it and getting another kill. It's still close. Can this team hold his back? It's who he gets to with a triple, but it's all by himself against Yampi. It's all the mind game. Yampi not sticking it. It's all a mind game. That's who we get to as Red. Na'Vi closing out this map. And in what a fashion. It couldn't have been closer than this.
To get, oh man, so clutch out of him. A couple of rounds there. There's a smoke push right there at the very end. Just Giga Chad not swinging on that last tap when it got into the 1 versus 1, not even giving him a shot there to take that early fight. And I mean, all things considered, so close. What you'd expect from our 2 and 3 teams, and this is TL playing with a sub. They just barely get beat out by Na'Vi.
Props to Team Liquid for bringing things so close, especially with a sub, but that got Na'Vi sweating, that's for sure. So I'm sure we'll be seeing another banger later on in Bind, but for now, take a chill pill. We'll be back very soon.
Nice, guys. So good. Good job! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Woo! Bravo, Zipan. Сука, блядь!
gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Na'Vi solidified their position with the first win on their own map pick, Fracture. But my oh my, did it go down to the wire because overtime was in play. That was a pretty pop-off match, exactly what we expected.
I didn't expect it to be as close, considering the situation for Liquid, not having Safe on the team and having Harmy in. Yeah. I said I wanted to see a good attacking side from Liquid, and I'm pretty happy that I got it. 6-all at halftime, really good showing from them, and it felt that they had a really good reading onto what Na'Vi were trying to do on this map.
Absolutely, and you know what? I'm still looking for a really, really convincing Na'Vi win. I'll be honest with you, I'm still missing that overall on the board. Seeing right here, though, it is sad. It is heartbreaking, kind of, that Team Liquid actually got that one snatched out of their hands when they were playing so good, even without Safe. I would even go that far and say Liquid would have taken this series if they would have played with their usual lineup, and even though they have still played a great game right here.
I mean, that would have been a different universe. And it's not the universe that we're currently in, because right now we're where Na'Vi won 13-11. A couple of hiccups on the way. It didn't feel as smoothly as maybe we wanted it to be.
No, not when you consider the fact that Na'Vi won both pistols too. Like, they should have had a good springboard over this, but we saw some really good thrifties from both sides in the end. But I think Liquid went into this map trying to play a lot faster. They see and know and expect to come from Na'Vi, which is a whole nother topic in itself. They know that they don't play a breach. It allows Team Liquid on the attack to play a lot faster, and it's just a pace that Na'Vi can't really shut down in a lot of times. A lot of those A executes on the side of Liquid were really tough, and there wasn't really too much of a response from Na'Vi until individual clutches came in.
True, but I would say at the same time, it was not just only rough pushing on the attacking side for Liquid. There were also good mid-round calls, and we saw with 40 seconds, they've swapped sides again. But here it got a little tricky. Here it got a little interesting, because things were looking so possible and so doable, and in the end, it is a 1 versus 1. And I think this is something we really need to emphasize, particularly about this second half. It was not a convincing Na'Vi. It was not like those rounds, yeah, easy execute, we get ourselves 5 people on the side, we're coming out with 5 people. That didn't happen. It was insanely close from the Na'Vi side of things. Liquid pushed them quite far. Yeah. There's so many moments that I could think of right now where I thought, like, okay, this could have turned the other way instantly.
Yeah, there are also a lot of moments where both of the coaches were like, oh, what is going on? Because the games were so incredibly close. And as you mentioned yourself as well, Ryan, it was those individual pop-up performances, rather. Are they still swapped shirts?
They're still swapped shirts.
They're like polar opposites in terms of reaction.
So it looks like Doombrush is cheering a lot, but it's actually Team Liquid winning a lot of those rounds in the end. Now it seems to be Na'Vi that are on top looking at some of the reactions, but it really did feel like, I think in the battle of the coaches, I do think that Emil won this one.
You know what's the worst about those two? The matter of fact that they even have the same haircut. You cannot
They did that on purpose.
They 100% did that on purpose. They have the same barber for sure. But yeah, valid point. I think it really seemed like at the end of the day, Emil was seeming. You know, when we talk about expectations, right? We would absolutely say this is a Na'Vi pick. This is a Na'Vi full roster. This is a Na'Vi actually looking good on the map. And I fully agree with what you said right there. Emil seemed to be absolutely on top of the game on finding a good adaptation to the Na'Vi with the resources he has.
Yeah, it did feel like potentially Na'Vi was really easy to read this time around. They had individual performances as well, pop-off plays from Xiao, for example. Had a great game, and those individual performances, again, coming in to secure some very crucial rounds that could have swung completely the way of TL.
For sure. Like, I feel like if Xiao's not in this kind of form, it really does go Liquid's way, and it could have been a lot more dominant for them in the end. Just rounds like this, I think this was off the back of the breach ult being used on the attack, that Xiao's been able to hold his ground and face up against such an attack-facing team. Yeah. It was those kind of moments that as soon as things start to go a little bit iffy, they start to rely on Xiao and Soigetsu to win out some clutches, like in the second to last round. Yeah. Those were the moments where Na'Vi were comfortably winning. But when it came to the macro, the big picture kind of play, I think that's where Liquid looked like the better team. And most concerningly, Na'Vi looked the same as they did last time, which is not really anything that we've ever said about Na'Vi. It's like they've never looked readable, but it seemed that Liquid had a really good read on what they were trying to do with their comp, with their playstyle, and most certainly with like the Yoru from CNED as well.
Yeah.
No, I mean, most importantly, they've done a change again about predictability, right? Change is a big word, but they've obviously went back to the Fade, and it didn't feel... It felt like there were great reveals that we've seen again, right? Where you absolutely had an easy retake simply due to that. But I still felt like it was not, as you've mentioned, this big change that caught Liquid off guard. And maybe this is something Na'Vi is going for right now. Instead of always swapping around and being a surprise factor, actually saying we're sticking to one composition or some core of a composition, hardly change anything up, and perfection that part.
Yeah, and also the fact that Harmy is on TL. I mean, I know you're a very big fan. Yeah, okay.
Give me that guy.
I know a lot of people in the crowd are a very big fan as well, but it felt like the start for Harmy was a little slow, but once he found his pacing, he was there.
Yeah, his attack side wasn't good. I'll be brutally honest. The man was overall involved in 7 entry duels, won 1 out of 7 on the attacking side. That looked miserable. But when we swap sides, he has been performing significantly better. The operator was put onto him, making things a little bit more simple, and he was actually hitting some good shots, some classic entry, some good aggression. And also, he seemed to become more comfortable. The first half, he seemed shaky. He was doing weird central plays. He couldn't really entry onto the side, but it became better round after round after round. The pressure of the Coliseum, the people all cheering for Harmy, that's something you first need to soak in and really need to process it and be like, yeah, now it's better.
You really start to thrive towards the end.
Yeah,
that's crazy considering like we've obviously have a lot of substitutes coming in, but that kind of performance from somebody that's not even really played at that competitive level at all is staggering. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, and one of the players that we highlighted from Na'Vi was CNET, specifically saying that that's one of the players that has had pop-off performances consistently on both a national and an international level. But bringing in Harmy, yeah, I know you want to jump in.
Harmy's better than CNET, period.
Yeah, but Harmy's also better than Nats. Nats are the worst ACS than both of them. So
I don't care.
Harmy on top?
Harmy's the best player in the league, period.
It was funny because the players that we highlighted of CNET and Nats before the show were the ones that were sort of like really disappointing overall. But it was good to see the rest of the team really sort of build up into it, and especially Harmy coming in on a difficult role and filling Safe's boots did really well.
Yeah.
I particularly agree. I mean, it seems like the comfort of the predictability is the issue with the Yoru on CNET, right? Basically meaning that obviously Yoru is not that straightforward and also cannot be played as diverse as a Jet with a dash, for example. And pretty much this leads to the issue like you are in those set plays sometimes. That can really be punished.
Yeah, and that was very heavily punished, actually. A really good spot from you, Ryan. We have a clip that we can roll exactly how scary it is to be playing against Team Liquid.
And this was something that consistently happened, right? We have Nats setting up a pretty weird trip when you consider some of these executes that are coming in. And that's because this is what I mean. CNED using the same sort of rollouts, the same lineups, teleports into the trap and is easily killed on the side of Team Liquid. But it's not as if that was the only occasion. We saw times where Yampi gets fully flashed. He's playing on the A side. He gets fully flashed. Here's the TP and instantly peeks towards the corner where CNED comes out of that teleport. Like, that happened consistently. It's weird to see Na'Vi being the team that Liquid are going, oh, they're gonna stand right here and we're gonna kill them every single time. It was odd, and it was egg on the face of CNED a little bit, but I feel like the whole macro of the game was a little bit off using that again.
And it perfectly ties in with what we mentioned earlier on not sticking to a Cypher meta when Killjoy is so popular, not in the particular map necessarily. And this is where he, comes in with innovation. This is what makes him so good on that agent, is that he consistently finds a way to punish opponents. That was a prime example of it.
Yeah, it also brings a question in terms of the next map that we're going to be heading into. If you're already this predictable on Fracture, I mean, we haven't actually seen them play Bind yet, but how much of the previous compositions can we be expecting going into it, and how much is Team Liquid going to be able to read into Na'Vi?
I mean, it's Na'Vi for one. When it comes to like playing this map in themselves, like they had really good form previously, but Na'Vi are also keen to change stuff up a little bit. Liquid, it's so much harder to say with Safe not being in the roster, kind of how they were going to look, how that might adjust and change. Like, they literally changed their Fracture comp, which was a good map for them today. Maybe because they were trying to anti-strat Na'Vi, maybe because of Harmy coming in. So Bind, it's going to be really hard to gauge what they actually put out in front of us.
Yeah, and most importantly, we can work with something off the side of Na'Vi because that core exists for a while, right? In Champions, when you played, for example, versus the side of Exit, there was with Sugetsu on the Viper, Artis on the KO, Xiao on the Fade, Angel on the Brimstone, and Zippin on the Race. And I would be surprised if they stick to the same composition right now.
All right, surprised they stick to the same composition. However, they have been quite readable, as we said it already on Fracture, so maybe not too surprised to see what they're going to be whipping out today.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Are they sticking to classic things? Yes, they do. Yampi on the Sky. Xiao is going over on the Brimstone.
Have we seen much Xiao Brimstone in the past?
No, we actually haven't seen it ever.
Okay, yeah, see
Another Yoru, let's go.
All right. I mean, this is kind of interesting. We've seen a few teams in the VCLs do particularly that, have the Yoru in, but usually it was never a single duelist comp. It was always paired up with a Race who has the capability to satchel in. This is something we don't have on the Na'Vi side.
I mean, there's no Sentinel on the side of Na'Vi as well. They're running Sky and KO. KO was something that we did see Na'Vi when they were FPX flirt with a little bit on this map. The Yoru's a step out there, that's for sure. It is nice to see Nat still on that Viper, consistent across a lot of those maps that he'll play. And Soulcast again on that Fade. Like, it's a comfort pick for him, and it seems that you look at the Team Liquid comp and it makes sense. You look at Na'Vi and you go, yep, that's Na'Vi. Weird stuff as usual.
We're already deviating away from the Sage comfort pick that we're seeing in the last two binds.
Neither of these teams are comfortable at it. Like, they'd like to make it harder for themselves overall, but these are two teams that want to try and innovate the map a bit more, so maybe aren't relying on good old Sage.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And I mean, once more going in, for example, what we talked about Liquid and the M3C change, getting those two players over. They are doing basically what they have done. Redgar's also playing back on the Omen that we're used to see. So I'm not too surprised. It pretty much looks like they have taken the M3C comp and put it on the Liquid suit.
How are we expecting that to play out, though? Because for Liquid, this is their map. everything for them to lose in terms of not solidifying themselves in that second position. Whereas Na'Vi, you have that buffer. You have that one map already in your pocket. You can go onto bind, you can do Na'Vi things, you can just come out swinging, be unpredictable, hopefully.
I think the good part is about Liquid, the matter of fact that whatever happens, they're high energy. They're super positive. They are never like looking, oh, we're down, oh no, you know, we might losing this game. No, they're having always fun in particularly a situation where they might be absolutely the underdog. And I think this is something that with those unknowns that we're having, a super crucial factor.
They've got better every single week of Liquid.
Literally.
I think Na'Vi have sort of experimented a little bit. They've stayed somewhat consistent with how they want to approach stuff. So yeah, Liquid can sort of lean into this a little bit more. I checked with Xiao as well.
Yep.
He's only played Brimstone 3 times. It's not like I don't think that he's unable to play it, but it's still something that's a little bit more fresh. We're used to seeing him on the initiating role, but as we saw him play Omen on Fracture, he can still clutch out and have insane performances on a controller too.
I think it very much, one factor it comes down to, obviously, is if Harmy now also feels super comfortable. Because I would say the first half of Fracture, I'm going to leave that aside.
That was a warm-up.
Yeah, it felt literal like a warm-up. And if he's going to, especially on the attacking side, find his success with the satchel plays, Na'Vi might have a tough time.
Well, third bind of the week already coming your way. We're going to be heading straight into it with Enders and Pavlos.
That first game was quite the banger, very, very close, and I'm so glad we get to see Bind, and I'm so glad we get to see it with Yoru as well.
Yes, I'm a huge Yoru sympathizer, especially on Bind. I think it is so good, like the amount of things you can do with his teleports.
Yeah.
Through the teleports, the fake TPs, the clones as well. Like, I think it gives you a lot of flexibility and pivotability on the attacking side, especially if you're using, you know, your Vipers, your Smokers to like get effective lurks up. You can very quickly pair up with them and get a lot of stuff done. So I'm so thrilled to see, and I'm glad that we have always got Na'Vi and Angel cooking something special.
I mean, with the changes, we'll see a lot more pivots, a lot more quicker rotations, and with the Yoru, that will just be increase even more. So that's really epic to see. We'll be heading directly.
And more is better.
More is better. More is good. Most of the time. Just don't overdo it. All right, Team Liquid on defense, Na'Vi on attack. Heading into the action, everybody, here in the Coliseum. Na'Vi, if they win this, they close out the series. Team Liquid not going to go out without a fight, especially on their own map pick.
And I think they may do a little bit of early fighting here out into sand from Hookah. See, actually, it's a contact play from Team Liquid. I thought maybe it was just going to be a flash, but they could catch a great time. We have to go to the sky POV. Look at this. The timing catching out CNED.
Yampy, double body shots to get 2 kills.
Destruction. I mean, look, they might have lost on Fracture, but Yampy did everything humanly possible to win that map for Team Liquid, and already a fantastic start. Any round he has a pistol in his hand, you better be concerned.
And if you look at individuals and their performance, just like with Yampy just now, I think the player that we need to see perform a little bit better is Nats, right? He can be quite the difference maker. And last game could have been a little bit better when it came to his performance. I wonder if he'll find the opportunity now on that Viper.
I mean, this is just a classic map to lurk up with the Viper, especially when we get over to the attacking side for Matt. So we'll see what he has in store for us. Now, things have equalized a little bit with some kills coming through, but this is a situation 2 versus 3. So Getsu deciding to split away from Zipan, maybe try to find some kind of a rotation. His game sense is good, just a little bit early to actually catching out Redguard there. But should be able to plant the spike regardless, which is a big win.
Big win indeed. It gives them the positional advantage to play as they please. Paint shells weren't even damaged to Getsu at all. Very
He went
nicely
inside
done.
the tube, which is exactly the right call. Blue screen of death has hit Harmy. It's a sad life he's living right now. Oh no.
Ooh, Harmy! Sheriff, first round enjoy is really going to enjoy this one.
Getsu with it.
Now Zipan alone. He's tough, he's stuck in the middle. Will be surrounded. Can he isolate? That's the question. Paranoia, oh dear. Blind as a bat.
They're in the
Nuts
walls,
goes
man.
in drive-by.
It could be anywhere. The paranoia hitting him every which way. That is brutal. But a lovely little start there. I like the idea. A bit of a gamble, just going for the straight-up contact play out of Hookah. But actually, the read being, right, no raise, but also with the raise nerfs, I think we're going to see a lot less of like early just Hookah defaulting with the raise, because the Boombot just doesn't reach that far to be able to clear out all of Hookah. So you're not as worried about scouting utility being sent against you. If a Sky is dogging it, usually she tries to step up and take a much closer position before hunting into that one. So Team Liquid, I think, might be able to get away with a lot of these, you know, slower, maybe contact type pushes. One of the other weaknesses, potentially, or overcommits, I guess, of Navi's comp is they have triple flash redundancy. Sky, KO, as well as the Yoru. I think that Fade is something that could have been really nice, either just pairing with the Yoru in general, or maybe in place of a KO.
I think a big question here is, what is this Redgar skin? And what can it do on the server? A double kill early, Suigetsu. He's scared across the rear. He's already seen 2 of his teammates just collapse in front of him. And Redgar's got an inkling that he's got another to deal with. So Suigetsu, in panic, has to drop back.
Yeah, sorry, that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. I don't know what I'm looking at there. Oh, man. Yeah, just completely shut off.
I mean, Redgar's thrown 2 smokes, and every single time just walks into them. So scary to deal with.
Yeah. It is worth noting, just sort of like to remind you all how like Bind is played a little bit, especially at the pro level, because it's actually pretty rare, I think, that in your own like ranked games you see like double smokes like the Viper come into play on this map. But this Viper wall, popularized back with Masters 3 champions, it just allows you options like Mind Lurk timings, solo, up, down, A short. It also means that if you have a Sky on your comp, you can fight through that wall and flash anyone playing in the close cubbies back on that A site. So just a lot of value post plant 2, options to bring it down if you have U-Haul control and fight back in your planted spike. So just really a jack of all trades wall that is going to get thrown down most rounds on attack.
Good early start here from Team Liquid, of course. They didn't manage to win a single pistol round last map, and now entering the Logitech power-up round. Let's see if they're able to find the quality that Na'Vi were able to do. As they were successful quite a few times on this power-up round, many times.
Yeah.
Shutting it down, creating some very early tempo.
Caught early, right there what TL are trying to do, because they're throwing this sort of ancient times Viper wall that just blocks off showers, is they can throw out the early eyeball from the Fade and then throw up the wall and look for a spam kill off that potentially. The double swing gets quickly forced off the issue now, and you can see Na'Vi just using so much utility to flood out that U-Haul angle, making sure they can't get swung on that angle and they can focus on sight.
Nats very familiar to what we've seen before.
No, that's so smart from Nats, because all the utility went down the second he has a pathway in. He takes the fight, Soulcast takes the fight back towards Showers. Now it's just 3 players, and without Showers control, you're just fish in a barrel. Na'Vi are getting murdered.
We just shouted out Nats for not being able to find too much impact last game, and he's quickly jumping out of the bat with some performance. Xiao and Suigetsu on the back foot may be able to get a spike down, and that's what they're looking for with the nades. The delay, just really putting them in a really tough spot. Ants in their pants. Smoke to give them a little bit of safety, but it could be an illusion of it. Boss Pack not quite doing too much damage to Suigetsu.
Yeah, I was trying to force him off the plant there, but a little bit too late.
A wraparound coming through from Redgar as well. Second by second, the position of Na'Vi gets even more complicated.
TL are anticipating a spawn. Like, look how deep Yompi's playing, expecting them to have taken backside control.
Team Liquid actually being more patient here. The longer they wait, the more pressure is onto them. Suigetsu is able to find the first one, and all of a sudden, they're in trouble. They don't look behind them, though. Redgar misses his first shots, but it doesn't even matter. Recovers it. Shao knows where Redgar is, but the paranoia is so good. Shao cannot run away. And for that reason, Team Liquid will be coming up on top on the power-up round.
The combo at the end takes them down.
KO.
Gorgeous out of TL. What a move out of Nats to start that round off. Na'Vi a little bit slow to capitalize on the space down long. It was just CNED. I don't know if he ran out or TV didn't quite catch that, but the rest of the team stuck behind the Viper smoke. Nats takes the timing to get the kill, then Team Liquid. Very patient, making sure that Na'Vi can't take those aggressive moves in any case in the low numbers round. That has to be a pivot from them coming in after the last game where Na'Vi actually won a lot of rounds, like 3 versus 5. The last round of the game that prevented OT was off of Na'Vi going just ham down long in the 3 versus 5. They push smokes a lot of the time as well, so TL very clearly going to be wary of that.
So far, I feel there's a sense of comfort within them, not scared to slow down the pace at all. Definitely play their own game, not put pressure on them, make calculated decisions. I like it, I really do. Team Liquid, composed.
One thing I will point out is Suigetsu's just 1 point away from the ultimate, so there are options if they could actually get control over a site. Unfortunately, it's a 3 stack over towards B at the moment, which is where they're currently walking into. Soulcast actually changes his mind. Pass back to the opposite side, but I think the rotate call might come in fairly quickly. They're trying to sell a little bit of a fake here, with Angel, maybe getting a fight, but right now, I like the way Soulcast is playing, knowing that his job is to be the float for the time being, anticipating these late moves.
Not too bad of a setup here from Team Liquid, actually.
Navi's Viper wall, a little bit awkward. It's more of a showers take wall, as opposed to running up 3 players down short. So they're going to hit the TP now with 25 seconds. So much utility to stall here.
Oh, good timing of the duck cover, but it doesn't cover up the upper end of it. Allowing Sugetsu with an elevated position to deliver. Harmy, oh, he's in trouble. Burnt alive, but still gets one kill. Immaculate stuff. Soulcast at the back of the site. Reinforcements arriving, but the Sheriff's doing damage, surprisingly.
But the stall util, 10 seconds. They've nowhere to plant the spike.
They've got to find themselves in the center of the site here. Seekers allowing them to push even further. I think they do have it. They do indeed put the spike down. They punch it down. Zipan punching even further. It's all down to Nats. And it's a Viper's Pit, which complicates the endeavor. And it's Cned waiting for Nats to shoot him in the back, essentially. Na'Vi finally on the board.
That was crazy. Just a flood of utility on both sides. A miracle that Harmy stays alive to get that first kill of the fight, but here you have it, the one Guardian finds the opener, and the response from Angel comes in. I mean, they're just able to win their fights. I think Team Liquid maybe a little bit early on the retake or swinging out of heaven without the flashes connecting. It wasn't quite all there for Team Liquid, and they gave away a couple of solo fights that Na'Vi ready to take advantage of over immediately.
Viper's Pit instantly enabled here from Team Liquid. Left side, guarding light to spot out one of the players, knowing that there's contact in that direction. Spike left behind though, Na'Vi setting up a default.
I mean, look at this setup from Team Liquid, right? Harmy is holding with an AWP. The left side of Redgar, who's all the way up A short.
Oh,
it's kind of crazy.
Smart positioning from Yampi. Angel not accounting for it, caught off guard.
Yeah, but this is the thing though, Na'Vi is sort of all playing on their own right now.
Yeah.
Waiting to see if there was going to be a push, and then a bit awkward, Angel just walks in himself. He's played solo down B-Long now 2 times in a row. Wonder how consistent the fact that's going to be for him.
Yeah, something to account for these TPs as well. They've been moved closer to the A site. Not only is it a position to allow a quicker rotate, but it's also deeper into the camp of a defense.
Oh, found the teleport.
Oh, that's very aggressive for Yampi, actually. Pushes a bit too far, no reinforcements, and ends up dropping. Sugetsu is able to pick that one up. But with the TP of Cned coming through, he's going to attempt to move past this TP.
That clone was definitely supposed to go into
now
the
pushing it in further. Cned is able to read it. And Team Liquid on the back foot all of a sudden. Na'Vi trying to push forward. Soulcast on site, asking for reinforcements, but Redgar's already on the rotate.
Yeah, Redgar into Hookah here, could blow up the round completely. Gives up his spot with Paranoia.
But he's done so much, right? He's delayed it. Soulcast doubles up off of the Paranoia. Harmy chiming in as well, and that's beautiful from Team Liquid.
The clock ticking down, and that flank comes in from Redgar. Look for it a couple of times now. A huge move for them. Sort of riding the course for them. It's Yampi that finds this opener. Things get a little bit awkward as Nats takes a little bit too much space into Hookah. Of course, if he gets there and there's no one actually fighting into Hookah, that's a great spot to have looking down at your opponents. But yeah, Yampi's just him. Redgar too.
Redgar's like, did you see that, guys? Did you see that? The Soulcast did a lot that round, right? Holding onto the round, waiting for the rotates, getting 3 kills by the end of it. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. All started off from their positioning, catching Na'Vi off guard a little. And I think that's what Na'Vi need to do. Recuperate a bit, see what their game plan is. They try to play a default, remind you, this round. Bit too spread out, maybe a bit overzealous, losing players early. But
yeah.
I feel that there needs to be some decision-making a bit early in the round, not really rely on the mid-round calls.
Yeah, I also think that if you're trying to walk up B-Long solo, that's just a tough, like, regardless of how that fight played out, like, if you're walking up there solo,
risky.
We've all seen the sky flash around the corner and you're cooked. So that's something that you usually need a friend with playing anti-flash when you're working down there, or like a Fnatic like to throw like a molly on that corner so that you can't get swung into. Types of ideas like this.
Oh, we saw a lineup early, very early in this game with Nats throwing the snakebite there as well.
And I will show this A setup again, because Harmy is liking to play up on this elevated spot with the operator. And again, Redgar is pushing, because why not? They didn't see this exactly last round. So really nice setup, I think. Unless you get flooded by like 4 players from the left side, then you're cooked, but...
Ooh,
Wait,
backstab
hold
coming
on,
in from
guys.
Yampi. Zipan is not looking, and neither is Suigetsu. Sprays a bit rough, but gets the job done. Flash coming through from Angel, but gets caught off guard by Redgar. Oh, dear me. Shao, the only guy with Sheriff.
All right,
to use it.
Scout utility is very important, it would seem, on this map.
It do be that indeed.
Of course, there's no Sentinel to guard the flanks. There's also no Raze on this team of Na'Vi to have the free clear towards Hookah, so Team Liquid out of the pause, immediately punishing that. You gotta love to see it.
Last player standing.
No individual priors there. I love that Cena try to mask his position by placing his clone in front of him, but didn't quite work out as planned. We've got to connect his shots in that endeavor, but I feel like the story's already been told in this one. That's all she wrote. Harmony with a final kill in it. Team Liquid starting to run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, just a great call coming out of ML after the timeout. And the thing is, this is the first time they've really done it from B to A quickly like this. We've seen the late lurks. Usually it's like Redgar coming in as the solo flanker. But what a move to send it just on a couple of players. Especially with how slowly Na'Vi are playing, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, similar to like their Fracture setup, which was usually a bit more labored of an approach, you know, watching for pushes, then slowly working up afterwards.
A slow burn style, for
whoa,
sure.
whoa, 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 a paranoia. Forcing the teleport, I believe, out of CNED.
Harmy is isolated, he's all by himself, but can he get himself out of this position? Bumps his head against CNED, but he's in a different realm.
He got the spike.
That's important.
What is happening?
Harmy is struggling to figure out what he's got to do here. He's got to unscramble himself by getting a kill, but eventually drops. And that's how you really eliminate that situation. But
Harvey's just like, there's a poltergeist on me. I can't move. There's ghosts stopping my path. It's brutal.
The thing is, even throughout that chaos, Na'Vi haven't gained any advantage by gaining space here.
Have gained a couple of big kills off of the Hookah aggression.
But they've got to fight for space.
Yeah, this could be a little bit complicated. This spot that Nats is playing.
Spike drop.
First trying to punish, maybe swinging into the smoke or looking to throw down mollies. He's still got one in the tank, so can look to spam if the clock winds down.
Oh dear. For Na'Vi to push this in, this is the best case scenario for Team Liquid. This is their setup, this is their hold. Snakebite as well, that's delaying them even further. No rotation coming in from Yampi. He's confident that his team can hold it off. Poison Cloud dropped as well, but he cannot enable it due to the null command. Nats finding the first one, Zipan on top. Oh, but a strike drops, meaning there's no help available here from Solcast, but he finds a gap to work with.
It's all gonna be Soulcast here. Playing through his teammate smokes, he hears the footsteps.
He's gonna have to come off huge. Yampi only just started moving to help.
Spike planted.
Smoke deteriorates, and that's when Solcast shoots.
Find you.
Might keep the score a little bit closer, but this is punching upwards.
Jumpy has an operator here on the retake. If he gets a kill, he can pop Seekers and have perfect info on 3 players.
They've got to expect Yampi's gone all the way around, right?
No one's gonna give him a fight.
Absolutely not. Very composed by Na'Vi, knowing no risk to be taken here. They're not going to give Team Liquid a chance.
Soulcast needed an earlier kill if they wanted to convert this round. It didn't end up happening, so it's going to turn into a save. Maybe Soulcast sends himself into the fray. He's got a lot of cash, so
they know he's there. They know he's there. They're going to be wary of it, pushing through the Poison Cloud. Ooh, maybe to bait someone into the TP.
Actually, okay, that's low-key kind of really clever, I think. The idea being that a lot of people will like overcommit to positions on site to run out on the last second TP. So by him having control over the TP and getting there before the explosion, maybe someone ends up dying to spike and they end up throwing it into them. Here you have it though, the early play. I like the initial idea. Unfortunately, because Na'Vi are playing the spread out approach, you have Angel that's always lurking down B long, ready to punish that second player coming in. That's the overstep from TL. The one, maybe okay. The second, too much and no position to trade.
The thing is, frustration from both coaches here. It doesn't matter if you don't know who Emil and who Doombros is.
Yeah, they traded jerseys back, by the way.
Yeah, they're back to normal jerseys,
Oh,
yeah. Get that confusion out of there. But still, it's troubling.
The more I see these rounds coming in from Na'Vi, like, TL's idea of looking to like group up and push plays, whether it's contact or whether it is with utility, they've thrown a mix, it's very good. Because of the way that Na'Vi are just sort of 5-pointing it, maybe there's 2 players on short, or they put 2 players on one spot. I think TL can gamble a lot of these rounds and
oh, Hami's aggressive. Oh, good early pick.
Perfect. Like, Na'Vi plays so slowly, why not creep forward like this? And they haven't been diligent like winning out in those fights either.
No. given grand opportunities, and Harmy is loving life, really, being able to pick so many picks early on.
Oh, I've got an issue.
Yeah?
Redgar has a judge, and they're about to work into Hookah. What do they have to scout? No dog. They've got flashes for days, like literally 6 flashes. This comp is overloaded.
True.
Out the wazoo with flashes.
Epilepsy warning.
Here we go.
One comes through, they know that Redgar's nearby. Pre-shot by Cena. Judge, no impact. Soulcast to the back of the site. Yampi calls to action, but it's Nats to drop first on his way to rotate through TP. Yampi, yet to be dealt with. 20 seconds, now they have to cross. Very crucial sideline. Team Liquid have rotated over, they think it's a fake. Yampi's gonna do it alone. Spike drops, Yampi does it alone! No assistance needed. He's the gatekeeper here. The B-side is his.
You can say that again, my God. I mean, Yampi, this guy's insane. I mean, the spot here, the first kill, just getting it on the nice timing around, but then in the Matrix, bullets going all around him.
Nice!
Redgar's loving it.
He's proud of his boys. Every time one of these players just does well, he's like, yes, man. Proud of him.
Again, Team Liquid posting up Harmy for the deep spot on the operator. The first rounds was all about the close A short, right? Now it's out of showers. Now it's down B long.
And Harmy again, pushing forwards.
The thing is, though, Na'Vi are much more prepared, right? Because they're leaning completely towards B. They've always got 2 or 3 players ready to go.
Oh, evades the flash. Oh, Zero Command spotted him.
I mean, he's totally safe, though, because he just slams the TP if he ever gets in trouble. If there was a player outside showers, then he's in a bit tougher of a spot.
Yeah, but it leaves the B side a little bit more
risky,
right?
This is something they were always going to have to contribute to. The double teleport, double TP into Hookah. This is where the fight's going to be. 2 players inside of the pit to lock them down.
I feel that the fight has already happened, though, right? Because they've eliminated every player on the B side without a trade.
100%. The TP was meant to come in to distract the players and Hookah pull them back, but as soon as the ult goes down, the fight's a little bit easier to focus on.
Redgar's really giving it a go? Are you serious? Is this a fight they're willing to take? They're so low, but they don't care. Zipan to the back of the site still, delivering with 2. All right. I was actually surprised Team Liquid actually wanted to go for that one, but still, Na'Vi will be able to win this in the end and still seem to have a grasp on this game.
Yeah, I must say, even with the changes to Bind, I still think a lot of the truth around B-side being really tough to retake is definitely true. Widening up CT makes it a little simpler on that area, but once you lose that side, especially down in numbers, getting back in real tough for Team Liquid. And I think this is a great pivot from Na'Vi. Of course, like, they get into the site, no problem, but...
That was just, oh, okay, I'm like...
Getting deep flashed a little bit right there, but it doesn't end up mattering at the end of the day. I think the start of the round is where I saw the improvement. Now, will it end up getting punished if there is a flank coming in that now they're not looking for? Or do they just simply not worry about that and deal with it later on, like they did when they turned around to deal with that teleport? Because again, seems like for a moment it could be a heavier lean towards A, but instead, they throw like an early flash from CNED? No, CNED just went down long, I believe, to get scouted by the Hawk, intentionally showing that one and instantly running over because they want to slam into A, but pretend there's a player on B.
He doesn't connect the shot, though. Drops back into safety of the site. 3 in the defense of the A site. Na'Vi pull the brakes. Standstill. This is putting question marks to Team Liquid's minds. Is there a rotate? Prowler to seek it out.
Yeah,
they know they're still around.
No one down long. So yeah, Hookah's potentially concerned, but they are now ready for an A hit in the coming moments.
And you can already see Nats moving to the back of the B site to quickly rotate to A site if is required. Paint shots towards Showers. CNED TPing in, unscathed, knowing that that's going to be the clone, not pulling the trigger, but still, it is going to be Zipan looking to move in, forcing his way, brute force. And despite going down, Team Liquid not there on time.
Nats has to find an opener once these smokes pop away. But there was a third one ready to go, so now eyes go over to Yampi.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Shot to the back. Nats forced out.
Yeah, changes triple, make it a little easier to play on that side. So a little bit of a hunt for CNED, chasing down Nats. Not going to pay off. at the end. But all things considered, that was a great example of an entry into sight, because the TP from CNED wasn't too deep, right? Still relatively protected TP into triple instead of going like all the way into the backside. And then it's just flash overload. You cannot play behind that attacking Viper wall in the cubby. You see those two X's right there? There's no way you can play in that spot. The double Hawk flash is coming around the corner. Angel too, if he's on that side, like it is over for you. U-Haul control possible, fighting for showers early possible. But holding a spot forward on site, not going to be doable. And Na'Vi have shown they can exploit that now.
I feel like Team Liquid, twice in a row, were in positions that they had near impossible opportunities to retake and gave it a go either way, causing them to lose weapons and be in a worse situation they are economically.
Yeah. I mean, the three players they lose at the start, right? Those are the players on the side, but I do agree a little bit looking for the extra kill. I think late in the round, though, I want to say their money is doing fairly good. I know they've got a buy going into this next one. I'm fairly certain. So I think maybe hunting is a little bit of the idea there. Maybe you take a chance. If you get a kill, then you can try to play it through. But I think Team Liquid, what they really need is a better defense here on A. Now they know, okay, it's going to be a TP, potentially into triple. Maybe he has some deeper ones into the back site, because if you're just laying down flash after flash, that is going to be brutal. You cannot really turn all of them when they're throwing towards you. Yeah, maybe one Sky Flash you can dodge away, but when there's Sky on Yoru, it comes really hard. The one thing I will say is there's a Yoru ult coming into this round, and your ult is so good, especially if they move over to the B site. Very easy to scout out B in its entirety and then hold forward positions for the post plant. A as well, it's going to be effective. No matter where they end up going, he has so many options in terms of clearing out the actual site and forcing Team Liquid to fall back into the retake, which we know is tough.
Margin's starting to get slimmer here, really. Bit of a comeback for Na'Vi, considering their early misfortunes.
I gotta say, base TL out of the timeout, they're throwing the sick wall. They've been throwing the old school walls, but now they're actually using the teleport to cover off 3 different entry points into sites, which I like.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Starting it over on B. Saw Fnatic do this the other day. But Na'Vi back to their old ways, scouting out for the early push. Surprisingly, double Prowler into showers as well as the dog. I don't think the Prowler got shot. It just doesn't reach that far anymore. So they wanted the dog to scout out behind the wall. And there you have it again, Soulcast finding a pick. Team Liquid have been so ridiculously successful finding these picks in the mid round.
They've been brilliant. They're really not giving Na'Vi a chance to play off of a disadvantage, but they have been able to do it for a few more rounds. Red Gut with a paranoia dropping through, but CNED is able to read it! And quickly shut down. They lose one of their controllers. Still have to get to try and blockade some of these entrances, but they're already in due to the ult of CNED.
Yeah, here you have it though. Scouting out Soulcast, he's forced to go back off of the angle. And that means easy plant, easy control over towards triple and bench.
I feel this is one of the juiciest retakes we've been able to see. We've got 4 on each of the sides.
And Yumpy looking for a flank option. He'll hear this teleport. If CNED's forced off of site too, potentially just have an instant shot.
Angel will be there to greet Yampy though, if the timing serves him right. CNED blocked into the site. Team Liquid still looking to move in. Spray, Angel is there, like I said. Yampy looking to pick through, it's accurate timing, and Angel is there to get it. Fade into the site, Zipan wanting not to shoot it, but Harvey comes out on top. Team Liquid have turned it all around, switching the script. Angel, how can he do it? The captain of the team finds one, but he's pressured from too many directions and elevations. Team Liquid will just be successful on the retake to find themselves the 7th round on the board.
Team Liquid just join at the hips and doomball it their way through the site. Crazy, trading off one another. Well, Na'Vi were worried, falling back to the flank with the teleport, a couple players off site. Left their players stranded a little bit, the ones that were actually fully committed on forward. And it starts off with the most ambitious play I've seen today.
He was barely in range to see the TP come in front of him.
But there you have it, right? 2 players dying on Na'Vi's side without a player behind them.
Yep.
Because they were focused a little bit more on turning for that flank.
7-4, last round over half.
And the forward push.
And potential for a double there, but it's just a trade.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, doubling up there should just be a 1-for-1, so they can fall back here. I mean, TL 2 ultimates, 1 off on Nats and Soulcast, so if Nats finds a pick onto a player walking into hookah, that pit goes down, it's just about over. Now, if Na'Vi want to brute force their way in, they still have all their flashes. Angel still can pop the ult to get into sight. They're using it pretty early while they're still scouting down towards long, making sure this Viper wall can't actually be thrown up. And that should give them the sight, turning it into a 4-on-4 retake.
Team Liquid successful on the A site retake the round before this one.
Na'Vi had to use all their post-plant util though just to clear out corners, stop players pushing through the smoke, so they'd have to fight their way through here.
Na'Vi sticking around in the fight.
Oh, he just ulted into his own spawn. Sorry, Redguard just ulted into his own spawn. Now Na'Vi are so concerned about a flank.
Angel pushing forwards, looking to put pressure on Team Liquid, not letting them to set up with a fight. Isolated, they're being kicked up one by one. Paranoia coming through, it's accurate for Redguard, but unable to find it. The crossfire is good. Team Liquid unable to find an opening here, maybe a barrel of a weapon to be spotted, but that's all it is. 7-5 will be the score at halftime. Na'Vi close up the gap.
Na'Vi hold their ground forward in the site. Team Liquid one by one just knocked down.
Smokes can block the enemy's line of sight.
Little retake simulator towards the end of the half right here. Traded both ways. So often coming to the team that was able to play a little bit more together walking into the site. Angel's able to just take the first one there. Harmy coming out with the showstopper in hand, sends that one on through, but those forward spots, like I was saying, you can't afford to play off site without that utility. Na'Vi identified that and weren't going to allow TL into any of the chokes.
Bind was definitely notoriously known to be defense-sided prior to the changes. Obviously, the changes were there to aid the attackers a little bit more. Whether that aids them substantially is still a question to be answered, as we need to see it more in pro play.
Now though on defense,
but this is really close.
Yeah, this is where I'm like, okay, we get to see a little bit of Yor on the defense, because on attack, he sort of used the TP CNET did to go for the more shallow teleports into the site, whether it was over towards triple. A lot of times he was using fakes just to get people to turn their heads around. Wasn't going for the most ambitious, risky TPs, which I think is maybe a pivot you have to make when you're playing at the highest level, but on the defense, there are some wild options you can get into. Again, if the teams aren't playing, 4-point and holding all those exits, sending a teleport out, looking for a deep one, especially when it's, going to be on a lighter buy, you can get a little bit riskier with how you do it, or just play the simple fast rotate game, where instantly, if there's any pressure on the site you're not playing, you've already got a TP primed and ready to go. To make sure that you can always have 3 or sometimes even 4 on a site instantly to fight back.
Starting to get hot in here, man. I feel the pressure, and I think these teams are feeling it as well.
It's because the lights are on. No, the pressure too. I agree.
The pressure too, the lights, the camera, the action.
It's also Bind. We spent most of the year on Icebox, chilling out, and now just the sun, man.
In the desert.
Yeah, I got sunburnt a little bit today. Yeah, it's tough.
The sun was out. Getting sunburnt in Berlin.
It's nice. And now, Na'Vi are just sunburning Team Liquid. 6 flashes ready to go. Claudia, I also believe in you. Respect. Get the grind going. Queue up for Premier.
We'll make it. We'll make it.
That's the path to pro. Gold, Premier, pro player, VCT.
Easy. It's one of those stepping stones.
Done.
One of those stepping stones.
Maybe a few more steps in between, but that'll get the job done.
Time to jump.
Oh, looking at a bit of a proactive play here from Na'Vi. Into short, Team Liquid opting to the opposite side. Telegraphed by the Na'Vi side as a Trailblazer's been shot in front of them. Smoke's already expended.
Quick double flank from Na'Vi with the option to pop through this teleporter too on Angel.
Yami drops. Setup. So he gets who wins this fight. Team Liquid have yet to push forwards, which means this crunch will be impactful. They don't expect it. Maybe they do, but it doesn't even matter. Zipan coming out on top, allowing Zolcast to be all by himself.
We didn't see much of this from Team Liquid on the defense, but using that teleport in the util just to lock down any entrance.
I still have got to say that Zolcast is in this, right? Zipan and CNET are very low. They know where he is, but
he has to get to the spike. They're wrapping around him. I think the numbers here are so tough.
And he's been downed quite low as well. Very nicely done by Na'Vi. Proactivity
100%.
Working like a charm.
And we will see. I think one of the things is when you're using like the Sky Dog to go through hookah, it's a little bit more committal, right? As opposed to just throwing the boom bot and going in. But I believe there was a snake bite on this as well. Or it's just the decay from the orb that was enough to just one-shot it with that one. I thought there was a little vulnerability on top, but very simple utility. They have to get a little bit more creative, right? Because they're not rocking the Rays. Usually Rays would be that A short player that can throw the paint shells on through and capitalize off of the utility. But with running the Yoru, the real damaging utility is going to be there. Pretended to be a clone, by the way, kept sprinting all the way into the wall. It only has so long before the TP runs out backside.
That's just
A.
gone for a little bit of a walk here. Sneaky boy. Doesn't go for the knife. A bit of a disrespect in that regard, but no, gets the job done. That's the important part.
Another funky little lurk wall. Helps for a showers plant if you want, but also does block off U-Haul backside to get that cheeky little reach from Nats.
There.
Yes, that's a bathroom.
Well done. Stay away.
Ooh, Redgar hiding out in a corner. I don't think many check this. But Shower does.
Shower does. We had so much faith, didn't even matter. Now the real threat of a lurk is on the cards. Team Liquid can't really teleport back into B because the positioning is so bad. So you kind of want to sprint down and just plant the spike. Nats would prefer to fight to the death. Respect.
Respect, indeed.
I think Team Liquid are winning this round.
30 seconds left.
Strong words.
Spike planted.
They've been so good on the low buys. And Yumpy, look, Yumpy's got a ghost, man. I don't know.
All doable. Just because of the ghost, by the way.
Yeah, but how do you get back into U-Haul here? No flashes on Angel. There's 3 players ready to go.
They're locked out, but they really want to fight for the Slams control.
The Molly didn't actually hit anything either out of Shao, so he thinks that area is spotted off, but it's not.
Guiding light early. Yampy has no more.
Oh.
Might not have the opportunity to use it again. Solkar speaking out, not successful with his own kill, meaning he will have to drop quickly. Fights towards Lamp, so he gets to alone. Bulldog in hand, moves off of it. They know of it now. And that's why Team Liquid not taking the fight, playing it together. Nicely done. Clean performance by Team Liquid to end up with the dub and survive with both Bulldogs as well.
And Nats. This guy, man.
Look,
just
we criticised him for not performing that previous map, but now he's stepping it up.
He's finding the moments here. You can see that pathway all the way around. No one, it doesn't matter if you have teammates on the site, unless someone's playing back triple, which no one's really going to be playing back triple when you're playing forward in showers. It's just over. That's something that's going to be weighing on the minds of Na'Vi from now on.
Ooh. Frustration.
I do think you do see a bit of a slight weakness, not having something like the Fade perhaps to do some early scouting. Yeah, of course you have the flash on Sky, not perfect information. Yeah, you have the knife from Angel too. But Angel's been holding on to that for a couple of rounds now.
And it feels like Na'Vi are trying to put orbs onto Shao and Zipan, trying to build those crucial ultimates that could have quite the strength, denying that from Team Liquid. Solkas. Clever of him to be wary that a position like that can be taken over by Na'Vi.
Yeah, this defensive Viper wall is very good for showers control, orbs control, like you're mentioning. Even the early pushes with a flash behind it. Angel decides not to give up the ground, as a matter of fact.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Bit rough on the CNED side, but obviously with
just
but
Angel found another one outside of Shower. Like, the man just kept going.
Shower! He jumps above! Stunned! Doesn't close the job. Which means Team Liquid can move into the B site, but I feel damage has already been done. Quite possible for Na'Vi.
Trying to bait a push out of the defense, but the fights aren't coming yet for TL.
That's a deep plant. Actually, that's really important for Team Liquid because now they can play in the depths of the site and won't be visible to Angel's cross. Redgar isolating, beautifully done. Yampy taken down, allowing now Redgar to be into a 1v2. Angel has to be dealt with, but can't do it. Angel from above, like the Angel is from the skies. And there you have it. Na'Vi close up the gap. 7th round now in the bag.
Angel, I mean, the double push down out of showers, finding an opportunity to get a great punish. Because literally his teammate fell back. And he was like, actually, yeah, no, I'm fine. I will keep fighting. Then you have Shao finding 1 kill up in Hookah. Just individuals shining for a moment here and there for Na'Vi. Winning out in these rounds for them.
Love the crowd today.
Oh yeah. It is loud in this one.
I'll find you.
Team Liquid not in the best state of things. Yampy and Harmy, the players to keep your eyes on. Coincidentally, they're also the ones taking the biggest chance stepping forward.
There.
CNED will just dip out of that one. So, falls apart a little bit. But I do like the way Na'Vi have played to gather control over Octagon. One of the things I used to talk about a lot on Bind was on both sites, the defenders want to control one of the two big chokes, whether it's on B site, Hookah, Octagon, or on A, Showers or U-Haul. If you have one of those, retaking is much more doable.
And that's going to have quite a big collapse here. The snake bites are exchanged. CNED moving in with his team. Orbital strike. Where did that land? Towards short. CNED delivering. Nice little first shot. Team Liquid need to bounce back from this, and it's a blast back to finish the job against CNED. Sight is really being fought over. No retake here. Na'Vi want to fight this right here, right now. Taking a stand. Spike hasn't even got the space to be comfortable to get that spike down eventually, forcing them to take the TP and cross to the other side of the map.
These Seekers going to track them for a while. They know the positioning of Soulcast down on the lurk, so there's going to be two players on Na'Vi ready for that one, trying to cut that off at the source.
They know of Nats as well.
Planted.
Yeah, they know everyone's over towards B, and the one in spawn. Zipban tracks that perfectly. Now retaking, still not the simplest thing in the world. There's a lot of spots TL can be.
Oh, it was really tough for Nats, given he only had a ghost, giving it its best, which allows Red Gut to no longer be relevant really in this round. Na'Vi actually square things up. The comeback, 8-8.
Yeah, TL for a second there looked like they might have a chance, even with just the two rifles coming in. But the Seekers, when there's just 3 players alive, is so strong. I think they also knew Soulcast has a tendency to play over towards Showers when it ends up being these A hits. They tracked him just about perfectly. Is the blast pack still under him? And then the vulnerable plus decay, that's what kills him.
Okay, that was a
From beyond the grave, Harmy gets the kill. Look, there's a lot of noise on that site. He couldn't hear the bomb ticking underneath him.
But even if he did, he didn't have anywhere to go, to be honest.
That's also very true. He shoots it, it also just blows up, so tough life.
Ooh, there's a gap through the smoke?
No, just going for the spam on the angle there. I actually would have liked to see CNED maybe jump into the teleporter and then slam the TP just for maximum confusion. But regardless, he's back in it now.
Yeah. Not having that health would have really done damage to his confidence in this round. Being able to post up in aggressive positions on that operator. Spike still left behind. This attempt from Team Liquid isn't to really put pressure here to push. It's more to navigate Na'Vi and lure them in a specific side of the map.
Yeah, but there was no smoke down, and just the peek from CT murders Harmy. When you lose the Rays, taking that B site so tough. It's really hard to get out of Hookah without any kind of dive or movement ability. I'd like to think they signal back into A, but the call is B for now, and this dog will end up catching out. Wait, no.
Yeah, they're trying to fake off this.
Oh, he heard Jumpy fall down. That's why he turned it around.
Jumpy trying to push through with a shorty, unable to do it. Na'Vi winning out most of their trades. This Viper split will complicate the endeavor and giving Team Liquid a chance. But look how Na'Vi have pushed forwards. They don't want to allow this for the retake. Going even further. In the midst of it. Sneaky, together, holding hands.
15 seconds, they're going to have to plant. No
With Angel's existence still, they can't use utility. Spike to be planted. Flash through. CNED's position is red. Wonderfully done. And now it's down to Suigetsu to do it alone. They know where he is, and he's spammed. Which allowed Team Liquid to grab the victory, edge up ahead, and get on that 9th round.
That was wild. Yompy hears the dog going out, says, I can catch him. Goes down. He ends up falling, but the rest of the team immediately in behind. A great pivot, working into the weaker side of the map late in the round, even after they'd lost their dive. And this is something they've been tasked with all day long, is when Harmy falls, who's going to be the guy to step up? And it's been Yompy so many times in a row. Then the post plant, I think CNED getting a little ambitious, trying to stop the plant on his own. It turns it into 2-1s, and TL are going to make that simple work for themselves.
Feels like Na'Vi wants to keep Team Liquid on their toes. Sometimes I feel like they need to just slow it down a bit, compose themselves, and get those timings right. That's where Team Liquid end up on top, winning some of these trades and keeping that numbers advantage.
For now, they hear this jump peak. They could try to swing out wide here and get the spam. Ooh, I think if Yompy was maybe a little bit more to the left, maybe a better chance there. But the idea is there with the double swing.
Team Liquid often defaulting the past few rounds. I feel like Guiding Light was headed towards Cougar.
Yeah. Now they're going to be dogging it. The dog also, I don't believe, saw Soulcast outside of A.
It may have just at the last second there, which is why the paranoia is expended.
Oh, sorry, I meant outside of Showers. This was going to turn into an A hit because they dodged away from that utility. Now they're trying to pinch into the Showers player that they know is there.
Zipan is so deep into the back of the site. CNEDS reads the position, and the site is still defended by Na'Vi. Yampi moving forwards together with Nats. Flash, blind as a bat, but Zipan is able to find a killer's finishing blow. Harmy, the sub, trying to salvage it. But it's just too much pressure, delivering with one, but Shao there to reply. Na'Vi, keep this on close leash.
Yeah, TL with the Omenal are really trying to work back into A after showing the presence of their dog into Hookah, right? Pull a rotation, maybe they can have 3 players. If a Yoru TP's over there, maybe it's a 4 leaning towards B if you make enough noise. And then the 2 players can scale up quickly onto A, but I think an early fight taken out here. I mean, it's just a wide swing from Zipan. You got to respect that. Soulcast gun just wasn't out in time. Also a good track from CNED, like you said, onto the Omen ult into heaven, so everything gets shut down. On paper, that looks fantastic from Team Liquid, but in execution, Na'Vi won out every single spot.
Team Liquid are also economically reset here. Showstopper from Harmy, desperate measure, a desperate attempt, does pay off. Shower drops, but I feel like that was destined for Angel, but Angel's got a sneaky position to take her forward. Trigger disappeared by Angel, doubles up, not quite the triple, but the damage has been done. Rotations have come through from Na'Vi. Everybody is on this B side.
Full scouting though from CNED. He sees 1, 2, 3, can get up into Hookah, has flashes to work his team into the side as well.
So much information there from Na'Vi. First kill collected by CNED. Can they stabilize? Spike in the middle of the site, and it's Red Guy Nats to bring it all back in their favor. Zipan resets. Team Liquid both looking in this direction. Baiting the spike again. Moving, inching forwards. Both still holding, and both shall stand. Double digits for Team Liquid.
In the 2-on-1, they're cold as ice. TL only tapping the spike to bait it. Redgar even got a smoke up, but he's not using it because they isolated where Zipan was. They want to double hold that angle. If you smoke it, it lets him cross. He can come at you from elbow. So many more options alive. So they lock it down even after things got hairy. Harmy only had the 1 satchel left, so the pathing to site a bit awkward because he went very high up into the air. Wasn't able to get all the way into back sight. But at the end of it all, the double hold good enough with a 2-on-1. That's all they needed with the entry was Harmy to trade at least 1. And they take it.
This is turning out to be quite the banger. Oh, I feel like Team Liquid was one of those teams that we counted out of the fight for the top 3 very early in this season, given their first loss, right? I think everybody was thinking, right, okay, they got bested early on. Does that mean they're still in the fight? No, they've improved quite a bit, gradually getting better, refining some of their weak comings, and now potentially fighting for that second spot. And it shows, given that you can replace aspects of it and still be super strong.
That's the thing, right? You always knew that TL had the talent, and then, I mean, even just with like some of the pivots they made after timeouts, I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely see the vision in what they're trying to do, but the fact that they are going even with Na'Vi without Safe? Like, Safe is nuts, dude.
He's crazy.
Actually, he solo won the maps before. Just a ridiculous performance. And the rest of Team Liquid has just been stepping up here to give themselves a shot and now leading up against Na'Vi.
Many would have jitters on their first showing in VCT. But Harmy really holding on his own.
I think Team Liquid have done a great job to support in from behind him. We're watching this round though, because there's options for a very quick flank. 2 players out of Na'Vi as it's a quick scale up. What?
That's important. Na'Vi, this is a weaker buy for them. This isn't meant to be a victory, but more defying damage on the Team Liquid side. But Zipan just doesn't miss. Tappity tap tap. 1 by 1 they shall fall. And Harmy, with a judge, is stuck in lamps. They know where he is, and Suigetsu, all he has to do is keep his distance. I mean, why even go in there?
Uh-oh.
Na'Vi only had 2 rifles and they were Guardians. The rest were Sheriffs.
Honestly, I think if everyone unplugged their computers and Zipan just played that round with the Guardian, he would win it on his own. This guy was crisp. I mean, swinging around, understanding how this Viper wall works, you have a slight angle. This is the weakness of the wall. There is a slight little spot where you can swing out from back triple. Zipan identifies it, finds the first, then finds more afterwards somehow by some miracle. Now Team Liquid have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's a complete topsy-turvy when it comes to this economy because Na'Vi quickly picked up all the Vandals that were there and have boasted up their economy as quickly as that.
I mean, with the way that Na'Vi, too, have just been farming orbs onto Xiao, like they had another ultimate in the last round. Maybe looking to grab one on Zipan here, but with some early fight, they don't want a chance getting spammed through the smoke. Oh boy.
Does it create enough space? I don't think so. The follow-up doesn't come in soon enough. Zipan is unchallenged, unfazed, cold as ice. And the fact that he's confident to just not go for another push here, knowing the damage has already been done, I love it.
Angels on a mission. Working out those legs right now, running down over towards Fountain, towards Long B.
I feel like it's more of a tiptoe.
He was running for a long time. Now he's like, it's like high intensity interval training, right? Went for the sprint, then went for the walk, then pulled out a rifle. Don't really know where that went.
No,
but
that's, yeah, okay.
Fair enough. He got his.
Na'Vi in the lead. Feel for the second time this series. Team Liquid, not this series, this map. Feel Team Liquid have throughout most of it, had their opponents' number. But this is where the situation starts to change.
Yeah, they got to be able to lock it down here. And I have to say, sort of watching the pathing of Harmy a couple of times getting into the site, I don't think the movement has been perfect on him. He's going very high, like he's going into the stratosphere at times. And I think especially when you're coming in at a higher elevation already from Hookah, you can get the angle to be a little bit more horizontal. So you're going like parallel with the ground. You can actually get down onto the ground backside earlier, play off your teammate's utility, and have less time just get shot straight out of the air, because that was just duck hunting out of Zipan in the corner, tracking the Raze's flight.
Team Liquid have got to win this map. They're already a map down. This is their map pick. They want a chance in this series. If they want to be able to solidify that second spot, well, it won't be solidifying it, but at least we'll
you have the head-to-head.
Boast them up straight away. It's the head-to-head.
You instantly, everyone will instantly say you're the second best team. Like, you beat Na'Vi with a substitute. Like, come on.
Instantly.
So, yeah, we'll have to see. I think, obviously, defense went relatively well for them. Attack, they've only been able to get the 2 rounds. Yompi has the Seekers. If they want to get any information in the mid-round, I think that can be impactful. Because now they've gotten flanked on a couple of times. That's something they have to consider. No Sentinel, no true lockdown for them to keep that under wraps. And actually a deeper Viper wall this time around for Team Liquid. Much more like an ignore showers, ignore triple, get the spike down, but hard to plant when there's so much spam that can go through that thing. Also options for Raze to satchel on top of truck if it works into an A hit and then fight into back sight. This time around, Na'Vi are not playing too quick out. Instead, it'll actually be CNED with the operator posting down over towards Showers. And with how Soulcast is sort of late played into Showers, that could be punished, although he's been very diligent with the Prowlers, so that's not going to happen in the here
It's a collapse. They're going to go aggressive with this Harmy. Going to double fast back in, so he gets, so he's able to find it. But does it open up enough space? Nats does find one. Seekers right off the back of it. He does
It's a club. They wanted to pivot into the teleports. This entire time, Redgar was playing outside Hookah. He didn't actually take space. There's still a player on site. Xiao has to fight to the death and keep him out.
So high impact position he's got. Spray down to the first, that's a spike. They know exactly what's going on. The rotations are now there. Xiao's done exactly what he needed to do, but everybody's blind and they don't know where to shoot. But it's still going to be Na'Vi on top. No, scratch that. Team Liquid have turned it right back around. Soulcast so difficult to get out of this one. He's only got an operator, 43 points of health. Cannot use his ult in time. And we're down to a one-on-one. Spike in no man's land.
The ult did not tag Sugetsu.
Sugetsu looks around, but he gets back in position in time. Spray down, bullet to the chest, and Na'Vi, map and series points.
Soulcast thought he was safe from spawn. Was concerned maybe about an elbow, but no. Loses it out in the end. And Xiao with the hold, with the calms of the team coming in, even just having the smoke to stall out for a few extra seconds, you saw how hard it is. How do you get out without a raise? There's a molly on the ground, there's a smoke there, so you just sacrifice your life. And who do you not want sacrificing your life? Yompi.
Yompi.
If he's falling at the start, oh, that is absolutely tough for them. And now getting really aggressive down long.
Look at this. So aggro, the flash works out. Look at Charm Zipan. So damn strong for an RV today. Not holding back at all. Wants to finish this right here, right now. And goodness me, there's one round required to do so. Oh, Nats, he's on the case back again.
Whoa, too much out of Xiao. 4 versus 3 and jump peeking there. Gives it up.
Exactly.
Now Team Liquid, they just have to walk together. They're very concerned about a potential flank. It could be something for them.
The thing on having 3 players on defense is that you've got to spread them out across the map. Isolation for the attackers is much more feasible.
But the re-push down long, I love this out of Angel. He's been taking some gamble plays, but that is one I can absolutely get behind. When the clock dwindles down and this ends up being an A hit from TL, he can also instantly activate on the teleport. With only 3 players alive, very unlikely they spread out and play a single player in showers. So he has the ability to pinch in, try to stall out the plant with all the tools he has at his disposal.
I feel like the smoke might still be working against him because he won't be able to find the information quick enough. Viper's Pit enabled instantly.
Oh, it's just a true flank from Angel. He is booking it.
But he has to be quick, so he gets us in the fight. He's going to have the all-crucial position. Yappy doesn't know he's there. Spray down through, but he can't deliver. Shorty kill in his face. And all of a sudden, Team Liquid have got the upper hand.
Was that CNED's flash?
And it doesn't matter that Angel comes in on the backstab because of Viper's Pit is concealing him, guarding light, red perfectly. Nats can't find the shots. Angel still alive. CNED comes in. How has it turned the tide like that? CNED on the operator, in line, but it's Yappy to win it. Team Liquid, they're holding on, not giving up. 11 rounds, and they want overtime.
Back and forth, Bahar can't take it. Inside the pit. That is CNED's flash. That catches him somehow, but Yumpy turns away from it, sees it coming. Off the ground. And he clutches the round with a wide swing. CNED, elbow into the table.
Slamming, bashing, kicking.
I mean, just
frustrated, in a tantrum. Team Liquid really breaking the morale here.
Whoa.
And may be able to use it to their advantage. Aggressive to the back end and still comes out on top. Xiao, they don't have the brim. No more. Not quite sure, but he may have had his ultimate. Zipan, Angel, they're bringing it right back up. Team Liquid have fumbled. So Cuss trying to bring it back, but it's so damn confusing. The fights are happening everywhere.
Spike is out in the middle of nowhere, but only 2 players left. They have to act quickly. There's now the entire team of Na'Vi.
Grand Paranoia, but Solcast is still there. But Rekka finds an upper angle, CNED shutting him down. And Solcast, he's got to do it against 2. They know where he is, shoots, the clone flashed. They know where he is, cannot use abilities, flashed over and over again. The man is blinded, over and over and over. Na'Vi, 13-11 on both maps. Close out the series, 2-0.
The number 2 and 3 teams in the league heading into this. And it looked like that. Didn't even matter. TL playing 4 out of their starting 5 normally. Safe out today, a little under the weather. And Harmy in, but TL kept them tight. Na'Vi were challenged every step of the way. It's a 2-0 at the end of it all. But if this were to happen in the postseason, I am like foaming at the mouth, ready to see both teams with full firepower.
Look, and this was a regular season fight. Imagine playoffs, how explosive, how squeaky bum time that's going to get. So I'm getting excited already. VCT EMEA looking so good. And look, I don't think the 2-0 score gives this match justice, right? There was only 13-11 on both maps, meaning there's only 4 rounds of difference.
And that's just
ETIT. That's crazy.
I mean, all things considered, I think we had Na'Vi in the first map. I was really impressed with Na'Vi throughout, up until Team Liquid started looking for these mid-round re-aggresses. They were absolutely catching them. And then it came to the last few rounds where Sugetsu stepped up big time. He had to clutch those out. Na'Vi ended up winning the final round in a 3 versus 5 somehow, by some miracle, stopping it from going to overtime. And it felt somewhat similar on Bind as well, where Team Liquid jump out to an early lead, but Na'Vi fight back tooth and nail, didn't really give them any openers once TL moved over to the attack.
Yeah, that fracture was all about post plants and retakes and fighting it to death with 1vx clutches, but it felt like a different endeavor. I felt like Na'Vi in this one were pushing a lot more on the sites, not really allowing their opponents to set up a post-plant.
I'll also say that Angel's a guy that no matter what agency he's playing, he likes to put himself in like positions to take fights a lot, and we saw that sometimes be punished on the attack, but on defense he had so many good moves, finding great timings to re-aggress in spaces that they previously lost. His fights out of showers, he was on the ball.
Quick question for you here, and I might be putting you on the spot.
Okay.
This is the second and third ranked team right now.
Yes.
How close of a competition do you think these two are with Fnatic?
That's a really tight spot. I think Fnatic's really good. I think these teams can absolutely challenge Fnatic, but of course Fnatic still have to be #1 until someone can knock them off the throne.
All right, let's throw this to an interview on the pit with Janiro and Doomros.
Hello guys, we got Doombros here. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Does this game settle the who's the better brother debate?
I mean, not really. Somehow we managed to dodge the real matchup, like we played with a sub. They still play very well. I'm not really happy with the result, like it was our win, but I don't think it should have been that close. So props for them, they play really good.
Yeah, absolutely. They also play with the stand-in, so that's something to keep in mind. I want to go back to that first map that we've seen. It was your map pick. It felt like Team Liquid was really capable of reading everything that you guys were throwing at them. So what are the things you're looking to put into place to make sure that doesn't happen in the future?
I mean, they have a great coaching staff, right? They have a good... yeah. And also I think we screwed up too much things. Right. That's it. You know, we didn't play to our potential, we didn't play as we should, and they're a good team, so they will punish mistakes.
When it comes to like coaching staff and realizing that the team is maybe not playing to their potential, what do you do to improve it for next time?
I mean, give my players a little bit of spanking maybe.
Okay.
No, but you're allowed to have off weeks.
Yeah.
You know, it's totally fine. The important thing is to not panic and just keep on working hard, and that's it.
So, Fracture, we already said it, kind of like went to overtime. It felt like you guys were really pushed to your limits. So in terms of improvements going forward, individual players as well, what is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway from today?
I mean, how we play advantages, how we play clutches, how we played after plants, how we play the early round, how we play this, how we play that. So basically just board review, fix the mistakes, change our style a little bit, maybe change a pick or two, and we'll see.
Maybe leaks a little bit coming through. Bindo, it was kind of the opposite, so you guys didn't start on the best foot, but then you managed to get it back. So the team morale in that regards, what is it like? How do you get it back? How do you get everyone back on track?
I mean, we didn't scream bind too much. So I guess the first period just getting used to it, seeing how they play, and once we figure that out, we can kind of start rolling, you know. I think we're kind of famous for sometimes having bad starts, but we're a tough team to beat in the end. So.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. We're going to be back shortly.
Bueno chicos, un aplauso para los ganadores que se lo han merecido.
Giants is a Spanish organization that has been competing for years, many years. Probably the most famous one until recently. They've always been competing for the best team in Spain.
I think Team Heretics is a word that for us is like full rivalry. These two esports organizations, they will compete in each other for a long time in other games.
Giants was one of the teams that was dominating the scene, so Team Heretics coming in and winning titles and not Giants was a big hit for them. Giants was always the favorite, and now Team Heretics is one of the favorites as well.
Heretics are VALORANT 5-stripe European champions.
For me, the only special thing about Heretics is Miswell. I think I met him a long time ago. I don't remember when exactly, but I think 3-4 years ago.
Vitinho, I've known him since he was a little kid. When I was playing the LVP league, he was playing in the league under that, the amateur one. He lost the game, but I was behind him looking at how he was playing, and I knew that he was really talented. So I encouraged him, and I told him that it doesn't matter that you lost, one day you will make it, you're really good. And I always believed in him. He's been playing really well as well for being his first year in such a big league, and I like him a lot, he knows it.
For me, for myself, I just want to play this match because it's gonna be super interesting, and of course for the viewers as well, are gonna be like banger. So it's gonna be really fun.
At this stage, the swing out, just looking to try and find Mr. VALORANT as they now swing onto the side. Vitinho, he's still alive! He should have died a long, long time ago!
Right now, if I would have to highlight a player, it would be Cloud. Cloud is the top-rated player in Giants. He's been performing really well. He's an all-around player that has really good stats, so I think Cloud is the one I would highlight.
He's performing really, really well right now, which is impressive. I don't really think too much about it, other than he's a good player. I think every one of them is pretty good.
Wants out of this though. There's people defending it. Great shot. Rez comes in. Oh my god! Cloud is insane!
I think Heretics, like from the last lose, I don't remember the who, but they're like starting to growing up, they're changing roles or something like this, and they're trying new stuff in the team. So I guess they will just grow up with the games, and that's it.
Tree, two players ready and waiting. The flash leaves so many blind, but it's actually a good trade. In fact, Mixor comes back with three. Mixor comes up huge.
The match against Giants is important. Specifically, the Giants match is because we have our former teammates and coach, Nuki, Hoodie, and Pipson. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to beat them, you know. I love playing at the Coliseum. It just feels natural. It's really important to get all the support we can. It's gonna kind of boost our morale, you know, because right now it's pretty low, and it's only gonna help us.
Black and Starray are two influencers from Team Heretics, two streamers. They also do YouTube, both supporting us really hard. The only time they came here was against K-Corp and we won, so hopefully they come again. I expect them to be cheering for us really like they did before, and that boosts our confidence a lot. So.
Créeme que el Coliseo, el ambiente que hay es espectacular y deberíais vivirlo al menos una vez en la vida.
Me gusta mucho el estilo de que estén los jugadores abajo y todo el público por arriba, porque creo que te genera una presión. Clubes españoles, cuando jugamos entre nosotros, nos motivamos mucho más.
I feel Giants is one of those teams that right now is struggling a little bit, especially with compositions. I think they're going to be like top 5, top 6, or if they struggle in really critical games where maybe they should be winning those, they can actually get out of the playoffs and not actually qualify. So.
Hello Team Heretics, we're gonna face each other soon. I hope it will be a hard game, so it will be a fight against Padre and P.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Na'Vi secure themselves that second spot here in VCT EMEA, but oh my, did they get pushed for it. That was a close map and a close series, if we do say so ourselves.
There's part of me that's a little bit like, I'm kind of glad that Harmy had to come in as a substitute, because I feel like we're going to see this again, where both teams are on full form, and it's going to be a great series. But even with a stand-in, Liquid again brought it super close.
It felt like a bit of an appetizer to the actual match that might happen at one point against those two. It is, it leaves me with a weird aftertaste, because Na'Vi was winning, obviously, right? Great. But the point for me really is, at what cost? It always feels like, at what cost?
At the cost of Doombro's mental.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he said it himself. He's going to definitely give those Na'Vi players a bit of a spanking, quote unquote. That was his words.
Yeah, okay,
but I understand it. I definitely do understand it. Whilst this was a 13-11 victory, it was so close. There were minor details. There were minor clutches towards the end that once more gave Na'Vi that one winning round.
Yeah, I also think on the subject of this, like Zipan performing as well, he was really good on the fade as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've been talking a lot about like who are the strongest initiators at the moment. You look at Chronicle, you look at Leo for Fnatic. I think Zipan's doing enough to sort of, it's similar to what Na'Vi is. It's just a lot of player performances are pretty good that just don't really get the recognition that other players and other teams tend to get, right?
Yeah.
Like, it sort of feels that we get a little bit more good out of Na'Vi.
Yeah, but also felt like Team Liquid did give it their all, especially on their map pick. I mean, they were pushing out quite aggressively on the defensive side of things, and confidence was kind of going.
I liked it a lot. I think there were a few rounds, like this is after a timeout, right? Where you expect your opponent to do something funky anyway. But we're going to see in that round 6 particularly how much they proactively used one thing, and that was obviously, you mentioned, Na'Vi having no particular sentinel in that way. Obviously, it's not necessarily meta, don't get me wrong, but we see some teams running something like that sometimes. But here you go. Team Liquid used it perfectly, a pincering move, getting themselves a double kill, a little iffy by Yampi, but they're realizing the holes that in a Na'Vi attack existed. And this was not the only time. There were a few moments where they're pushing down B long with the Sky, a very usual move that we're seeing. And this leaves me with this, I like the proactivity of Liquid, particularly on the defense side. They just didn't close it out towards the end of the half, where finally Na'Vi found themselves some good executes.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit of a sad position to be in when you do have your parents in the crowd. And although Yampi had an absolute pop-off performance, we even have a highlight to show some of the clutches that he was able to do. On top of that, their father's reaction.
I mean,
this was good.
It's sort of like a bit of a bittersweet thing, really, because obviously you go and see your son play and lose, but when he has this kind of performance with these kind of rounds, you get to see the best out of him. And it sort of feels like Yampi's also getting into that role and doing well as well. You've got Emil and Eric's mum on the right-hand side as well. Like, it's just, it was a lot of pride, I suppose, but it was also probably hearts in their mouths on some of those rounds, especially with Team Liquid making it so close towards the end of some of those halves.
I think it's so nice to see, you know, from an emotional perspective, some parents, you know, not coming over, they are definitely coming over, they're seeing their sons play basically, or on the coaching slot. It's beautiful to see. I think Yampi overall, one thing we definitely need to attribute on the positive side to him is that he was a definitely vocal voice within the team, right? We only saw it when they were cheering a lot, and this is a typical thing for him, but keeping that energy high in those games where you're technically made to lose, which it didn't feel like at all, right, is I think a super positive factor to see for Team Liquid and for him.
Yeah, another super positive factor for Team Liquid was the fact that the fans were here. I mean, they were absolutely incredibly loud, and it just felt like the energy for the team was just continuously buzzing, not just the players, but also the fans.
Yeah, who could have thought that when the German players and German city, German fans were coming out. Almin had all his fans with him, and they were cheering, they were screaming. You know, I was giving a compliment over to BBL earlier on. I'm giving it back. The Harmy fans.
You can't take compliments back. What?
I'm taking it back. Harmy fans over BBL fans.
They couldn't have had much time to actually prepare themselves, right? It was only like yesterday that it was announced in the end that Harmy was playing. So all those fans coming in very quickly overall, and a good performance. So like that is something that you look at if you're like an organization and go, okay, this guy can actually play at the top level. And if a stand-in is needed for Team Liquid, it's at least up to that certain level. Being able to do that on a duelist was really good to see. There were only a couple of instances where he made mistakes, but he looked really good on the Raze of all things. Maybe if we saw a bit more Jet, he could shine a bit more there too, but I mean, it's unbelievable how well they've done.
Exactly, right? It's crazy to see that this man has never played on a stage on that high level of VCT, of VALORANT, or of any esport, right? And he was playing definitely solid considering that he came in for that one time. And that is definitely remarkable. You know, we might just need to cut some slack in that direction because usually they're having like one top 3 player on the duelist spot right here. Harmy was definitely not shy of a good performance.
Yeah, and what's talking about Na'Vi without talking about Angel, though? That's another player who had a pop-off performance. So, I mean, you gotta be scared of Angel every single time.
And also he's sort of adjusting to playing to different roles on the KOs, on the Cypher as well, on Fracture. Like, he's had to change up his agent pool quite drastically to fill into some of the gaps, but it seems to work out nicely. I don't think, much like Emil, Eric even, he's going to be particularly happy with how today went. There were a lot of rounds where they looked a little bit flustered, where Team Liquid, like you highlighted on their defense, pushing up and trying to catch the timings. But it's still one of those instances where Na'Vi are able to turn those kind of games and rounds around for them. But you don't really want to have to rely on those kind of like individual moments to bring it back. You want to be the better team on a macro level. And I don't think Na'Vi were today. I think Liquid
they were not. They were. I would agree that they were not necessarily the better level in that. Particularly the last 2 rounds where we saw those final clutches that Soulcast would have needed to make work. It was individually strength that was coming in for saving the day for Na'Vi. And it's, you know, it sometimes happens in this game, right? This is sometimes the crucial factor. But at the end of the day, it still, I think, is a lot of the... What I'm still missing is when we take a look at recent performances, it was always like, you know, overtime games, 13-10, 13-11. There was no dominant Na'Vi yet, and that's what I'm missing.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi do, however, secure themselves that second place in VCT EMEA with that win. But that's that from that game, because we got another banger coming your way. Giants up against Heretics.
I think the team is had his ups and downs, and right now we played against the top 3 teams in the league already. So this second half of the split should be easier, even though there's not a single game that is easy, but you know what I mean.
The current level of the team, we're quite inconsistent. So if we're on a good day, we will kind of hit the high of the highs, and we can, in practice, at least beat anyone we go up against. I would say currently, the team is not in its best form, not in the best shape, to be honest.
It's just, sometimes it's exhausting. But overall, I think the team is fine.
I think you're gonna get haters in every single sport, every single game. I would say that some of it is justified. I know that these guys all the fans want to have, you know, a winning team. We want to have a winning team. One thing I will say is the level we're showing right now in the officials is not what we are capable of. Hopefully that turns around.
I take the experience from my previous team that was like very consistent in the leaderboards. So I think that helps my team, you know, just my experience on how to play in like a very, very good team. And we're improving.
We just had some really good practice weeks and then some not really that good. Like you'll have 2 or 3 weeks just we literally only win. And the next week we will literally just like, it'll be like 50-50. So yeah.
When we have a good start, when we get the momentum going, our synergy just locks in. But the problem is like when we start slow, the synergy just goes all over the place. People want to try and be the hero. We try to make individual plays, and I think that's also down to the mindset, right? And that's something we're working really hard on, to try and make it more consistent.
I think we've played under our level individually, myself and the team. We didn't show our real potential yet, and yeah, I'm looking forward to do it because so far I feel like people didn't see how good we are.
I'm a bit mad that Sal against me, because I didn't perform like I should perform usually. Like this is the first time in my entire career that I've underperformed the last 2 officials against Logitech and Na'Vi like that. Especially when I played the roles against them in scrims. And it's funny because in scrims I'm great in scrims. I always farm them in scrims against them.
We will do our best to win.
Hello and welcome to the most looked forward to match for today. I mean, at least for the Spanish community. So we even have a little surprise for you. We have Blaze. Welcome to the VCT EMEA studio.
I'm very happy for being here. I hope everybody has a very good time and gets as excited as we're getting in the Spanish community for this banger.
Yep.
Understandable. I mean, we need to talk about a lot of things, right? This game, for sure, was expected to be, you know, a game maybe at the beginning where it could be really head-to-head, really fair. Yeah. What's the history of those teams, considering last year and the regional leagues that we had?
Yeah, over the regional leagues, we've been casting them from a long time, and Giants is 1 up against them. They're 2-1 in the head-to-head history, and even though sometimes Giants was playing much better than Heretics, more or less like we're seeing right now in VCT EMEA, Heretics managed to make very close matches, so that's what I'm hoping for today.
All right, well, let's start off with looking at the pistol stats. For both of these teams, a pretty important statistic to have a look at. It feels like Giants at the moment are on top.
They are very much on top. I mean, it's kind of crazy because, you know, what I always thought is like when you take a look at it on paper, right? It seemed like Heretics had a super big chance on all of those things. Maybe we can take a look at those pistol stats in just a moment, because it feels like when you look at it from your perspective and from also the insights you have within the Spanish community and the Spanish professionals, what is like the #1 thing you would say that is right now not working so well with Heretics?
I'd say that Heretics, for example, it's a very emotional team. I think that if they get, like, for example, the pistol run that's kind of missing sometimes, they kind of get a very good snowball, like mentally as well, and that's very huge for them. I feel like it's kind of a similar thing that happened also for K-Corp. When they start winning, they really start winning, and I feel like Heretics, maybe these changes, I mean, we can see it right now on screen. Giants is actually giant in this statistic as well. They're second in the league, and Heretics, they're lacking a bit in the pistol department.
So you would say that it is so much on the emotional side of things that people cannot really reset within the team? Like, okay, we didn't win both pistols, we might be down by a few rounds, but there's not there, you know, they don't have the skill of resetting and being like, okay, new game, now we can get into it.
I feel like it's not like that harsh because there are players with a lot of experience. For example, Mixwell. I feel like they can do that mental reset, but for them it's like a huge boost if they do get that pistol round. And I feel like maybe, of course, with the thick change and all of that, maybe we start seeing a bit of a better team environment, and that could also boost the confidence of some very emotional players like Kellogg's, and maybe they can start shining a bit more in those pistol rounds.
Yeah, talking about the experienced players as well, and Kellogg's one of the players that you mentioned. The old G2 roster is coming into play this time around, so it's a mixed bag of experience, but it's a lot of experience nonetheless.
Yeah, of course, and we are seeing them right now. A lot of players, obviously, from the G2 era. Nuki and Hoodie maybe betray, the core and going to Giants. And speaking about names that were on G2, David Fee, for example, also played with Giants back in the day alongside Pipson. Yeah. So there are a lot of names that from G2 went to both of these teams, and I feel like there's a lot of rivalry going on also from that history.
A lot of people forgot that Pipson was playing as well, right? He was actually good. He was actually good. It's kind of interesting to see what would be more like because obviously I would like to know from the beginning of the year, would you also would have expected that Giants is, from all the Spanish teams, that good?
Honestly, I think I underrated them a little bit. I hope that Koi was actually getting the performance that maybe we saw them in the first day against Na'Vi, and maybe a bit more consistent. But for example, Giants, I feel like they really showed up at locking, and I thought that they were going to show that also in the VCT EMEA. And I think they're growing as a team like very, very well. I think they're getting the results, and I think they're getting the spotlight that they really need to get, and they deserve to get. For example, players like Vitinho, maybe they weren't like the best player in the Spanish VCL, or I wouldn't tell that honestly. But anyway, with the hard work and with the talent he's gifted with, he's showing that with that hard work he can really shine.
Right. Yeah, and looking at Giants as well, as you said it yourself, they're slowly getting into the pace of things. I mean, besides Heretics, they still have to play Vitality and K-Corp. How are you feeling about that?
Honestly, for Giants, I'm feeling very confident about these matches. I feel like they should win every single one of them, and I feel like they should do it. I mean, the one that might be a bit of a better show, it's against Vitality, because they showed a very great performance against Fnatic. So I'm a bit worried about that match. It's going to be a very good one. But I feel like Giants should win every single one of those and show that they're very strong coming into playoffs.
How are you feeling about Heretics in general and their upcoming few games?
I'm a bit more iffier because they have to show a bit more. But with the changes we're seeing, obviously losing Zeke in the starting lineup might be hurtful, because obviously he's a really good player. But I feel like if something like a Sage effect comes in for Heretics and they're starting to feel a bit better, even if overall the numbers aren't that great, because we don't expect those numbers or those statistics for Weber, maybe overall with the whole dynamic it starts to go a bit more positive, and maybe they have still 10% chance to get to playoffs, right?
Yeah.
You have to hope for that.
Let's actually look at the permutations now that you mentioned playoffs to see how important this match is specifically. We're going to be starting off with Giants. I mean, for them, it looks pretty positive in terms of being locked in. So I guess that further feeds the fans at home as well in terms of having a team to cheer for.
Yeah, of course. On the other hand, also Heretics, yeah, they don't have really those numbers going on for them. But we had an interview with Mixol for the Spanish community, and he obviously has a lot of experience. 10% more or less is what they need to get there. It's a very low chance, but also those are the years that Mixol has been competing for. So it's like the magical number, maybe a miracle run coming in, and he was really hyped for the Spanish matchups, and those are the ones that he has left. So
I mean, it's quite a big thing as well for the Spanish community to have both of these giants, these titans going up against each other. So what is the atmosphere like in terms of within that community? What is everybody thinking? Are socials going crazy? What's the vibe?
They are going crazy indeed, but I feel like most of the people think that Giants has the upper hand here. Obviously, Team Heretics comes at the underdog, but I think that doesn't have to be something negative necessarily for them. I feel like that might be good for them because everyone or most of the people is expecting them to lose. So you have less pressure and you can start performing with this change. Maybe you're feeling better. Who knows?
I think the thing I would be interested in, because in a lot of other games, domestic duels are different to like one team from another nation playing against it. Do you think that plays a role today?
It totally plays a role here because, as I mentioned earlier, whenever they faced up in VCL, in Spanish VCL, even though maybe Heretics also was a bit more iffy sometimes, they managed to make a very, very good and close game. So I feel like that will really come into today as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for this segment. It was absolutely lovely to have you here on VCT EMEA. We're going to be heading over to Ryan, who is doing a little bit of magic and basically having the same location for an interview with Nelzino.
Cheers, Jenny. I'm here with the coach of Team Heretics, Neil Zinio. It's been a while since we've had a chance to chat to you guys overall, and I feel like we're dressed for very different occasions at this one, but elephant in the room straight off, Zeke being benched, big news, a lot of speculation. What else can you tell us outside of like the general statement that's gone out on Heretics, and just answer some of the questions that the community obviously has about this big of a change?
Yeah, so I mean, there's obviously some things that I can't talk about, the kind of nitty-gritty details. The way the statement was worded was, it basically took everything into consideration, and what it boils down to is difference in personality, difference in how we want the team to play, the different values and kind of environment that we want our team to have. We just didn't match in the end, and it's not something that's happened overnight. It's something that's happened way from when the team was built, and again, our team was built really quickly. We had about 2 weeks all in to kind of put the roster together, and when you build something that quickly, the chances of you getting the perfect five is pretty slim. And obviously we had Zeke coming in after winning Champions the year before. He had a really strong opinion of how he wanted to play. You got Mixwell, who's also a big personality. He's going to have input on the team, which is fine. And then Boo as well. Like, he was coming in to lead the team, a bit more passive, kind of open to everything. And yeah, it was just a constant clash of ideas and personalities. So we tried to make it work. We tried loads of different things to make it work, but unfortunately it just ended how it did. So that was the last resort.
So you mentioned Boo as well, and we actually have like a sort of timeline that we wanted to show as well of just how both Zeke and Boo at different points actually IGL'd at separate times. And so it sounds like a bit more of like a clash of ideologies on how to lead, right? Was that sort of accurate to what you would say?
Yeah, I'd say so. It was also partly on, like, we started off very strong with Boo's leadership. We had some decent results. Moving on into the new year, we started having more problems as a team. And that did kind of just result in a bit more frustration, a bit more personal clashes. And then, yeah, after, I think it was Brazil, it was Boo's kind of last, it was his last turn-in for us as an IGL at the start of the year. And basically what happened was Boo lost a lot of confidence. I'm not saying it was just, Zeke that was shutting him down. Like, he was getting a lot of input into his calls, so he just lost complete confidence as an IGL. And we decided to kind of let him take a step back, refocus. We gave him like a proper development plan to follow, because our intention was always to have him back as the IGL. And then we seen that, and I seen that as an opportunity to give someone like Zeke the freedom to express how he wanted to play, and everyone bought into it. So that's why we did it. He did a really good job. Unfortunately, again, you can see we changed back again, and it was mostly because Boo was ready to step back, but I think we had some really tough games. We played, Fnatic, Navi, Liquid all on a run, and it kind of took a toll. So yeah, that's why we switched back. It just felt like the best moment, to be honest with you.
Weber's coming in, assistant coach as well, so it's the second assistant coach that we have playing in EMEA at the moment. How long have you had to like prep with that team with him in it? And off the top of my head, I can't remember if Weber played any like sort of tier 1 play, tier 2. Like, what's his experience of actually playing, and how long have you had to have him in the roster and scrim for example?
Yeah, so the way things panned out with the benching of Zeke, it's kind of a reaction to something that happened, and it was like kind of like, okay, we can't turn back. We have to just take the risk and move Brandon up. So I think we've had 5 scrims with Brandon. So yeah, it was quite sudden. But yeah, Weber, he played CS Source. He was one of the best players in the world at that. It was a very long time ago, to be honest with you. But we went on to play CSGO. So he's played on stages before. He's competed in teams. He can bring a lot of experience. We're not saying he's a better replacement than Zeke. Obviously, that's not the case. We didn't bring him in because we think he's better than Zeke. Obviously, Zeke is far better. But it was more just to try and give us a lift as a team, you know. So he has played VALORANT as well. Mostly are in tier 2. He was in Rix. I think we got to top 8, I think, in Europe. So he's played against good teams before. But then, yeah, he transitioned to a coach. So he's been playing a lot last night and today. But, yeah, we'll see how he does.
So we've spoken about a lot of like pretty heavy stuff already. I want to end on a lighter note. One of my favorite things to tweet out are your reactions to like winning pistols and stuff like that, or just some crazy rounds like Coach Cams are great. But there was one in particular against Carmine that I just want to like play now, that I have a few questions. I'll play it first and then we'll see.
Making the most of it here in the second. We do see the buy coming in for Carmine course. They will be up on those rifles, and what remains isn't a great deal for Heretics. They did have the Bulldog there on Zeke, but beyond that, I'm pretty sure.
So what the hell was that, of all things? Like, there must be a story there, because that was so out of context. It was alarming almost.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it was kind of taken out of context, which is fine, it's funny. Basically what happened was sometimes the admins forget to unmute my mic after a tac pause or after a switch, so my microphone was still on, and I think I was talking to myself, and Kellogg was like, oh, I can hear Neil, like, what's going on? So I just thought I'd troll him a little bit, and then, yeah, it was just to make them laugh a bit.
So you were just trying to, like, get into their heads a little bit and confuse them, and you were up as well. Like, hopefully you could sort of turn it around. It was really interesting to get insight for you, but going to throw it back to the desk to talk a little bit more about what Neil has just said and Team Heretics versus Giants.
Thank you, Ryan. You very quickly went from standing to seated position, but can you guys do your best Neil impression?
Absolutely.
I really want to hear you do it.
No.
Come on, do it.
No.
Because I know that Tom Biz is watch partying. I don't want to add to Mitch Matt's
Hell no.
like, soundboard, so I'm going to just leave it for now. If Heretics win today, I will.
There we go. Ship it, clip it, ship it. If Heretics win, he's got to do that on stream. But let's head over straight into the timeline, because Heretics had a pretty interesting ride so far. Started off with start off with the roster announcement.
Yeah, and I think the roster itself looked quite decent. It was nothing where like, oh, what is that decision? That is a weird move. And when we take a look at the roster again, we would say, okay, there's a lot of experience in the sense of former players over on the side of team of G2. Then you obviously have Zeke, who was capable of winning champs 2021. Everything looked fine to me on paper. Maybe not top 3 team, but this was a decent team.
Yeah, I feel like they had a really good off-season as well. They got invited to lots of events like in India and stuff. They played in home ground and had pretty good performances overall. So when we go to like the end of last year, when it came to like Mixel talking about the team, he had a lot of positive to say about specifically Boo's calling. Like, we sort of spoke to Neil Zeno about it a little bit then, and just it seemed that everything was going well. It was just when we got to like lock-in and stuff like that, where things started to look really, really awkward for some reason for Heritage.
Yeah, going back into that timeline, after home ground specifically, Mixwell putting out the tweet, very happy with Boo's IGLing and how that has been going.
Yeah, the experienced IGL I think is the most important, because just to leave that once more, he was previously coaching a part in IGLing OG Lani United under the leadership of Salah for a moment, just to iterate that, and seemed to actually really do the team a big favor. Salah was giving a lot of compliments at the time as well, which definitely speaks for him, definitely speaks for his capabilities, definitely speaks for his skills, and a dedicated IGL in the environment that we're in is absolutely rare.
At this point, yeah. And it sounded like it was very short notice to put the team together. So getting an IGL like Boo is a bit of a steal, honestly, because he's not really seen like Redgar levels when it comes to reputation, but he still has performances to put in and a great way of leading, which it's weird that it went the way that it did.
Yeah, and then we hear Zeke takes over as the IGL, quite a vocal one as well. I mean, there's a very specific clip that we're going to show you, so let's have a listen.
Listen to me now, okay? When I say we play side, I said play side before, okay? Okay. You left me, but more confidence. We are kind of lost, okay? Okay, Go focus. Take deep breaths before this round. We'll play slow this round, okay? I want to play slow because I want you guys to focus. Take deep breaths when we play, okay?
Rough one. I mean, first of all, it sounds very positive because he's very energetic. He's really putting in the effort. He's really putting in the kind of leadership role that you want to see from them. At the same time, you know, this is the crucial point. Mid-season IGL changes, that is a red flag to me.
It seemed like, from what we gather, just that clash between Boo and Zeke, how they, I imagine, for one, if we heard, like, I'm pretty sure they did it in previous weeks as well, like Cougar and stuff, I'll have to ask her, where they had, like, Boo IGL in some rounds. And it was completely different because Boo's more like the macro, big picture play, the setup's what we're going to do. Zeke is more that emotional leader, like he wants to have the energy up, he wants, if we're down hard on rounds, we want to be able to pick it back up, because that's the environment that worked so well with Ascend, right? So it really does feel like those systems, they tried out both and just maybe they weren't able to coexist at all with Boo IGLing, but also not being that sort of emotional side of what Zeke can bring to a team to rile them back up.
Yeah, and then we get the Uno reverse, and Boo is back on the IGL, which is another IGL change in the season.
At that point in time, I felt like it's going to explode, period. I think like when you already do that mid-season IGL change, that's odd. But reverting that change in particular, after really weak results, feels like we tried it, okay, we gave it a shot, but it doesn't change anything of that really happened. It seems so odd to make that double change again. And it was really like, okay, something's going to happen soon.
Yeah, you also think it's done because they lost 0-2 to Liquid, but one of those maps were really good, like Fracture in particular. We saw a much better side to Heretics. So it seems that there's something at least to build on there. You never want to see changes of that drastic nature because it's almost knee-jerky. You're not working as a team to build up on stuff. You're going, nah, screw this, we're not doing it this way, let's do it this way. And it just comes off as like starting from square one every single time that you do it.
Yeah, and then it gets even better. Newsflash, if you're not checking social media. Zeke then gets benched. So where does it leave everything?
Yeah, I mean, at that point in time, you're pretty much getting a guy out who was individually, that's very important, right? Individually one of the best of this team. One of the best. And that is so crucial and important that, you know, it seemed like it didn't work out on the professional end. Seems like personality mismatch. We've heard it. Boo was losing his confidence based on the fact that Zeke was seemingly interrupting in that sense, as far as I've heard from Neilzinho. Sure, that's not a great environment to work in. I think I agree with that. But at the same time, it just feels like it just can get worse from here.
No, not at all. It's also just another one of those cases where you sort of like look at the orgs in particular to allow this to happen. Like they made their bed by doing it this way. They've got to sleep in it, which is such a shame for Neilzinho especially. All of the players still on the roster, and for Zeke because it's just a scary position to put yourself in. And it felt like a last resort for Heretics too. Yeah,
it also brings the question of what maps is Heretics specifically going to be comfortable playing? What maps are they going to be able to pull out and say, okay, yeah, this is what we're comfortable on. This is where we want to focus all our efforts, all our couple of days that we have in prac together, and this is where we have the set pieces in place to be able to put something forward.
First of all, can you imagine if it was another IGL doing the vetoes alongside Neil, like Nixwell or something, just to make it crazier? But so far in the bans, this feels fairly standard. I think Heretics taking out Split is good. Okay, so is this Giants picking it against Heretics?
Oh,
that just feels mean.
It is, yeah, right? It literally feels mean. One thing we need to see, though, Giants has only played it once versus Na'Vi, lost that 7-13, put out the Gecko. But it seems like we've already seen it with Koi, right? Teams have prepared something throughout the season with those plays. Going further, we're moving over to Lotus, as that has been decided on the Heretic side. And to be fair, I think that is one of the better choices. Beating Na'Vi, beating BBL, close one against Foot, the absolute kings of that map. I feel like that is a valid choice. It wouldn't be too surprising if we actually go 3 maps with the pool we've seen so far.
You really think it's going to 3 maps with a stand-in like this? And with 5 days of scrims, you think it's going to 3 maps? I think Giants should disband if they allow that. This is Giants. This is like, for me, I think probably in better form than Na'Vi and Liquid at the moment. I think that's the top 2 teams. I think they're right behind Fnatic. They're building up and looking better and better every week. They also played Fnatic and Na'Vi in Super Week alone.
Yep.
I can't see this Giants team looking too scared in this nature. I think for Heretics, there's that emotional side of like, all right, we've got nothing to lose now. There's no pressure on us. If we look silly, it happens. We wanted to make this change overall. And again, if we made this bed, we're going to sleep in it. But at the very least, we're going to give it a good go and see what Weber can do in particular. But I do not see this going 3-map sesh.
Yeah, I see your thinking. I would like you to maybe help us understand why exactly you think it's going to be going 3 maps, because yeah, it's not looking
What's
good.
the map that Heretics wins?
Yeah.
Say not Pearl.
Lotus.
Okay, so what do you think Pearl's going to be like? Do you think it's going to be like BBL?
Bad. It's going to be bad. It's
Bad if you're a Heretics fan or bad if you're a Giants fan?
Bad if you're a Heretics fan. I mean, I remember the first game they played versus Foot. It looked disastrous. It literally looked disastrous. A lot of fundamentals not working, not a lot of info gathering working. Nothing looked solid on that Pearl side. I do have I'm going to say slight hopes on that end, but it's not like I'm putting my house on it in that sense.
Seen good stuff from Giants as well on this map, like a narrow loss to Na'Vi, but Na'Vi were gods on this map as well, and that was pretty early on in the season. So I think looking into Pearl on the first map, I can't see this going any other way than Giants.
The wondering part is, when I want to say one more thing about Lotus. The most recent Lotus iteration versus BBL, top fragger was Zeke. So I might need to revert that statement a little.
That's a yikes.
So you're going for 2-0, you're going for...
No, I'm not going to make a decision.
Why not?
I will not.
You seem very comfortable in it, like 2 minutes.
It's going to end up at the tie.
All right, well, it's going to end up at the tie. You heard it here first. We have Heretics up against Giants, and we're going to be over to the stage with Bebe.
This rivalry has been considered El Clásico in other FPS games in Spain. Now it's time for them to face each other on the biggest stage of VALORANT EMEA. It's the showstopper. I'm going to introduce the teams on my mother tongue. Giants versus Heretics. La Marea Azul ha sido la mejor organización española hasta el momento y quieren seguir siéndolo. Por favor, dad la bienvenida a Yala. El primer jugador en entrar. Hoy el niño tiene ganas de rebelarse contra el padre, de demostrar quién manda. Fitiño. El lituano más duro de EMEA. Un espectáculo dentro del servidor. Don Zigimantas. Nuki. El cerebro encargado de mover los engranajes del equipo. El comandante dentro de la partida. Ha enamorado a EMEA con las flechas y se ha colocado como uno de los mejores jugadores de la región. ¡Cloud! Dicen que los finlandeses son fríos, pero este es más caliente que una tarde de verano en Málaga. El Sheriff Hoodie. Y enfrente ganaron cuando el juego todavía era un bebé y desde entonces buscan repetir esos logros. Heretics. El francés más querido por la comunidad española. Ya ganó la Crossfire y ahora quiere hacerlo en EMEA. ¡Kelos! Una persona que ganó en los inicios del VALORANT y que ha vuelto a Heretics por hacerlo grande de nuevo. ¡Aboba! Debuta con el equipo cuando más se necesitan las victorias. Viene a ser el héroe. Es el progenitor del VALORANT hispano. 10 años de carrera dan para mucho. Ya llegó papá, padre, Mixwell. El tener buen aim es cosa de familia. El hombre que a solo está solo diciendo su nombre. Y los entrenadores encargados de dirigir ambos conjuntos, Neilciño y Pipson. Now that everyone's here, let's get this party started. Let's go!
Woo! Okay, Bebe, you absolutely absolutely killed that one. I am excited to get this one started. What a way.
Okay,
I love those intros.
I know, it's really good. I mean, I have to say, if your pulse right now as a player is not to the max, through the roof, I would be surprised. The way this man announced and introduced every single one of them, goodness gracious.
Give this man a race.
Yep.
One thing I wanted to highlight though, Heretics all smiles. There's no pressure on their shoulders. They all look pretty relaxed. They're happy. Like, this is a really awkward predicament to find yourself in. Having a player being benched and playing with an assistant coach as a stand-in, going into like a Spanish derby like this against the Giants that is pretty much on the best form that they've ever been in. Heretics look pretty chill at this point.
I mean,
like, they're gonna give it their all, sure, but they just look pretty happy.
If I was introduced on stage like that, I'd be smiling too.
I would be smiling too, to be honest. It felt, listen, there is hardly any pressure on the Heretic side. If we looked at it earlier, it was like roughly 2% likelihood, even when they lose, right? There was like 20% if they win. There's hardly anything there left for Team Heretics. But let's take a look at Pearl and the potential changes.
All right, Avova's over on the Astra. Nuki is... So we're probably going to see like the...
That's a big change. There's a big... Rhymes over on that harbor. And that could be the introduction of double control.
That's the thing that you're like... Mix was playing Yoru.
Yeah, I was looking on the left, okay?
Free maps,
It's
free
not
Yorus.
locked in yet. It's not locked in yet.
It is.
Oh, never mind.
It's...
Don't troll.
Oh, man.
I mean, are you saying that to me or to Mixwell?
Listen to me. Double duelist is the meta, Ryan. Double duelist is the meta.
All right.
Wait. No, never mind.
Are you okay? Do you guys need to take a breath?
Yeah, look at this man. He's like, yeah, that's what they picked. That's what they picked.
Oh, he's confident.
EMEA on Pearl is all I can say. It looks more normal, I suppose, on the side of Giants. Like, they had a close loss against Navi, but realistically, that's all that we've seen from them. And comps-wise, just sort of double-checking. They have actually sort of moved to playing the Viper a little bit because Rhyme is now on the Harbor. Huddy was on the Viper before anyway. So they're not playing the Gecko, which was something that Cloud was playing beforehand.
Yep.
This looks more sort of standard, which is what I want to see from Giants. From Heretics, I don't think there's any point in comparing to what it was before because it certainly wasn't this that they're running now.
It is, I mean, it's like I'm in shock. I'm gonna be honest with you, Ryan. I'm in shock.
I couldn't tell.
I'm absolutely in shock. I don't know what you were cooking up with to think that this is the iteration and this is the kind of addition you want to make.
This is 5 days of scrims, probably not many of them on Pearl.
I mean,
you want to tell me 5 days of scrim are not standard compositions?
When we're looking at it from the perspective of 5 days of scrims, but also you're going up against Giants on their map pick, it's Pearl, you're throwing them a huge curveball. How is Giants going to be adapting to this?
I mean, it's a great test for them, but this is a team with some of the best protocols in the league, in the world. I think Pipson as a coach just drills it into these players to have these systems in place. It's a curveball for sure. So it is interesting to see how they react to it, but I don't think it's going to fluster them all that much in the end.
You're right. I mean, I'm looking specifically at the double duelist. How are we expecting that to be playing out from the side of Heretics?
I have no idea.
They're attacking first, so intense.
Okay,
very quickly.
so there have been setups, right, from G2 Gozen, from EG, that have made use of that Euro, right? But in a double duelist, I don't know.
Well, the game's ready, and we're going to be figuring out exactly how this Classico is going to be starting off with Pansy and Hypoc.
El Clasico. Not the phrase I'd go for.
That term gets thrown around.
It's a little
from
loosely.
time to time, yeah.
Yeah, however, this could be absolutely shambolic. Let's cut to the quick. We don't need to sugarcoat this one, I think, Mike. We are looking at what looks like a team clutching onto what they can in the form of Heretics. Phil did a roster.
Sure, yeah, I'm actually with Ryan on the front where actually, well, I think Zesh mentioned this as well. There's almost no pressure here. So, yeah, it could be a little concerning seeing a Euro pick coming in here. There are so many other dynamic changes in this roster that, in my eyes, that kind of gets pushed back a couple of steps.
Sure.
There is the positive, I guess, that this could throw off some of those early round protocols from Giants, and I'm absolutely with Ryan on the front that actually that's something the Giants have looked very robust in order of achieving. But coming in here, Pearl, I mean, I don't know if I misheard the interview. The desk was saying 5 days of scrims. I heard 5 scrims total. So how many of those were Pearl? How many of them were Mixwell playing Yoru? These are when the concerns then actually rear their head.
Yeah, I think if we're going to be honest, map 1, if you're going off of let's say, logic and experience and expectations. You put this very firmly in the hands of Giants across the board. However, of course, Heretics could just have one of those games where you have a couple of very outstanding players, a couple of bits and pieces look okay. It could happen. But across the board, you put your favor, obviously, in the hands of Giants there. Now, map 2 does get a little more curious, but the bigger question becomes the Weber effect. How does it suit him in this roster here as stepping in form of Zeke? And Heretics off to A. So looking to get themselves on the site. They've done just that, but waiting for that spike to go down.
That's a full 5v5 here. A bit of spam coming through. Kellogg's and Mixwell actually in unison. We'll find Hoodie. Mixwell looking for a little more here, but the distance this goes, you got to say, probably going to do a little better.
This isn't bad at all.
How many bodies are towards dugout here?
Yeah, it looks like they just play as a pack. Runners 4, take the fights and win them. Cloud and Nookie, they're not happy about this. Well, that's going to put a smile on Heretics' face. Again, you talk about it, no fear, no pressure. They are plumb last in the league as it stands. This isn't a game that they're going to be going, oh, let's really get into it. We've really got some set pieces here. But with no pressure, no fear on them, after a team that seemingly had a lot of that scrutiny put their way, this could be a great feeling just to play as 5 and see how much damage they could do. This round, though, Giants overwhelmed.
Well, I mean, you mentioned set pieces. Actually, Yoru rides heavily on those being very well synergized and kind of everybody playing their role. So I'm curious once we get to the buy rounds, of actually if Giants aren't caught off guard by the first few, how much value Heretics are really going to get from that. I mean, even this is an example. The Snake Bite cancels out the TP there. The only one that Mixwell had in the pistol round. Didn't end up becoming a factor, yes, but little things like that it makes it so hard for Mixwell to really be self-sufficient as a duelist, I guess.
As for now, though, that first initial contact towards B, you can already see the shift, bringing over the third player towards that site. We're seeing Fatinho joining here. We do have Sheriffs out, so this could pose a bit of a threat. If you've got 3 players, varying angles, quite nasty to handle. Bulldog's out, though. And Avova slowly making his way over. In we go. So any follow-up? No, it's Nookie finding Kellogg's. That's going to be at least the first player gone down now. The follow-up, not really there either. Hesitation and a little bit more respect shown. They didn't want to fancy their odds going towards B here.
This thing as well, I don't want to have the same conversation that we did with some of the compositions we've seen on Pearl, but the lack of that second controller. This is very frontline reliant for Heretics. So if they lose these opening duels, it's very difficult for them to crack back through. Now, Giants did start to peel away, gave up some of this space. Nookie has found another one, though.
Nookie's doing serious damage. That's 3 for him in this round, bringing it down to actually a 3v2, favorable towards Giants. Plant now in.
They've got to police these weapons, though.
Does at least have the time on their side. Nookie still trying to do damage. I think he got a tag on Boo, yes. But what can Hoodie and Fatinho do? Both similar positions of over. Backhanded, and oh dear, Boo's gonna be sweating. Shocker coming in. That's gonna be Nookie really teeing them up, but the last 2 doing exactly what was needed. Bringing those Bulldogs over as well. Gonna make sure they get those into hand and the defuse to follow.
Things just fallen apart for Heretics there. Looked good initially. Like I said, I'm sure they probably wouldn't have assumed how heavily Giants peel away from this. I mean, the first one shouldn't have really happened, but the fact that he gets the second and third on top makes it so doable for them. I said Heretics catch the timing perfectly, but these are the sort of kills that can flip around. You're not anticipating somebody getting maybe a spam through the smoke, or a wall bang as well to find the third for Nookie. That's a tough break for Heretics, off the rip here on Pearl.
Cutting through.
Well, that's going to take the wind out of the sails after maybe being pretty happy about that first round pickup. Confidence quelled quite quickly. We see the buy on what's kind of been drifted through. That's a lovely shot there. Actually, Hoodie down to just 12. Kellogg's, yes, does take a lot of damage for it too, but again, not bad by any means. Can they exploit any rotation? No, no one's really sprinting on over there to try and hit the support, but
I mean,
maybe a fight through double door.
Pull Cloud for the heal at least, but Heretics not in a position to capitalize off that anywhere, to be honest.
No, enough of a show from Rhyme to really make this a little bit trickier. Does have to respect this eventually, fall slightly deeper. does give the angle up. Heretic's going to close in. There's a lot of players around this corner, though. And Rhyme re-clearing.
So it looked like Mixwell was actually considering doubling down there with the second flash.
Fake teleport.
Already, though, Giants with a great read on this. 4 players at least stacked towards the A side of the map. Right
30
now,
seconds left.
position to rotate, but Mixwell, what? Plays the decoy perfectly to find Cloud.
Coutinho towards Pit. Bear in mind, Hoodie already got dictated to earlier on. A little bit of damage coming through here. 2v2 of Over and Boo. The swing as well is great. 10 seconds, can they get the plant for free? Nuki can't stop it this time. Okay, there we go. Plant is now down, time on their side. Nuki in a 1v2. Over to the left, Boo on the site. Alarm bot behind. He's got his turret back up. He's going to try and work this one out. A little bit more of a chance of a step forward. Boo, first challenge. Good for it. Heretics right back into things.
This is into the 4-man stack, by the way, of Giants. Absolutely ridiculous. Mixwell, again, I don't even think he's expecting somebody to swing onto that angle, but plays the decoy perfectly to find that kill onto Cloud. The pendulum swings right back in favor of Heretics. And arguably, probably gives them a bigger buff in terms of the... Okay, it was a full drive-by. That is ridiculous.
Wild. Next time we'll use wooden sticks. Make it fair. I'll find you. I have the spike.
What's the investment back in here, actually, from Giants? Nuki actually buying down to 150, Rhyme down to 300, so a little off kilter here with... I mean, Coutinho maybe just keeping some in the back pocket for the operator. This is a full force, effectively, with a Spectre and a Sheriff to round things out.
Double stack towards Pit. You can see the rotation coming in. They've already propped up Coutinho deep down B long, so they can kind of early position a player over, but Mixwell does have ult. Waiting to go. Going to invest it. As it all looks, spots out Hoodie. Flashy's actually taking this. Oh, come on, Mixwell. Gonna get any more done. This is a lot to ask of him, though, for the support. Not quite there yet. Kell's trying to bail him out, but they're all falling like flies. Nuki now makes his entrance known. You're gonna have the lockdown coming in. They are under time pressure. They have to do something about this. They have to try and peel away. Or play forward.
She catches one, but Nuki will trade it, so the 2v3 now for Heretics. Do have Avova's utility available here. Boo's actually going to find a freebie, though.
Can't swing that angle again, though. So difficult. Needs to depend on Avova, and the support's there. Now Nuki...
It didn't actually pop the gravity well, either.
Oh, wow. This 1v2 getting trickier for Nuki. The time sign, a run down, and Avova. And Heretics looking better than ever.
Beautiful read from Avova. Like I said, even actually still posted up on the angle. No chance of being caught with, you know, triggering any utility at all. This seemed very, very optimistic from Mixwell. I'm not really sure if he spots the second player here. A little deeper, but managed to get away with the shorty. Again, actually looking fairly vocal down on stage and talking about, obviously, this team riding that kind of emotional wave and that momentum. That could be key.
I mean, we talk about honeymoon period. This is like got the divorce that they wanted. You know, they're feeling good. They've walked away with the house, the car, the dog. They've got it all. They're loving it. I can't believe we're actually seeing them playing quite nicely in unison. Weber's not really seemed to be much of an issue.
Which one's Weber in that equation?
Not bringing that up.
Okay.
Not going there. He's one of the best Source players I've ever heard.
I was curious if you read dog or car.
At this point, though, down to the Sheriffs. Giants, it was kind of noted at the start here, this isn't one they've got a mass amount of reps on, but obviously is a horrific map for Heretics previous to now.
I mean, it's a curveball nonetheless.
Absolutely. So,
which, if Heretics want to play to their strengths, bring out a Yoru on a curveball pick and make it work, take your hat off to them.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out, and again, this could all just kind of fall into place. Giants do have a lot more experience as 5, so we wait and see. Not going to get ahead of ourselves here. Hoodie's in a whole lot of trouble, but there's no push behind it. There it is finally. Mixwell pulls the trigger. He's on the site. They've got all these players completely wrapped up in the utility.
What a beautiful set piece.
That is gorgeous.
The C's cutting the audio and Mixwell still committing to that TP was fantastic.
Spike planted.
I'm so glad we had that kind of overview.
Maybe
of
4 of the 5 scrims was on Pearl.
This is it. Nuki's going to need a lot more of that, though. Vitinho trying to come around, but super difficult to clear some of this. Weber in a ratty little angle. Just going to be waiting this out.
Getting a little worried, though, with those wall bangs coming through.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there he is. Nuki's still chipping away at them. Him and the Sheriff have been pretty good, but this round's looking pretty wrapped here. Oh, come on, Nuki! Avova has to start playing this a little differently. He gets a little bit more alert, but Nuki not being given much of a chance here. He knows it as well, and Avova seals it. Heretics continue to lead this one, even with the damage done.
Do we see an early timeout from Giants?
I don't know.
I'm curious.
It's Pipson. He will pump the brakes if he feels he needs to.
Maybe after this buy round, potentially. Operator in play now, we'd see Vitinho considering that. But yeah, the synergy here was beautiful to watch.
Look at that.
The reveal on top of this as well. Rhyme tries to bail him out. Unfortunately gets pinged off on that. That was a beautiful take from Heretics.
Where's that been?
Weber's really activated them.
Oh dear though, Kellogg's tucked away quickly. Vitinho with a lovely start there, can also get the orb as well for the teammates. This one does start getting a little curious towards up, but he doesn't follow that train of thought.
Recovering.
A lot of utility placed towards that B site. Nuki keeping that like Fort Knox over there. And the support from Hoodie just down at the bottom as well. So Heretics options looking a bit slimmer.
This would be interesting actually if they do revert back towards B long, this hit comes through. Mixwell actually has the TP set up. I was going to say just faked it then, but an opportunity to pinch connector there, which would be beautiful.
Would have worked quite nicely.
Nuki not in a position to really get pressured though. I mean, no command, if it's popped, will say it's everything being invested here.
And there's still 40 seconds or so they can wait some of this out. Like, not everything, but...
I mean, that's two ultimates to basically counter Avova's in a 5v4 as well, no less. Divide will drop.
30 seconds left.
Heretics try and find a kill behind it, but... the Giants have got to win this round with this investment in my eyes.
100%, it's a huge amount behind it. Now, they can maybe get a plant, but let's see. The flash, no swing. Hoodie has to fall back a little bit. They've actually got presence. Hoodie's gone down. Okay, the drop, though, that reveals a lot here. And now there's a oh my God, I thought there was pressure, but Avova's good for it. What? Avova's followed up towards Nuki. Cloud and Vitinho. Mixwell's going to surely find at least one of these. Yeah, spots out one. May not spotted the second, and Cloud's in there. And now Mixwell, position revealed by the Seeker. He's going to be noted. He has to play this to perfection, and Vitinho's on the case. Trying to navigate around though. Does he get to Cloud first? Vitinho watching from above. Giants put everything into that and barely walked away with the win.
Thank God for Cloud finding those kills when he did. Mixwell, unfortunately, I mean, Giants make the perfect decision here to utilize Mixwell's ultimate being popped to actually apply pressure to the site. And it pays off massively for them. Like I said, this was a huge investment. Hoodie just caught on the edge of his pit, actually. Avova goes huge, though, to make this winnable.
Nice!
I even think there as well, Mixwell makes a step. Vitinho's still expecting that peak to come from heaven. Unable to really use a TP to reposition or at least make them reconsider. The audio cue just gives it away. I said we might see one. It's an early Giants timeout.
I think it's probably the right thing to do. It's a team that you're facing that you might need to be a little on your toes with because they are going to play a little bit funky, a little bit weird. It may just be all just bringing people back onto the same
To do the
page.
whole devil's advocate thing, this is something that does completely throw off any prep factor that you did have. If, as 100%. Giants, you come into this thinking, yeah, we're heavily going to look into what Heretics have been doing in anticipation of this matchup, it is something that can catch you off guard. So there is an allowance for a few rounds here and there. If they adjust early on, I don't expect really Heretics to be able to sustain these sort of round wins as the map progresses. Again, the questions get repeated when we come towards the defense of making the Yoru work, right? That's someone I have to have our eye on, but at least initially here, Giants getting away with a couple of clutch rounds.
Yeah.
Obviously that round 2 flip, and like I said, they needed to, with the investment there, in a 5v4, they needed to win that round. Now, ultimately comes down to Cloud, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it feels like that was an individual effort from him, and it did get them what they needed. We go back in at 2-4. So potentially bringing them back together on this, trying to adjust as they go, because it's certainly not the Heretics they were probably expecting to face and the composition they were looking at. Ahead of the flash, so they can still continue with their plan here. Cloud sitting a little deeper this time. Spots out Mixwell. Considering, is it fake, is it not? The flash is fantastic again. Mixwell is showing some incredible diligence
He actually
here.
baits with the fake TP to make him look into that flash. You see Cloud caught full effect on that.
It's very impressive. We haven't seen a... oh man, I don't know.
I was questioning it with the sound cue. I was like, has Mixwell cooked his TP too early there?
Double dip both.
Beautifully played. We will find the trade on that. You've been considering the ultimate here for some information, but going to be overwhelmed here. Kellogg's there. Perfect timing on the pinch.
Yeah, that bailed him out because there was so much time being purchased. Art just didn't seem accessible, but Coutinho, he's been caught by it. This is massive.
They won't
as well.
know it's inside the smoke, but at least held in place for the time being.
Doesn't try and find a little window to maybe catch someone. You're either going towards side, backing away from it. The smoke should fade soon. Now, what does he do with this? Operator not ideal, but he knows that Kellogg's is somewhere close by. He's got to be, he's feeling it out, and Kellogg's is chomping at the bit to get around this corner. Shots there. Fatino's going to find it, takes the first step. Needs to find 3 more now.
Kellogg's has bought a lot of time, though. How long it takes to clear them. Nightfall comes through. That's going to slow things down even further. I think both players marked.
Nuki at the very least. Don't know if Fatino was able to slip away further, but now there's issues. Gets revealed again. This is big. This is a lot of information going their way. They are not getting what they want. Shot from Nuki, but it doesn't matter. They're falling away from this. This will be 5 for Heretics. I am stunned by what we're seeing from this squad.
A couple of small pieces from Mixwell, actually, that have really impressed me. I was going to say surprised, but overall just very impressed.
And this is it again, there you go.
Oh, he actually did
Took
TP
the
into it.
Yeah. But just turns back around and eats the flash, though.
I thought the TP had gone behind Cloud, and he ended up turning for the fake TP. And see, because he's TPing ahead of that flash, so you see there what we saw in the free cam. Actually, it looked as if Cloud had turned into that flash perfectly.
Now we get what was remaining, right? The bits live brought over. So Coutinho's still got the operator. Nuki still has the rifle, lockdown and knife for him. And the rest on Sheriffs, but looking at this, super deep on the other side of the map. You can have 2 players, Weber being one, set basically in spawn here. Cloud unable to confirm that, didn't quite be able to clear as deep as he'd like. And you've still got Avova, similar scenes as well, over towards B long, but they do seem to congregate back around towards A.
I say, with this composition, Giants can stack heavily towards mid and A. Well, they have the benefit of having, obviously, the safety net of the wall ahead of Nuki set up on that utility. Be careful here, though, because Cloud's not going to be in a position to even flash, really, off contact. Still exploring towards mid.
Coutinho still has the angle. It's the follow-up flash actually forcing him away. Kellogg's now gets unleashed and isolates one. That's Cloud gone. Fatino still stands, but should be noted on this. He's still trying to make a go of this one. He is trying to play ahead, be as influential as possible. The flash once again allowing the cross, but it's Kellogg's to fall, so we are still seeing a lot of damage here.
They don't know about Hoodie.
How's he gone this close? Oh, quick enough, but I don't think he can make it away. No. And now just Nuki left alive. Slips a little closer. Can he catch Weber? No. Just to slither away. Now Nuki now decides, okay, I can't deal with Weber. Where's the other? It's Avova. Stone cold killer, just relaxing back, picks up the operator. That's now into hand. Heretics continuing their form here.
Yeah, not surprised to see the second time out come now, because there's actually kind of crisis. Half Giants already. I think one buy round away from effectively looking down a 10-2 half.
Yes.
They buy back into this. Again, I'm not sure how the ultimate's going to sit, if that's a possibility to offset, but lockdown invested once again. Yeah, this is very peculiar. I mean, they'll be able to buy in for the 12th, yeah, but I'm not sure how it will look for the next few rounds for them after this purchase.
And bigger picture, I mean, even Zesh, when Ryan eventually was just trying to talk him through his logical choices of saying this could go the distance.
Well,
now,
all I'm going to say is he didn't commit to a scoreline, so he gets no credit. If Heretics actually come out, take Pearl,
sure.
Whatever happens on Lotus.
Well, that's the crazy part, right? Is that Lotus is probably the map you would have imagined that if
they stood the best chance on.
Exactly, and it wasn't a great chance either. If we're, as said, being completely transparent. Now, map 1 has looked wild so far. It's certainly not done. They can still close the gap quite a bit and get a competitive scoreline here. However, Heretics just starting to see that confidence come in, and it's not even from the kind of big pop-off players. keloqz is sitting bottom of the scoreboard. He's relatively calm in that regard. Boo doing wonders, Avova being safe pair of hands. You're starting to see those key roles, and Mixwell being wonderful in that kind of ratty work coming out from the Yoru. So this does certainly raise an eyebrow, but first half, we are seeing it suit this composition far more. And there's the punish. Mixwell this time not going to get away with that work.
Straight out of the timeout as well, I think they're addressing Mixwell's ability to take some space away, and it's a 3-man swing from Giants. Through somebody that's been pivotal in terms of finding entries for Heretics so far this half.
They've creeped very close towards B though. You are seeing Nuki come back over, but
just peeks ahead of the smoke.
I feel like these issues maybe just coming in, just not feeling as comfortable, just not getting quite that timing right, the comms right, a couple of other bits and pieces just going astray, and now the wall's back up and you've got 3 bodies dedicated here. They've lost that window of opportunity.
We catch Nuki with this knife though. He's popped down his form ahead of it. They need to kill here, Heretics. They found one, Avova's got it.
Avova was way ahead of where they expected, and now Boo's followed up. This is not over just yet. It's a 3v3. And Avova's still doing damage. He found Fatinho. We've got a pawn coming in now. keloqz on the case too, just sitting towards the back. Beautiful shot. And the follow-up, he's got it as well. Who the hell is this team? Heretics. Looking the best we've seen them whole season.
I think I was actually a round off. They saved through here again. Light shield purchases aside, I think their buy comes in 11. Unless it's a clean victory for them, they might be looking at kind of a broken purchase for the last. I think the frustration's starting to show on Pipson's face, honestly, because there's a number of these where Avova's swinging ahead of the divide here. I mean, how do they get that to a 3v2?
Do they get the punish on Mixwell again? Okay, fakes it this time and looks to try and punish off the back. Does have Lisa Prowler coming in, another flash. He's forcing them away, but he does get a kill. Yes, he does. The flashes are so good! Weber rolling back the years. Fabulous work. Mixwell trying to just chase it down. Fatinho is just, can I live here? Oh my God, he's just unleashing. Fatinho still standing, down to 1. Does get away somehow. Holding this back. But look at the progress towards B-Long. They can just fall away from this. Weber could just walk back from this if he wants to. They've drawn all the players here.
I love this response immediately from Heretics. They try and bait them in to pressure this TP of Mixwell early on. That comes through with a fake. The second flash catches for Mixwell, but then Weber's over the top with 2 flashes of his own. And Giants try and dig their heels in. They're waiting to isolate Mixwell. And Heretics play into that perfectly. See if Fatinho's made his way back across with the rifle. There's nothing to really slow down this hit in terms of utility from Nuki this round.
It's just going to be Fatinho, right? Maybe.
Oh! 30 seconds left.
Nuki and Ryan actually brought down to 50 and 100. So did Hoodie, actually.
This is
I
all
didn't
in.
even spot that.
Okay, a little angle for Nuki there to at least find keloqz. Tries to make use of it for a second time, and Avova not having any of it. And Hoodie now. Yes, Avova's low. Yes, Boo's a little damaged, but they're still standing, still rifle in hand, still 3 bodies. First challenge.
Toxins going up.
Has to be to get past Avova here. He's got it. Second, Boo. The timing, not looking good here.
He's got to clear so many angles, though. So many different positions. Actually, Heretics playing this split.
Okay, he's going to surely know where Weber is. But it's just that final player.
I was going to say, no clue about Boo, surely.
Now he knows, but now he gets revealed. Does get it to half. Finds the fight. Hold on. What an attempt by Weber.
Nice trade from Weber.
Good work on the timing there.
So had the fragment available as well. And yeah, I think actually, yeah, Giants forcing back into that to try and get rifles on the board, maybe not full utility. If the buy still comes through here on 11, I have to see what they have left. Yeah, that opener once again. Fantastic work between Mixwell and Weber to synergize there.
What are we seeing?
I mean, it's another forced purchase.
Yeah.
Again, they're going to be coming in with
Who's next?
odds and sods for the last round.
Okay. Oh, going to come through for Mixwell. Hello, Fatinho. He's found a few of them here. This is going to be tricky. We'll flash over the top. It's fine, he's got the sight for this, and Kellogg's connects through the smoke. That's
He clears
Fatinho
so
gone.
much space.
Hoodie, nice shot as well towards Vova though. Them trying to make these scrappy buys work, but Weber's having none of it. Goes down eventually to Ryan, but it is 2v2. And Nookie on the hunt, isolating Kellogg's and now just Boo. Left alive, 1v2, not gonna happen. Giants reclaim a little bit of something here, but man, this scoreline is worrying me.
A much needed round to recover this half because it's been a disaster for Giants. Heretics actually come back into this. Only one ultimate to work with. But in my eyes, already done the hard work. And here actually is kind of the victims of their own success, really. Mixwell clears so much space, and actually Heretics want to take all of that, and it's because they push so deep that Rhyme's able to punish a couple of players. It completely flips the outcome of the round.
Progress through towards Art's been made. This angle for Fatinho. Oh, it gets pulled away from it. Oh, and he gets punished as well. He's going to be furious about that.
Again, a perfect bait with the TP.
And this time, spacing's great too. Heretics.
The trades are beautiful from Heretics. Time and time again, we're seeing examples of somebody baiting first contact, and immediately there's 2 or 3 players from Heretics ready to swing on the angle. Little things that I definitely wasn't expecting to see today.
And things we hadn't seen during the regular season. Some of the fundamentals were some of those big problems. The spacing, the trading, a couple of odds and ends that we've discussed to nauseating levels when you're looking at Heretics sitting in last place. You think, God, if only they did this, this, and this. As if it's coming together now.
30 seconds left.
Looking like a 9-3, really, here, if we're being honest to ourselves, unless Nookie can do something wonderful. Rhyme is there as well. But Nookie has been the headliner for Giants thus far. Not much to work with here, really. A little bit of utility for Rhyme, but there it is, noting both.
Make a move on this as well. A double stack, need to dig that out early, but stands up to the test. Nookie will fall. Rhyme now on a 1v4. We'll find the first. Consolation in the second, but that is a commanding half from Heretics.
Switching sides.
9-3. This is, and okay, here we go. I know the Heretics fans out there were like, of course this was going to happen.
Obviously.
How did you not know? Are you biased? Why do you hate Heretics? Well, if we're looking at it logically, right, let's kind of talk about what this was. It was, all of those factors that were leading into this, with the discussion at the start of the day, with the interviews, there was a lot of issues with Heretics, right? We've seen this throughout the regular season. It's been discussed ad nauseum, but changing in Weber was not going to be what we expected, the solution, right? Weber's certainly not as, he's certainly not to the standard of a VCT player, right? Let's cut to what it is. Don't start with me. Put your hand down. Put your hand down. Michael.
Man's looking good in there. UK Esports back on top. He was what they needed all along. The missing piece of the puzzle. From one half of VALORANT. That's all I need. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, cut it there. But we talk about the mental aspect of VALORANT, and this is just wild, right? This is almost an over-delivery in that way. It's that, okay, you remove the issue, you remove something that was causing problems, and then, again, I don't think Zeke was the biggest issue in the world. I think they just didn't particularly gel together, but it's that, okay, well, suddenly we're unleashed, right? We now have all of that freedom, that honeymoon period's back. We can just feel confident together and run off of some of those synergies that we've hoped we would have seen, but never
Sure,
did.
and that's the side that, again, it's all speculation. Obviously, with Neilzinho walking the tightrope in that interview and not really telling us too much. There must have been something majorly wrong for this decision to be made. Again, and if it was that bad, actually, the mental reset and the ability to come back in and have a positive environment for everybody to at least come out and play their best. Sure, if this is Heretics now in, I guess, comfort mode, I'm here for it. The questions then lie in, again, can they catch another team off guard? Can they actually get Weber into a position where he can kind of flesh out this roster and they can perform as 5? That's a big ask. Again, I think Ryan was touching on it. So if they win today, there's a 20% chance for Heretics. This will be the first step.
Yeah, long term it doesn't feel correct, obviously. I think that's...
Long term it feels harder in my eyes.
Yes, it does.
Unless you had a 6th player listed that, you know, could come in and is a player. Again, not to throw any shade towards Weber, but, you know, a player that you can actually fit into the roster. And
yes, long term.
Exactly.
Yeah, again, Weber's been holding his own, doing very nicely. I mean, the assists are off the charts. He's doing what he needs to do. As said, you can't really knock him for what he's doing here.
If my KO goes even KD and has 13 assists, I'm happy.
I'm happy, yeah. So fair play to him. Now, we have to see if this Yoru can be made to work on this side swap. That is another factor, but having only 3 rounds against you must be a fantastic feeling for this team. Mixwell will see a whole lot of information, call it out, and needs to try and fall away if he can.
Might get caught here. Yeah, Nuki didn't know when the stun came through, actually, but they do close out that kill. That's massive for Giants. Almost paying no respect to Mixwell whatsoever there.
The stopping power of the Yoru not exactly commanding their attention, so we start to see what Heretics can achieve on this play back in. Well, Hoodie's dead. Sorry, Hoodie's put Boo to bed, and now we're going to have what, Weber, Avova, and Kellogg's. Same area, no real alleviation to this crossfire, these swings, these angles. Giants should have this wrapped up, and they absolutely do. So Giants do what they need to. Probably a couple of stern words on the half here.
And a confidence reset to come back through for the pistol as well. Separate conversation as well. Now looking at the composition from Giants' perspective on the attack, obviously with this harbor, it's really difficult for Heretics to disrupt some of these cove plants. I mean, it's almost the only tool they have is Avova's reactionary utility to either put a gravity well inside it. There's no raise satchel. Yes, there's Weber's fragment, but again, it feels very difficult. Heretics need to find value ahead of Executes here, or at least ahead of the spike being planted to put themselves in a position to succeed. Again, because closing the gap once that cove goes down, it's not easy at all.
And sadly for Avova, just a classic, so an attempt was made. Couldn't do much there. Again, Giants drastically overwhelming with this.
Spike
planted. Closing the gap with the shorty if he can, but
fake teleport.
Doesn't get given much play on this one. The others, what do we have? Oh, marshals and sheriffs. It's the Wild West out here, and it's not looking great. Nothing being given so far. First step forward, it would be Boo, puts his life on the line. This is all very clean thus far until then. Weber does a little bit of damage.
Last player standing.
And Kellogg's now soon to follow. So 3 standing. Going to carry through the rifle there, the Guardian, and the Bulldog. So Giants do what they needed to get to 5. And now this is when the fun happens, right? Do they manage to navigate this round and really bolster those chances? Or do we see the buy coming in for Heretics actually work for them? I know.
I'm looking towards at least the early round setup here for Heretics. It's as if obviously in the buy round, Mixwell's just going to use his TP to rotate. Whether that's to put Kellogg's actually deep up on B long. Some utility there, actually, the knife invested on top of that. So I almost make it sound like there's more people here than there is. No TP taken from Mixwell just yet. I'm curious if he lets that expire or... He actually does, yeah.
Back in this way, though.
Giants playing into this, though, once again. Everybody making their way here. Is there a flash set up for Kellogg's?
You've got to hope there's something. Kellogg's, he's in so much danger. And they've seen him. Yeah,
he picks it as a flash.
Easy pick for them. Mixwell has to fall away from it. And now they've got quite the advantage here, but 2 players ready. Weber, can he get a nice flash towards this? Mixwell's going to take first contact, finds one, but couldn't succeed any further.
Weber
Forced
tagged
away.
up as well.
Yeah, he's dead. A bit of a spam there coming through Hoodie, with those Seekers allowing the path to be noted. Going to do very well as the plant's going to come down. Boo and a over. Not much to really achieve here.
No, and that's the sort of buy round I expect to see from Heretics, honestly. Without a set piece to really push into any space, the early post up here, and I'm not sure if Mixwell deals with the Trailblazer. I'm not sure why Kellogg's peeks ahead of the flash. Not sure if there was something else that happened off screen, but obviously it's difficult for him to really retreat from that position. He has to commit to a peak regardless. Nonetheless, Giants will find their 6th here. First ult cycle, I think way off. What, 3 survived from the previous? Pistol was 4, I believe, so not much progress made for Heretics overall so far. Definitely won't have the Blade Storm. We're actually 2 away, so I mean, Kellogg's way closer than I even anticipated. Yeah, I mean, the flash pops perfectly, don't get me wrong.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gosh. 1 second here or there would have been really, really nice.
I think Kellogg's even peeks into an angle where he will catch the blind as well. Curious. Maybe there's something relayed there in comms that I just can't see from looking at that back. But
okay, 6-9 now, and we highlighted that if Giants really wanted to get back into this, converting that bonus was high priority, and they've done just that. So the buy here coming out from Heretics will be somewhat light, whether just on that Guardian, you can have those 2 rifles that remain, and then Mixwell on nothing, and Kellogg's basically just having that Sheriff. So not a great deal to hold this back with, but they do have bodies in the right place if Giants continued on this path.
not committing to this. I think they feel as if they pulled the rotation, which they have, all 5 members of Heretics over towards A side. Mixwell finally making his way back towards Connector. Giants definitely have the upper hand in terms of the timing here. We'll hear the shots at least, so that will call the rotation, but I don't think they can commit to engaging ahead of the spike being planted here.
I suggest you move!
Especially not with the Reckoning.
Having to respect this now. 37 seconds though.
I mean, the coverage is insane from his ultimate towards his side. Boost found one though.
That was fantastic towards Cloud. Okay.
30 seconds left.
Nookie, oh, nastiness from Nookie. The timing just right. Catching the
Second time
Boba.
he's done that as well.
And Kellogg's, they try and slip behind. Beautiful work.
It's the same thing on the pistol round to follow up on the Trailblazer. Nookie happy to capitalize on Rhyme's utility. He's trying to knife the cove there.
And yeah, these last 3 are going to make it at least a little more expensive. Nookie's gone down. He trades. Hold on. 1v1. What you got for us, Weber? 3 shots. Oh, and a bit of a dream. How
He's
the
comfortably got the time on this.
hell did that just happen? I thought Nookie did enough.
I don't know if Giants are expecting once they shut Boo down, there was no possibility of the fight coming back through, but I think at exactly the same time, Giants commit to 3 separate engagements. That's a bit of a fumble.
That's a huge fumble.
In a round that Heretics only brought 2 rifles into. But I mean, Weber's looking sharp, man. In a couple of situations, and ice cold on stage. Pipson scratching his head.
My face when I lose to Weber. Okay, 6-10. That wasn't the round I expected Heretics to potentially come back into this, but that's a tilter and a half. That's when you know your coach is furious, your IGL's not happy, and you're now going to have to try and make this work again. But the buy's back in for Heretics. This time they've got bodies here, and Kellogg's playing ahead of us.
Got no dash though, so actually commits towards trying to catch Patino. It wasn't a million miles off, to be honest with you. Mixwell on the back lines.
Oh, that could have been something so good. He did a little bit of follow-up damage as well. Yeah, Nookie took a bit of a tag, but he did take down
he stops
Hoodie.
the Cove plant. That's big enough for me. Now, Heretics in a position to really stall this out. Giants have to peel away.
You should run.
I said these compositions rely so heavily on getting the plant with that cove. That second wave to at least get the plant on the site, it never feels comfortable. The lockdown obviously will make it a little better. 3 detained off this. That's a real head scratcher. And they pick up the flank. This is like 200 IQ bait. 3 of us get detained. Nobody's going to be looking towards Avova, but doesn't pay off.
Yeah, getting back into the site, unless Weber's going to pull off miracles again. Let's see. Kellog's first step forward, tries to pull the attention,
save the
sees
op,
nothing.
yeah.
He is out of there. And I think they're soon to follow. Yeah, they're peeling away from this one. And you're right, yes, without that cove there, you can see how many issues teams have. So Team just denying that was fantastic. Does force the hand of Nuki to invest the lockdown to allow and facilitate that plant to come in. And it will give Giants their 7th here. Heretics held on 10 now. Still going to be able to get at least a pretty competitive buy-in for Heretics, considering they've saved those 3 weapons through.
And the reason I say about that second wave is it relies on Hoodie saving a lot of that toxin cooldown for after the cove, which it's just, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, wow.
Perfectly timed. I mean, even here, it didn't even spot this as well. It's actually Hoodie to fall as well, which in a Harbor composition alongside that as the double control, the worst person to really pick off. Like I said, you have to use a lot of the toxin cooldown to get close to site, and then obviously it's either burnt up or it's on cooldown. If that cove plant doesn't come through without something like the lockdown, Heretics in a position to really stall out those sort of hits.
Okay, first time we're really seeing that Heretics timeout coming in too, so the second half at least, having to maybe readdress a couple of things, see if there's been anything of note and what they can try and do to achieve it. Again, we will be aware that their strat book is not going to be super deep. They're not going to have a million reps to go to. All these adjustments they may keep in mind are going to be very, very slim, working with very little. Now with a couple more seconds of the timeout.
Weber looks like he's going through it.
I think that's just how he looks at this point. He's had a lot of stress.
That's what Source does to a man.
Very UK Esports, Source. I mean, he's really put himself through the ringer. 7 to 10 though.
I was curious of what Heretics could put back in behind these weapons they saved from the previous, but I mean, well, yeah, it's a force. I mean, sure, if Kellogg's gets a kill, he can pass that operator across, maybe play the Blade Storm, but
back to business for Giants.
not committing initially here.
Yeah.
I'm curious if now they're waiting for that second cooldown. So they don't achieve an awful lot off that, but Nuki, on the other side of things, alongside Hoodie, will pick up a kill. Kellogg's a lot of freedom to play with here outside A. That will enable Heretics to stay in this sort of position towards B. So like I said, probably waiting for that second cooldown from Ryan. Mixwell maybe on a fact-finding mission here.
He's going
to find an awful lot.
Yeah, as soon as he comes around here, that's 3. And that's pretty telling already. What does he do with this one? He wants to try and help them out. They're basically down to just a couple on the site itself. He's just going to try and pull away from this. Weber taken down low, and Giants finding the burst just right on the site. Mixwell can't do much here. Fatino's already on his case. This is great from Giants. Navigating around this well, sending out a hit squad to find Avova in the early game, and then falling back in towards the site on the cycle. And now Kellogg's, well, he's in their spot.
Yeah, just going to look to hold on to his operator. If he can find the kill, a Blade Storm, he will do just that, but does reveal his position.
Oh dear.
Look, he's a lot closer than I think he's anticipating. He might even find Ryan. He gets the tag onto it. Look, he's actually going to close out the kill. A little overwhelmed there, I think. A little hesitant to use the dash to really create some more space. I mean, he finds the first so quickly that Nuki's straight back on that angle to close the gap. And a big cushion now for Giants, actually. If you look at the funds, they're about ready for another Viper's Pit and a Reckoning. Actually comes at the perfect time as well, because Nuki's off kilter with that lockdown. So these are some of those execute-oriented ultimates that are really key for Giants. Then they have the lockdown potentially for a round or two's time.
getting a little scary. Only 1 round gain so far for Heretics in this half. I think that's the back of Weber's 1v2, wasn't it, or something of the such. So Giants really taking the reins here now. Weber
actually missed info with that.
Oh, bloody hell, not bad for Cloud. Quick to it. Now the side should be theirs.
Not an awful lot Heretics can do about this one. Kellogg's is coming towards the back lines though. He still has 2 updrafts. He could actually double updraft here and find a ton of value. It relies on Heretics staying alive on site and it's just not happening.
No. Just waiting for the appearance of Kellogg's now as...
I think he's still going to try it. Yeah, he is.
You can see it there. Just coming on in, flying through. Takes out Cloud, and now you've got to hope Boo finds one. He does, okay.
Last player standing.
Trade in the end, and Kellogg's really not left with much. He's only got 1 knife to put into play. He's got to be precise, surgical, and he was. It wasn't enough, though, to get across the line, and now Giants knocking at the door of tying the scoreline all up at 9-10 here. 1 away from a tied series.
I said now, unfortunately, Giants in a position to play out 2 or 3 buy rounds that Heretics have if they come back and win a round or 2. And Cosmic Divide coming back up, do have Boo and Weber on an ultimate as well. Again, these are kind of proactive ultimates for the defense, unless you're going to lean more towards a retake, but I really don't think that's where the strength of this composition lies for Heretics.
First time we're seeing this, though. Does Mixwell get away with anything? He can hold the position. That's a shot. All right, Weber.
Mixwell doesn't actually have a TP.
Good. Placing Swamp.
So he's kind of in a one and done here. Luckily, Giants peel away from this position on the back of Nuki finding that kill. Yeah, Kellogg's taken a little while to make his way, but that should be the alarm bell.
I don't know quite what he's waiting on here. Not going to come in and really make this harder.
I was going to say, Boo's Nightfall could slow things down here, but probably want to wait out the Reckoning to really try and make use of it.
Cloud getting
very
ahead
aggressive
of himself there, giving way more of an opportunity. Now there's only 3 left. Nightfall's going to find 2 on the side, so they know they're posted up on this one. They've got to be careful when they cross the corner. And the shot goes astray for Dino. Under pressure! It's messy work! And now Nuki will be furious. Left with it all to do. He's doing the best he can, though. Now the lockdown comes in. And he's got 2 more to handle. Boba's going to get to at least halfway. Oh, he's got the divide up. You're absolutely right, and he cannot get there in time. Heretics just about taking us to 11 now. Devastating round, and mistakes being made by Giants.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cloud thinks he's got a favorable engagement there, or whether or not he can kind of get ahead of the rotation, but a very deep position for him to fall. Yeah, very curious about that one. Didn't even really look like an overheat moment, to be honest. Being, again, Giants purchase-wise, going to feel fairly comfortable behind this.
Second round for Kellogg's to try this angle, though.
So hard to hit it, but Mixwell's found one.
Where did he find that?
Found Fatinho.
Okay.
Right down next to Pillar.
Oh, Kellogg's, the adjustment. Forget how good this guy is sometimes, and it's a very stark reminder. Oh, and the follow-up as well. Heretics coming alive here, playing target practice down long. But there is that question of where the hell is Nuki? Now he's been spotted. Taken down quite low, 26 HP. A shocking turn of events here. This looks like the 12th will be calling, unless Hoodie does a lot, but that's a lot to ask of him. Nuki only on 26 HP and the spike in such a precarious position.
You can see Kellogg's still wanting to peek behind that poison orb. Won't hear the orb being retrieved just yet, so won't know about the second, but his third on the round. Looking to close things out here. And he absolutely will.
Gorgeous.
I said they should feel comfortable behind this, but they're going to be missing 1 rifle, I think. On the side of Giants, not a massive problem, but and the issue being with, I mean, the way Mixwell's playing this, it does rely on Giants kind of stacking up and being able to trade that first kill immediately. And again, it's kind of crucial as well. Who dies first for Giants? If they pick off Hoodie, they pick off Rhyme. It's a real issue.
Oh, this is ratty. Mixwell. Okay, yeah.
Didn't want to entertain that one.
Getting a little too dicey. Good night. Actually, I thought we'd get more than that. We're only going to reveal really 2 of them here. But make this a little bit harder work on the way in, though. 4 players here for the defensive side, and Giants trying to make their way forward. Nookie doing it himself. 1, he doesn't get the second. It's a trade coming out from Mixwell. Mixwell, he's got the follow-up on Cloud. He's still going. He's still firing. And now it's down to Rhyme and Hoodie. Pops the ult, gonna spot out 1. That's gonna be Rhyme now seen. And Hoodie, a mile away, Rhyme in danger. This is unthinkable scenes. I cannot believe it. As we are now down to a 1v3, Diffuse is going to be coming in as Mixwell can just hold them back at the door. This is the upset that none of us really saw coming. Maybe map 2, sure. Maybe there was something in the works for that. But map 1, a mistake was made, and Heretics took every second of it.
The final round, another great example of just how well they're able to actually synergize around Mixwell and this Yoru. And he's done a fantastic job throughout this map. Again, him and Kellogg's playing as that dynamic duo, but even there, the C's, for him to come out of that ultimate at the perfect timing to punish. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Heretics, honestly.
I made a nice page of notes, like what ifs and maybes. Don't read it out. You can read it. Don't read it out. I feel embarrassed.
For our eyes only, yeah.
Yeah, okay, relax. But it's just one of those things where the stars have aligned. And yes, it could be a lot of that mental game coming in because it does feel they've had that freedom. We have seen some of the activation of players we hadn't seen for a while. But Mike, overall, now going into that was the most likely.
I'm worried.
Yep.
I'm worried for Giants.
Yeah, okay, we're going to leave it on that note. We're going to head to a break, and then map 2's coming up shortly. Don't go away from this.
Nice! Good job! Yes! Rookie, what are you doing, bro? Nice! Oh, you can...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Honestly, that game was so confusing. I had to put on my glasses just to make sure that I was actually looking at the right scoreboard and they weren't the other way around, because we said this was going to be a curveball, but oh my, it was. I'm Jeannie, this is Ryan, and we have Vinny Z as well on the desk today. Yeah, welcome.
I'm not going to speak for the rest of the desk.
Oh, if that's what it took?
That was genuinely my fault as well. Yora's got 100% win rate today. 3 games, 3 wins.
Yeah.
I take that as you will, because that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
What world do we live in?
Heretics' world now, apparently.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a great half from them. 9-3 to Curse almost set in. But then, you know, Giants got a little bit of a comeback, but it wasn't enough.
I could understand the start of this map with both teams sort of winning out thrifties, trying to adjust to each other's play style, but it was more, you expect Giants playing a very meta comp on this map to sort of get into a pace with it and start to set the tempo. But no, Heretics just kept hurling themselves at the A site and it kept working.
I love the matter of fact that you start so calm, collected.
Why you want to scream?
Can you tell me, okay, hear me out. Double Duelist was never once played on this map in VCT EMEA. Not even last year. That was not a thing. This is unorthodox. This is weird. This is unrealistic. This is nothing you crack against.
Okay.
And the matter of fact that they pulled it off and didn't look like it was just a new circus that they have built, but actually like a proper team is mad respectable. I don't know what kind of weird meta has been created with assistant coaches stepping in and suddenly winning games, but it exists. And to be very honest and to be very serious, that Yoru was dealing good damage. It was confusing. It was annoying. It was something that the side of Giants couldn't deal with.
Yeah, and one really interesting thing as well before we even got into this game was the fact that Ryan had a very particular message about if Heretics were actually to win. So if you didn't tune in and you weren't sure what that is, we're going to play the clip for you right now just because, yeah, why not? Can you guys do your best Neil impression?
Absolutely.
I really want to hear you do it.
No.
Come on, do it.
No.
Because I know that Tom Biz is watch partying. I don't want to add to Mitch Matt's
Hell no.
soundboard, so I'm going to just leave it for now. If Heretics win today, I will.
There we go. Ship it, clip it, ship it. If Heretics win, he's got to do that on. You look so shook.
Win the series, to be clear, so there's still a little bit of work to do.
Fine print. He's like, but actually.
I know those two are salivating over the idea of me doing my biggest hoya with more gusto, like we saw from Neil's video in the pre-show.
I was not, that's why I didn't agree on it, because I know that, you know, I'm not going to hear anything else in the future of my career.
I think Hypoc highlighted really good at the end with the utility that was used. I'm pretty sure out of those like 5 days of scrims, or even just 5 scrims from Team Heretics, none of them were on Pearl. Like they went into this just gun-ho, but that's the kind of stuff that we saw from G2 in like 2020, 2021, where they didn't have a coach, they didn't really have an IGL. It was just 5 players trying to combo as they went along. That was like watching the old G2 with just how well they were synergizing off each other with zero prep. It was just like a ranked game that they were playing, but because they're so individually good when those moments come to them, it looked terrific, and Giants had 0 answers.
The interesting part is with the minimum amount of prac days available, I'm genuinely asking myself if they even practice map.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm thinking, because this is so out of this world that it feels like you didn't practice, did you? Like you didn't actually thought that double duelist, double initiated, single controller is going to be the meta you're playing.
Yeah, talking about double duelist, it's been memed a little. There we go.
Strong doesn't miss. Strong does not miss. You know, I think actually Mixwell wore it really damn good today.
Yeah, especially last game. I think coming into this as well, we said it, Giants are gonna get thrown a curveball, and I remember you, Ryan, saying it's Giants. They have some pretty good protocols, but then you get Mixwell on your and it's like, what?
I think it's just a little bit of panic maybe setting up with Giants here, especially with the start. Like, that's just a kind of, it's also really tilting. It's got to be really tilted if you're Giants trying to take a handle of this game. And this guy is just running into you, doing his best red impression, and just pulling something out that we've not really seen from Mixwell for years. It feels like this guy's been playing more of a support role on this team. He was coming in as the main sort of entry, had the most first kills, and you even saw Kellogg's on the Jet just over-peaking and over-facing because the confidence of this team, they have nothing to lose. They're just going in.
I mean, Mixwell was blinding all the other people more than when you're driving too slow in the left lane and a BMW is behind you. It's crazy, right? It's absolutely
got to that point of the show.
Yeah, we got we got there. But realistically, we have to say one thing. It was, as you've mentioned, a super annoying Mixwell, a really heartbreaking Mixwell, because what he has done is really created that layer that you hardly see, right? There's often this discussion: should more teams use Yoru? Is Yoru actually viable? I think it's one of the best agents we have in this game, period, because what he can cause is mental. And this has been not necessarily a masterclass, but a perfect example of if you have everything well set in your execute, like we've seen, for example, with the Fade Haunt, right? He could teleport in, the Fade Haunt is finding the bit of information, free kill. Those kind of things in combination make it so annoying when suddenly then also someone flashes and teleports in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that feels like it's a theme when it's Yoru, that champ, that agent that just gets in your face. And there isn't really much you can do about it, but combining that, the curveball that we throw into Giants, it's Giants map pick. I mean, we're going to be heading onto, if I remember correctly, Lotus next. What is Giant going to do here?
You sort of said something about Lotus as well, where the downside for Heretics is the person with the highest ACS for Heretics was Zeke.
Yep.
Yeah.
In there winning against Na'Vi, right?
Yeah, that is fair. But I think one thing that we need to talk about is that Weber's not playing that bad.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I think it's also kind of like, I feel like with it, the initiating game of him specifically versus Cloud, I think Cloud really struggled. It's not only because it was just low ACS, low kills and stuff, but it kind of felt the Giants maybe went into this playing the meta map for the first time and was just a little bit like trying to work out how you typically play up against a normal team. But because something so out there was thrown in, it was on him to get information a lot of the time, and he wasn't able to.
Yeah, something that Hypeluck as well mentioned during the cast was UK Esports back on top. Weber was able to... Why are you laughing? Weber was able to add on to that, okay? We got the hype going.
I think his performance was definitely respectable. He had some good clutches. The man was coming out of this game with 19 assists. He was exactly the kind of machine you want. He clutches this against Vitinho and Hoodie. Like, it is absolutely mental to think of those assistant coaches actually having such a skill ceiling and coming in like, all right, you know what, I can actually play with you and fight your opponents, because this is what he has done so well. He was not really looking like he has never touched a mouse before.
Yeah, have you ever touched a mouse before?
I've touched a mouse before. I even got great grip tapes on it.
Okay, well, weird flex, but okay. Anyway, let's have a look at the permutations for Heretics, because this game was pretty important for them to get into the double digits in terms of solidifying themselves for playoffs. So Giants at this point, they must be kicking themselves.
It's still grim. I mean, these are the permutations for Heretics. The chances of Giants making it, all of the different scenarios. It's not odds, it's not probabilities. It's out of the 30,000 scenarios that are still able to happen.
Is it exactly 30,000?
It's probably around that number, give or take. Like for Giants, if they win today, 95% of the timelines, the multiversal branches that we can go down, 95% of them have Giants in it. Like actually making it to playoffs, which is no surprise. I just kind of feel like for Heretics, it's still a little bit too late I don't think they're really looking at playoffs at this point. I think they're just sort of looking to sort of build things back and build things up potentially for LCQ as well, because they can't make an emergency substitute till after LCQ if we see Heretics in it, right? So they are playing this for the long run, but it seems to have worked out dividends pretty early on. I mean, it is a weird map to judge everything on. Now that we go to Lotus, their choice, you want to see maybe them double down on that a little bit.
Maybe very much. I think there's one little bit of props that we still need to give is Nuki. I think that is something we unfortunately forgotten so far, is that even though we're talking about the amazing performance of Heretics, man was popping off for 350 ACS, playing absolutely great on that Killjoy, really not taking a role that is so entry heavy, but at the same time, man is able to play, and this is where they all need to chime in on Lotus.
Yeah, well, we've seen them cook up Frankenstein's monster back onto the first map, Pearl, so here onto Lotus, are we expecting that to be replicated? Another curveball thrown in the way of Giants to potentially rock them off a little bit and reduce their chances for playoffs.
Yeah, Kellogg's been on the Neon. It is not.
Okay.
It's not what they played last time when they played up against BBL, but it's still something that like they've gone back to.
Yeah.
I think on this side, it's just Weber sort of slipping into what Zeke was playing, right? There was a little bit of Sage that they played previously, but it's the Sky that they had last time. They had a Breach.
Quickly, can I inform you that there are slight changes? They obviously invested, if I see it correctly, into the Killjoy here on Nuki, and also put Rhyme over on that Omen.
Yeah, these are very like meta, more straightforward comps. I think Kellogg's on the Neon on this map seems to work out quite nicely. It's pretty good timings with the rest of his team playing off of him. But seeing Mixwell go from the Yoru to the Viper, which is something that he's played a little bit on this map in that spot, but it's not being too out there, I don't think.
I think this is crucial though, really quickly. We see no more breach on Giants. They have put Nuki on the Killjoy, and that kind of sentinel power to deny sites, to get early information, to stop players from pushing onto side, that is a crucial change and potentially what gets them Lotus.
Well, potentially, could be the case, could be not. Giants looking to push this to that third mapper, but Heretics want to get that 2-0 on the board, a very much needed win. We're going to be heading straight into the action with Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, and yeah, going into map 2, we kind of start this day, and at least with this game, discussing this was the best map if we were looking at it historically, statistically. This was their best attempt to maybe take us to a map 3. Do we think this could even be a 2-0 now, or do we think maybe Giants have had to wake up here?
I mean, hopefully map 1 was a wake-up call. Again, we haven't seen many Pearl reps. These are probably two of the teams that we've seen more than others, but certainly in terms of the outcome and the nature of that defeat on map 1, that has to be a wake-up call. Coming into Lotus, again, if we're to look at the data, yes, sure, Lotus stands as a good chance for Heretics, but again, there's some role switches here, which I've got to be honest, goes against some of the win conditions that we saw on map 1. Mixwell's not going to be in that same sort of position to find value and really deliver rounds for Heretics. The way Kellogg's was playing Jet, it's always a positive to see somebody play like that, and then map 2 come in on the Neon, because it is somebody that really thrives on that aggression. So Weber ultimately now has a little more pressure with only one duelist to set up, and it being Kellogg's on the Neon.
Yeah, not an easy task by any means. It takes a lot of synergy and a lot of work to bring these two together. So already kind of kicking this one off, it will be Heretics on the attacking side and Giants on the defense. If you're just tuning in, yes, it is correct. Heretics did pick up map 1. That tucked under the belt here. But this is a different kettle of fish. Can it continue? That surprise result that really caught us off guard. And this A piece is coming in. Already a little bit of contact made, but no full follow-up. And keep note of that spike. Weber sitting quite deep here with it. And it looks like maybe in a diversion.
Giants in a position for the split, though.
Oh, the paranoia is lovely too. Really hindering progress, forcing Boo to swing through. Does at least deal with the turret, but he's garnered all the attention now.
Yeah, still 40 seconds left to work with as well. Still, Heretics withstanding that first wave of utility and still getting the spike down here. A full 5v5 here in the post part. Rover leaves out. Actually, Rhyme doubles down on that as well.
That's going to be frustrating now. They're backs it to the wall a little. Weber not getting the fight he wants either. 5 seconds on the flash, and he's still trying to find the fight here. Well, the flash comes in from the other side, and Giants just folding into this, leaving Boo the last one alive, and not a great deal to do with this one. That's not bad. Cheeky little setup, actually, from Boo. That's going to keep him off the spike, but there's so many other bodies in the way. They could just maybe swarm him here, and that has indeed been the case. Vitinho going to play it forward, and with Giants keeping 4 standing, they sound at least back on paper here, working as planned.
I think it's tough for Boo as well with Avova going down here, actually. Makes it difficult, especially then for the rest of the Heretics players to really buy any time to maybe make this lineup work if that's something that Heretics have got in their back pocket for some of these B splits. Giants on the board though. We'll see in big setup towards Rub. Yeah, okay, they're coming across now. I was say with the wall invested here, whether or not they're going to look to control that area. At least the orb retrieved outside B. I think actually trading off Giants look as if they took full mound control there as well.
Yeah. So a little bit of a trade of events, but keep in mind the Giants obviously drastically overwhelm them with the weapons that they have as it stands. Just that Marshall for Kellogg's and a Ghost, I believe, is really the only investments here. So very, very light indeed. So if they can get anything out of this, maybe those ult orbs would be lovely. But you're not expecting much beyond that here.
They're slowly making their way up towards A site. Again, it's going to be difficult. And really isolate either Cloud or Hoodie in this situation.
Toxin screen down.
Flash will confirm presence here, and actually Flash does catch, but the paranoia as well. Hoodie could be overwhelmed here. Nope. Cloud will find two, and Hoodie will get his as well.
Door shut on his face, and Avova just going to try and leap on it. Not going to happen. Flawless round coming out for Giants. Real nice composure there. Saw a little bit of the threat when that paranoia came through towards that tree on door, but couldn't make anything of it. And now we look at what the buy's going to be. So Bulldogs galore, 4 of them to be precise. And on the other side, the rifles coming out as well.
Hoodie will invest the wall to deny some of that deeper space towards 8. Yeah, one thing I've definitely got my eye on is whether or not Heretics are going to invest early in one of these rounds to take that space away. Same thing once again from Giants though. 3 outside C that will take mound control. I guess a big indicator actually not to see the turret here. The flash enough to pull a couple of members of Giants back in this direction, but yeah, Heretics very, very cautious on approach here. Paranoia is perfect, but they actually don't catch Kellogg's.
Yeah, quick reactions to get out of there and keep himself mostly standing. Going to get the heal up as well, coming in from Weber, so he's back up to a decent amount of HP, but in the meantime, we look towards what Mixwell's achieved, and it's been slow progress here, and Cloud actually might be able to note him. Doesn't, so maybe gets away with a little bit of an advantage here, working his way forward, but utility still in play. There it is. So, position now seen. There's no subtlety to this. We've got a lot of information with 40 seconds here. What do they do with it? Looks like a breakthrough towards B is the plan. Flash goes in, the turret's there.
And the Nano Swarm to slow things down as well. Nuki in total control of B site. Concede the plant, yes, but by a lot of time. And
left.
I'll argue Giants probably have positional advantage here with particularly Rhyme's flank coming through. I'm hoping that turret's facing the right way for him.
Yeah, the turret's on the case. Okay, so that's going to be a call to attention coming in. Boot needs to turn around and pay mind to this. Rhyme's going to have to back away. He can't really further that
Giants
progress.
haven't broken back through yet, though.
No, neither side. They haven't won any of those extremities. First, big pick found, but the trade's there this time of over. Big work coming in, though. Hoodie just plows down Kellogg's and the push through. Giants holding on a little bit more here. Still, we've got to look at the time being purchased. Boo is buying precious seconds and actually takes out Cloud with this, leaving Hoodie in a very tough scenario. A 1v2 with not really a favorable fight. No. A 1v1 garnered, but the time's gone. Mixwell's got this one in the bag, and Giants gonna have to concede this one as Heretics will get there first here.
Everybody falls though. It'll force a full repurchase here for Heretics. And Boo and Mixwell looking fairly comfortable in terms of the purchase, but it'll be light shields and maybe some gaps in utility elsewhere. Weber, probably the most concerning. Yeah, I felt like Giants really had the upper hand there, but they were just so cautious. I think maybe waiting for Rhyme to find something on the flank.
Enemy remaining.
And the turret completely shutting that down, and then actually the timing massively favors Heretics. So much eaten away, waiting for Rhyme to achieve something.
Toxin screen down.
Full utility invested from Nuki over towards that B site, allowing that 3-play push towards Mound. Relative security that no one can really hit that B site anytime soon, but still, it's going to be an adjustment here. Looking back towards the A site. Now, no quick progress this time from Mixwell, so playing kind of with the rest of the team and actually posting himself up towards B. So this could be interesting to see how he plays through this one. Re-smoke comes in. Should offset the timing, but maybe they go for the crunch again. They seem to be happy to explore that option.
Problem being there's a second Nano Swarm invested here from Nuki. They do decide to pop through this. Flash will clear.
You should run.
Slow things down, but actually the lockdown is a bit of a game changer here. It's going to force Giants very deep away from this site. Heretics definitely favoring B here, which isn't usually the go-to for teams on Lotus.
No, but it's actually not looking terrible yet. I want to see how it keeps playing out here, because Nuki's made them work for it, but they have been getting on the site. Now they've got the plant off the back of the lockdown. We look at this 5v5 post plant, and with players like Avova still in these positions, this actually adds to a little bit of interest for me. First bit of time bought here with that nano swarm on the site. Weber gets a couple of bullets thrown his way, but nothing really to write home about. It's Boo to draw first blood. Rhyme goes down. Cloud with an opportunity here. Does do well on one, needs a bit more. Doesn't get it. Heretics holding on to this. It's just Vitinho left alive. It's a 1v3. Smoke on the spike, but he's going to look for Boo. Doesn't get it, but the bullets give away that he's not on it. No defuse coming in soon. He wants a fight, and he's going to get it. Kellogg's there, bringing us back to a 2-apiece scoreline.
Weber, 2 crucial kills from him to backstab that attempt from Giants to retake that space outside B. Try and pressure the back line of Heretics, but said Weber goes huge on site. Through here, the second as well there. That was actually after Cloud flashed through, I believe, and caught a player.
Don't play Jet with me, bro.
A very different vibe down on stage here today for Heretics. Certainly justified after that map 1 performance. Giants switching things up now. 3-man setup on the other side of the map here towards Rubble, but nobody from Heretics once again. They're not really taking any risks in the early rounds here. Just anticipating Giants playing very proactive.
It's a really good call to kind of sit this deep, because they had been making some progress earlier on towards that A site, as we noted them splitting through towards B from it, but there's the challenger, Vitinho. Lovely shot towards Avova, does get to dip away from that, so takes away a big piece of the Heretics puzzle.
Still looking for that alarm bot again, but constantly switching it up. It's a big gap towards C site right now. It's only Hoodie to hold down the fort. Will burn a snake by the perfect timing. Seeker's invested also. So lots of information. It will pull the rotation of Giants as well. Again, they don't get past the door, so doesn't paint the full picture. There's some sound cues to give this away.
They're still committing to this. Okay, Kellogg's first man forward. Seeker's going to go in now as well. Hoodie, though, ready to swing on the back of Pillar. Gets dealt with quickly. Boo's there. Cloud, completely unable to find any damage. Seeker's perfect. And now Rhyme, the only one to do anything, only with 1 kill. It's 10 seconds, and the plant should be there. Kellogg's trying to be the bodyguard, trying to buy those times, buy those precious seconds. And now just 2 left. Vitinho's going to pop the knives.
Trailblazer will slow things down. Look how deep Boo's position is here. Weber goes huge on site, though.
Man like Weber just taking those fights. And now, Nuki, what do you do with this? Look how far Boo's playing back. He's going to make it so hard to dig out that second player. Deals with the turret, yes. But more and more time being bought here. Frustration for Nuki. As Weber, if he plays it right, can play off the back of the flash too. There it is, comes in. And there's Boo to swing. Beautiful synergy. And lovely work on the site.
I mean, they only get this site because Cloud eats that Seeker. He gets nearsighted off it. I'm not sure if anybody else is positioned there to deal with the Seekers, but the Paranoia and the Flash land perfectly onto Heretics, but there's no value gained on the back of it. Able to close the distance, that near sight not really amounting to anything.
Nice Weber.
Weber again, separate conversation topic. Already off to a good start here on map 2. Looking very proficient on this initiator role.
Toxin screen down.
Now with 5 sheriffs in hand, Giants would love an opportunity to do a lot of damage, take a couple of these rifles away, do something with this round, but so far, Heretics have certainly been commanding this since we got to those rifle rounds. Hoodie once again to be tested. Kellogg's going to take the angle there, and now force Hoodie a little bit more passive. They don't overcommit to this though. Flash to follow.
They're trying to isolate him though.
Yeah, and now he's in danger. Oh, what a shot. Still takes down one with him, but the trade's quick and effective, and look at the assists on that. He had so many people against him. Nuki next in line did wonders with that Sheriff just on map 1, but it wasn't really to much avail.
Next one's got to be careful once this smoke does drop. There's 2 players posted up on it. Let's have the timing right though. And actually perfect use of the smoke to deny at least one of these players, Nuki. force his hand. No kill comes through just yet.
30 seconds left.
However, that's pretty bold just to stride on in. This really gets dangerous because now you've lost players, and now Giants are absolutely demolishing them. Falling to pieces, their Heretics, not looking to synergize in that one.
They play this so cautiously. It gives Giants so much time to set up. Like I said, Ryan playing those smokes perfectly. Mixwell on the other side of things, trying to work the timing. Coutinho get a freebie through the back of the smoke there. Actually misses the shot, but still rewarded. A very close affair here to start off Lotus. Heretics, everything available except for the Seekers here in terms of this ult cycle. Giants, not that far behind considering the previous investment. One off the lockdown. Actually, Viper's Pit not invested here from Hoodie.
Here. No, I want to see how they approach this round. They do have so many ults to play with. So many options. They've drawn a lot of the attention over towards the A side. There's that lockdown coming in. They're going to have to respect this. Nookie on the other side trying to get a little bit of connection through the smoke while he could. And they're going to take the site pretty comfortably here. Is there an off-tempo fight back? Yes, there is. There's the next player. Well, unfortunate in that regard, as now the counter lockdown, and Kellogg's is in danger. 40 seconds, got to be careful. Yeah, he's giving away a lot there. Coutinho makes light work of him. And yes, they can try and adjust quickly. But now the Viper's Pit comes down towards the other side of the map.
And good coverage on it as well. There's only a couple of options to plant the spike outside it. Hoodie even steps outside. Fine boot of over. Finds Coutinho in heaven though. Perfect bait from Avova, and still gets a kill when he comes out of his ultimate.
That is unbelievable, but look at the time. Spike is down, Mixwell gets his gun out, the timing's right, he's waiting and he's got it! The synergy between Mixwell and Avova there, Mike, was outstanding.
I want to see Avova's POV when he gets that kill on Rhyme to come out of the ultimate. Ridiculous.
I hope we can get that one up for you guys, because that was something special between the two.
I mean, it's a perfect bait as well. Mixwell's timing is perfect to swing onto that ultimate.
Okay, takes a TP, baits in his teammate perfectly.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, if he'd even gone around the corner a little more, that...
He was almost ready for the reset on the second as well.
Wow. That's lovely stuff. What a game we're having. I'm genuinely quite surprised at
the bar was low.
Yeah.
I think that's, again, just taking it at face value, being very real about it, but Heretics definitely stepping up to the plate here. And testing Giants.
Now
shut down. It's the first time I've really seen this aggression rewarded with a kill on the side of Giants. First time Heretics have really played into it, to be honest with you. Mixwell the second to fall. Oh, Coutinho.
Clinical precision from Coutinho there. Giants getting back into it. We'd noted that aggression before. I think it was Coutinho found one and then fell back. We hadn't seen them test it any deeper, really. That time, much more committed to it, and it's working out well for them here. Do they have the capability to find an adjustment for the side of Heretics is the question, as Giants finally find a cure to some of their woes.
Coutinho close to that Blaze Storm once again. Everything really used up from Heretics in terms of the ultimates as well now, so not much to rely on here. And finally, actually, this three-man setup towards Bound will be tested. Boo finds two.
Paranoid didn't hit, fortunately, for Coutinho, but he does get found by Boo. Boo is popping off this round. Gets a rifle in hand, and he's sitting pretty. He's not taking a point of damage somehow. I don't know where Nookie is now. They expected to be creeping forward. Boo trying to toy with him, and it's Nookie all day. Denies any more naughtiness and just holds on to that C site. Hoodie wasn't even anywhere near. That could have been a disaster in the making.
Nookie playing with some bravado, and a couple of rounds on map one we saw it. here revealed, and there's nobody posted up on that same angle. I mean, Boo's very cautious about overextending on that peak.
Wow, come on.
Beautiful openers from Boo. Looking with some slight adjustments, able to isolate all three there. Very impressed so far from Heretics here on Lotus. So the first time, really, you can't discredit Heretics in this round. Giants, a number of times you think actually if they don't find anybody outside Mound, outside C site, and they do drift away from really, I guess, committing to the three-man push time and time again, but they have been very good at rotating away almost instantaneously. It's not like they give it 30, 40 seconds, it's 10 or 15 and they're gone. They leave somebody posted up, leave Rhyme to lurk behind any pressure they feel elsewhere.
5-4 if you're just tuning in. Map 1 was Heretics, walking away with that. And now if Giants do manage to get across the hurdle here, the beauty for me is that we go to bind. And I don't know, the idea of seeing Nuki on that map again to me is always just such an exciting prospect.
Sure, but I wouldn't be excited to see Heretics play it. Again, it being out of the map pool, it's not going to be something that's going to be in their repertoire. This is one that ultimately, if it goes to the third, it does then lean heavily in favor of Giants.
Here.
But I'll take a Nuki frag movie if I can get one. We'll see. 5-4. And already a test towards that B site. But look at Fortunio's position.
I was gonna say he's got to be very careful there.
Owen felt too close to me there for comfort, but makes it away unscathed.
You should run.
And the lockdown as well coming through. Okay, that gives them the site here. How long do they stick around on this? Fortunio is going to wait for a second or two.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's now really securing this. So on the site they go. Fortunio. What? How is he even standing? 5 HP, he's still alive, which is ridiculous. And Kellogg's
not expecting the second.
Himself, but Evova's there, picking up the pieces of what could have been a tragedy in the making towards CT.
He's ahead of the Snakebite as well. Not going to tank the vulnerable.
Look at the flank. Even if he finds this, yeah, there it is. Mixwell pulling the trigger eventually, catching Cloud. None the wiser.
Just Nuki left now on a 1v4. He's going to try and spot out Mixwell first. So a bit of time to work with, but lots to find. And Mixwell's reposition not going to be anticipated here by Nuki.
Enemy down.
Find it, but again, now time's become a major issue for him.
And they're sitting super deep.
Alarm bot out.
Yeah, I think Nuki knows. And look who's waiting, Mixwell. Patience. Oh, it does not pay off. Nuki's done him. And that's going to be the operator kept. Kept safe.
Beautiful adjustment coming out of the timeout as well. I mean, come back to that same discussion. This isn't one where Giants have 3 committed outside C site. Obviously, with the lockdown there, you have to read towards potentially those C-favored executes. Heretics, yeah, maybe planting the seeds, actually. I think Kellogg's is almost feeling like he gets that kill. Luckily, I think Rhyme being caught body blocked there inside the paranoia. I would say during the paranoia. But yeah, maybe with Heretics using the lockdown previously towards B, that's why we don't see that same 3-man push outside C. Or at least no contingency in place to address that.
Well, the pace in which Mixwell's made it here is impressive. That's going to pull a lot of attention this way, and they have been...
Dealt with so much utility off the rip in this round.
And I love how much they've conditioned Giants into having to respond to, as soon as that door breaks, they have to have bodies towards B. Even with that turret still there, they've had to pull players away. So puts Hoodie on a bit of an island. Now the slowing of the pace, 1 minute left.
If Hoodie will be tested in his position once again. Kellogg's actually finds Nuki here, a little off kilter. I think that's the indicator for Heretics to try and find the space towards B. Turret's still not dealt with just yet.
Nice flash though. Cloud sets himself up for success. Rhyme there as well in unison. handling Heretics. As Boo and Avova not looking likely here yet.
30 seconds left.
Very unfavorable positions, and Avova as great as he can be. Full kit of util. Don't think he's going to get much chance. No, he's absolutely not.
I say, talk about being prepared for obviously this split towards B. This time around, Heretics had that window of opportunity, but able to grasp a kill inside. And the pinch is perfect. Actually, even after initially looking at the turret there, still finds 2 to shut this one down. So Heretics now on the back foot, actually trailing by a round as we come into the final for the half, and Giants stacked up on Ultimus right now. Everything but the Viper's Pit.
Ooh, but the pressure, it's quick. Cloud, fortunate enough to be able to get one there and actually fall away from that. The Seeker's going to come through though, force them slightly deeper. Vitinho on the hunt, going to find Avova, leaving just Boo alive. This was much better handled by them. Boo's got his work cut out now.
Fantastic decision from Vitinho to just look to overwhelm the TP in the back lines. Boo still has some utility to work with, but it's not really going to enable him to get a kill.
Recalling my bot.
Still 60 seconds left though. So lots of time to play with.
Lucky putting a whole lot of faith in that alarm bot as well. Swinging towards CT for now. B being held by the turret. Just going to give Boo, I don't want to say a fair chance, but a chance.
We need to find progress towards A pretty quickly. The alarm bot's still there.
30 seconds left.
And Giants just happy to stack up and play a retake here, but if you can get a free plant and reset into a position that's comfortable for him. I think the turret just to see if anyone's playing contact off that alarm, but he's still so paranoid. Problem being now, Giants encroaching. It's going to be harder and harder to get this plant.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and with the lockdown to boot, he really has to make his mind up fast.
Planted.
I don't think he can make it out of here.
No.
You've got 2 players towards heaven watching you. You've already got Nuki on the side trying to close the gap. And there it is, Vitinho to close. So Giants do manage to extend their lead slightly here on the half, up to about 7. And Heretics held on 5. Now still, scoreline-wise, certainly not a full picture.
That's respectable.
It's still manageable. Just have to see how it works well for Kellogg's here. Can he still find any sort of that viability on this side? Does that hinder him or not? Again, 7-5, yes, competitive, but Heretics, we know that it's going to be running on fumes at points.
If anything, really, pace definitely suits Giants for the second half. They can look to overwhelm Heretics and throw off some of those. Throw off some of those defensive protocols that will kind of struggle with this roster change that Heretics are dealing with. Again, it's going to be harder for Kellogg's to really find value here, whether or not he actually slips into playing slowly and looking to get that operator online. And definitely a comfort zone for him. And then the discussion comes from, obviously, Mixwell flipping onto the Viper as well. He's going to be dedicated as an anchor. Heretics are definitely going to have to rely on him.
And look back throughout this, Kellogg's doing wonderfully in a lot of these rounds, taking so much space, but credit where it's credit's due. In some of the early rounds that started to go towards Heretics' side, it was actually Alex Weber doing really well to facilitate some of this. Some of this pressure was fantastic. Some wonderful pressure. Boo hitting some belting shots. And it's still just amazing that we're seeing them kind of compete at this capacity, considering the scenario. However, on the other side, of course, Giants starting to get into the flow a little bit here. We're starting to see them kind of come into their more comfort zone, even though this map hasn't been one that they've lent on massively. It's certainly sat well enough with them at 7-5 on the half, though. It's just how well does Heretics do? It's going to be the constant question throughout this, is how deep can they go in this? How much more do they have in the tank? Because it's not going to be easy. They don't have all the prep to depend upon. They don't have all the options there. For them, it feels like a round at a time almost.
Just coming back to the conversation with Mixwell, I'm curious to see if actually with him on the Viper, who they dedicate as that hard anchor, Avova historically obviously being fantastic in that role, but here the composition doesn't really allow it. It's yes, it's doable, but especially with the paranoia here and the double controller, a lot rides on Weber being able to set Kellogg's up. Again, if they look to play slowly on the defense, it's not really going to be too much of a factor, but see with some of these off, I don't want to say off meta, because on Lotus we do see a lot of Neon, but again, we do look for value that Kellogg's can find. So it does feel a little more consistent with playing a Jet, or even some teams looking to play the Raze on Lotus. You see they're very active to start things off in the pistol.
Yeah, and they want all that space. They're following up behind this. It's going to be Hoodie to deal with maybe 4 players coming their way, and it's
Poison's off.
Killjoy utility on the other side of the map that I think's been pretty
isolated.
much dealt with for now. Hoodie trying to buy these couple of seconds that allow his team to go forward, and they should be able to take the site in the meantime. So for Hoodie, any damage is great here. He's done the best he can, and lovely work from Kellogg's though. Swings out there, setting up the second, but he actually claims it. But the plant comes in, so again, look how much space the Boo's been able to hold on to. Is there enough to be able to build off here? High flash isn't bad. That could have allowed Boo to swing closer to it, but Cloud slips back behind the box.
I mean, Boo actually pings this out, so the awareness was there that they gave up this space. Fatinha will find one blind through the smoke. A little bit of a brawl here for Spawn.
One enemy remaining.
As it stands, Giants coming out on top of the brawl, so Avova pretty far away here.
Shadows traveling.
Gonna be tough to close down on these couple of players remaining. Gets himself on the side pretty quickly. Turret gonna be popping off here. Fatinha gonna draw the eyes across.
What's another death?
But this is not gonna be happening for Avova. Lovely attempt here. Does some damage. But that's not gonna be it. Giants gonna get things started well in the second half, picking up the pistol. And looking to carry this one forward. Yes, just down to Nuki in the end, but really they played that quite well.
And the plant location making it impossible for Avova to find a safe tap on the spike or even get the half. Like I said, the awareness was there from Heretics. Like I said, that ping from Boo came out very early on. Even there, the flash is so deep, it's hard to really find or convert that into a kill. Just really to confirm the information. It's the snake bite that slows things down. I was questioning really with Giants, with that much space to play with, how long it took them to get the spike down, but it took Heretics a long time to even get past Hoodie.
Here.
Giants taking no risks here in round 2. Bulldogs across the board.
Okay, just spotting Avova there. The very end of the Trailblazer. So I encourage this approach now. See the setup. Don't think anyone's going to be walking into that anytime soon. But methodical work from Giants, taking their time. They're not going to be trying to rush this one. They don't really need to. It might be nice to try and feel out a stag. Yes, Cloud's early utility will at least be slightly indicative of it only being one, but the timing window is there. And Hoodie having a look on the other side of the map as well.
Kellogg's actually actively looking to take this fight. Hoodie's got to be careful. Say, there is an opportunity for a wallbang on the corner of the wall, but a little bit of damage done and Hoodie still will find the kill.
But they did know it was only one. So at this point, they actually pulled the rotations in the right place, which is quite surprising. It is only pistols, though. Sheriff and a Ghost are the only upgrades in the classics here. So once again, Giants should be able to sustain throughout this. Cloud could be navigated around by Mixwell, going to catch one in the heels, but then Cloud gets to do the same. Punishing Boo on the way back through. And it's Avova left in a 1v4, so feels like a formality.
Spike planted.
As the plant is now in.
I mean, with the Bulldog purchase, any damage will be key here for Avova. And the crossfire probably going to stand up to the test, and it will. Ryan just swings onto the angle off the turret. We'll hold on to 4 of those rifles. Giants now 4 ahead. Need an early response here from Heretics in this half. No real ult progress to ride into the next, unless Kellogg's really pops off. We see the same approach here as the pistol for Heretics. It could align here with what we're seeing on the minimap from Giants, especially with the investment of the wall as well. Very deep smoke to take control. We'll try and isolate a player ahead of it. I'm not even sure if the flash would have confirmed anything. With Giants slipping towards the right side of the lobby here. An instant rotate comes through from Heretics, actually.
Just off the back, I think all that went in was the dog. That was it from Cloud, so enough for them to respond on, but unless they get proactive fast.
I want to see these Seaside players moving already.
You've got to do something because Evova's on a platter right now. He is so vulnerable to this. He can only buy so much time. He's dead. The Giants have the absolute run of this. Yeah, Weber could maybe catch one, but you don't really want him to go on his own. The other three are a mile away here. A misread, an overread into very limited utility, and Giants make absolute wonders out of that.
Boo isolated as well. Cloud will find a kill, make this a little easier for Giants. A 5v3 now. I think Heretics are considering the bigger picture here. So this will be Giants hitting double digits. It's going to be a broken purchase, even if Boo and Avova look to get something back in this. I think Giants want to try and prevent that. Take away as many of these weapons as possible.
Yeah, Hoodie currently on 2.8, 3.6 for Cloud. They can chase. See if they can take away one or two of these, really put them under the gun in the economy. So let's have a little look. First man. Yeah, okay, Rhyme's gone down, but they now know the players. Cloud willing to fight on this. That's going to be another one gone. That might be about all they can really do. Getting towards them. Hoodie. Nah, not going to get it. Okay, so they do take away one of the weapons in the end.
But that makes it kind of not a forcible position in my eyes. I mean, if Over's going to be on a lesser rifle, Boo's going to really struggle in this round. Mixwell could get a light shield and a rifle, but on the Viper, you want to rely on that utility as well in terms of stopping power. This is not really advisable. A Stinger and a Sheriff thrown in here. Well, one for Avova as well, actually. Yeah, Giants, got to argue, should be hitting 11 here.
Oh yeah, no ults to really bolster it. There's not much to really kind of bring it up from that buy. So yeah, absolutely outnumbered in that regard. Same for the ult question as well. Rhyme's got his, Cloud's got his. Giants looking like they want this done. For Boo. Yeah, first one to fall.
Beautiful clearance.
And then Seeker should also reveal Mixwell's position. Paranoid, follow, stunning work. And the site's going to be theirs pretty much here. Cloud going to make sure there's no one lingering around. But no one followed suit just yet.
Poison's off.
I mean, I feel as if they pulled the rotation they had initially, but it's not much of a window with Kellogg's now looking to retreat back towards A, alongside of Over. A real lack of information on this side of the map for Heretics. Oh, Kellogg's nearly actually landed one through that poison orb.
The cross is the best chance, and that's just been smoked off. Yeah, making it across safely. Rhyme's going to be there with that spike. Fatinho on the case already, a little bit deeper, trying to watch for this push through. An attempt was made on his life, but Avova falls. Now 4v3, Weber, Mixwell, and Kellogg's. What can you do with this? Not an easy one. Weber's made good work towards Fatinho, and actually a fantastic follow-up. Weber, out of nowhere, finds
Seeker's
Hoodie.
going to reveal the flank.
And Rhyme's now noted. Everything has been seen. Suddenly, it's just Nookie left. And that was a round and a half from Weber.
4 on the round for him. The Seekers revealing Rhyme, committing to that TP as well. I love the timing on Rhyme, actually looking to TP all the way behind that rotation. But again, what, 2 kills come through on site here? At the perfect timing for Heretics. Beautiful stuff from Weber.
Nice! Nice, Weber!
Oh, I'm so happy for him every time. It's really cute. Get your teammate like a Weber. 10-6.
I mean, a lifeline for Heretics. He comes 1 round too late in my eyes, but at least gets them back on a purchase here with a decent cushion, to be honest with you. It's only really Boo that's the concern down at 350. I say another loss for Giants will mean they are back on an eco. Have the Blade Storm. Rookie getting close to the lockdown as well, but it definitely won't feel like a comfortable force. And a very, very slow approach here from Giants. It'll be the Trailblazer first thing to really give this away.
Scout destroyed.
got to know Mixwell. They are lucky to be alive. So blind, just trying to fall away to any safety. Fall deep towards the side as Cloud takes the space. Mixwell seemingly unaware that was completely unsafe as Weber's left on. Oh my word, Weber, not again. There's no way he can keep doing that. Finally found by Fatinho. Gonna find the site their own. But they have brought it to at least a 3v3. It's still doable.
Looking towards Kellogg's to really play the time here. Actually, Nuki exposed to that angle.
No one was watching that.
I mean, nobody should have been. Nuki was actually exposed to the angle. So 3v2 now for Heretics. The paranoia lands on Fatinho. No follow-up just yet. They've dug Hoodie out. They found Fatinho as well. Heretics somehow fighting back in this round.
Post-plant positioning.
I mean, a
Curious.
massive fumble from Nuki.
Yeah, uncharacteristic though. Nuki not normally known to be one of those players
But
who
there's no
makes
reason
errors.
for him to even be close to that position. I said it was so obvious, the gap. Beautiful stuff from Weber once again.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, really, really strange. Like I said, from the in-eyes POV, it's so obvious how exposed he is. And there's no, with the other positions of Fatinho and Hoodie, there's no reason for him to be ahead of the double box there. The plant's open for that area.
Get out of my way.
I didn't even spot the nano swarm situation as well, but
It's a mistake that's opened up a gateway, and there was already issues prior to that, but it certainly did compound those problems. But now we look at what they've got left for this purchase, which is the Sheriff's and the Hero Rifle basically on Nuki at this point. Yes, they have the knives out for Fatinho, but this could be a tough round to convert. Up over here, lockdown preemptively put, and Fatinho's in a whole lot of danger. He can't make it out of there. Just stuck in place. Avova going to try and dip away from this for a whole second. Have a little bit of a peek around and actually commits to it. TP taken. It's going to be Hoodie on the case over towards the other side of things, and Boo does get caught, but that's fine. He's got support there. Not going to be able to really close down on much just yet.
not sure actually if that snake bite's going to land, but Mixwell will find a kill behind it nonetheless. Kellogg's going to pop the ultimate. Get ahead of this flash, but oh, he does actually find one. Reveals Cloud's position as well.
Yeah, so much of this was noted purely off that TP even taken by Avova. The once he cleared through, no one's there. They're all going to be on the site. The clear out comes in so nicely.
I mean, even the TP pulls Hoodie away from actually, I guess, capitalizing on the lockdown, pushing towards spawn and maximizing value. The Heretics right back in this, 2 rounds separating them. Fatinho, the only one really with anything behind this purchase, not opting for the operator here, but I mean, Fatinho just absolutely melted here. Eats the alarm bot, the nano swarm, the paranoia. Things kind of slow down from there for Giants.
Weber's almost top fragging for Heretics. Just a quick note. Seeker's almost back online as well. Only one away here, and it's going to be Kellogg's with that operator. First time we've seen him really dabble with this, at least this deep. Oh, this is a volatile play. High risk and maybe high reward.
Anybody deal with the Trailblazer for him? Like,
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, still played in here.
Giants should read that as a bait. Yeah, the snake bite implying just that.
Okay, I think he's feeling the pressures a little.
He can't make his mind up.
He's really, oh my God. Kellogg's.
The hesitation there from Kellogg's. He doubled back on himself twice.
Heartbreaking there. Committing either way could have really changed the outcome. Weber going to be forced away from this as well. There's a site's been carved away at. That's going to be the plant now down.
It's a tough kill to give away. I mean, he was out as well. He's completely out.
Okay. The lockdown's there. And Hoodie's temptation's calling. He wants in and loses. No one to follow. Cloud a little disconnected here. Tries to fall away himself. And
The door's going to close on him.
Door's shut.
Will they read Fatinho's location off this detain? I very much doubt it. The defuse is coming through, Lauren.
No one's stopping it. No one stopped it.
What?
Well, where's the timeout? Giants need a timeout, and they need it now. This has been crumbly 4 rounds in a row with a couple of mistakes. And bear in mind, throw in a little dash of the other side as well. Kellogg's having a nightmare at the start, but what the hell just happened here? Talk me through it.
I'd love to talk you through it, but I don't understand the decision making.
Yeah.
I mean, you can excuse Cloud. Again, it looks as if Fatinho's plan is to almost bait out, you know, being detained. They're never going to think I'm behind them, right?
Sure.
If I get detained from this. It just so happens the Heretics funnel away from Heaven because they feel that contact from Hoodie. They prioritize that area. So Vitinho's almost played in there. The one thing that can't happen. Hope you're not rubbing that on the desk underneath.
Oh.
Didn't need to see that.
Whoever sits down there next.
Regardless, again, what else is going on there? I'm absolutely baffled by that one. Because, yes, Cloud being caught out, it's unfortunate the timing of the door closing. He's overstayed his welcome a little bit, but then, what, there's 4 alive and 2 of you detained? Yeah, it's a free defuse, guys.
Yeah, that's not good enough. That's simple. And keep in mind, let's go bigger picture. At the start of the day, even Ryan was saying, I think I somewhat agree, outside of the, let's say, your Navis, your, I'd say, Liquid Fnatic, right, those 3, Giants are right up there. At least they should be. We are seeing some very uncharacteristic errors, some weird choices, some fumbles.
Is it lack of respect? Is it?
It could be. I mean, Angel in the last game was kind of highlighting it was very hard to play up against a team that's playing a bit weird, you know, a little bit loose, a little bit fast. But that's not even what we're really seeing being the issue here either. It's some unforced errors for Giants that are totally out of the norm. That's much better. keloqz this time secure in his choice. Gonna take down Nuki and back away. First blood drawn.
Yeah, no risk whatsoever of a trade coming through. Really got himself in a position now to back up Avova. We've slowed things down a little bit with this one way. Does keloqz have an angle on the right side of this? Oh my God.
He's not dead yet. Oh, he is now. Vitinho, really nice work closing the gap on that. I thought it was a bit too dangerous almost flying into that shorty, but he holds.
I think once again, keloqz second guesses himself on the weapon switch, to be honest. It's tough to see him fall back to back in some of these scenarios, but...
Speaking of second guess, don't fancy that C site. They're looking back towards the rest of the map. Oh, towards A Seekers.
Perfect time for the Seekers, but it'll be very late until Kayati, with one of them going towards... 2 of them going towards Link now. That should pull the rotation. There's no flank control here. It looks as if Vitinho might be the one to pick up that slack. He's got to be wary. Mixwell's on his way towards him.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
With that flank pressure coming in, they can try and posture on the site, keep their attention, but it is going to be the likes of Mixwell who can really make this one a problem, and he's done that. Takes down Cloud. It wasn't Vitinho, but now the next layer will be. He's sat over towards the connector now. They do need to deal with the site. They still need to get past that point here. Weber, no more flashes left here. Rhyme, Vitinho, bringing it down on the site. That's much better from them, at least holding that side of the map. So it's Mixwell and Weber, 1 flash to play with, and that's about it. And that found nothing. So again, this one, good damage, but it's not going to be enough. Giants investing a fair amount, but it's worked out for them this time.
I mean, the Viper's Pit enables them to pick up or at least solidify that flank control a little better. Looks like going to do some damage on the way out. Again, 2 players looking fairly comfortable. You don't want to see another one fall. He didn't spot him. He didn't spot him. I mean, they've heard him now, but... Yeah. So yeah, well played by Giants here. It was after conceding the first blood as well. keloqz, like I said, just caught off guard a little bit. So eager to pick up these close angles. Played very aggressively. Opposite side of the map, sure, but
and it's
a little overzealous.
It is strange for keloqz, though, because it feels like something has knocked his confidence, bigger picture, right? Because that guy used to be brimming with it, and a couple of second guesses have hindered
He has been today, mouthing off to Vitinho on the stage, and...
Yep. Oh, TP committed. Oh, that's a tag. Mixwell, fully focused, and just avoids that paranoia that it will be safe from. This is massive. Rhyme's given so much up for that, and really...
If they get the plant and fight, get themselves into a comfortable post plant. Heretics still spread very thin here if you look at the mini-map. But aggression here from Giants.
Dangerous game, because keloqz is waiting, and he receives, finds Vitinho and thinks that's a bit weird. There's probably more, and he's right. Finds a second. Now down super low, has to fall away. Kind of give that up and get a little healed. So he's going to be back into more fighting form, and it's Hoodie and Cloud. One more flash to invest, and Cloud has fallen. Hoodie, paranoia hits. He's backpedaling away. They're all on the site. Heretics. Double digits now made. This map's not over. This could be a 2-0. But to Heretics.
They're comfortable repurchase here, but I'm not sure what's left behind this. They have to play this outright. Again, unfortunate for Rhyme. Mix were able to get ahead of that paranoia, but Kellogg's shutting down this post-plant aggression perfectly. Nice. Heretics able to sweep back through. So yeah, it won't look terrible behind this, but Ryan brings a stinger into this one.
Careful. Careful.
No ultimates available. Seeker's close for Cloud. The other side of things, Kellogg's and Boo probably.
First time we've seen Avova really toy with this concept. And the paranoia might be his only way to get out of this. He plays in Kellogg's, and he plays in him so well! The paranoia comes through. They are all just so enamored with the idea of punishing Avova. They forgot about Kellogg's. And now you're down to 3. Cloud, Rhyme, and Nuki. And the position's been noted.
Boo gonna post back up on this angle, but don't want to see him overcommit just yet. We'll see them use these numbers now. A 5v3. Kellogg's, though, going to find his third on the round.
This is massive from Kellogg's. Nuki and Rhyme don't like that anymore. But the map's getting smaller. Mixwell's going walkabouts. He's holding half of this map here. He doesn't even need to overextend particularly. He can allow them to have faith in that B and A hold. The flash didn't make it anywhere near far enough.
Probably just going to save, honestly.
Yeah. What else are you meant to do?
Patino at 1,800, Cloud at 1,000. Hoodie will have to bring something into this, but didn't even know actually the utility he had invested, but that might make it a little easier if he did fall before Giants really got anything going here. Kellogg's will get his ultimate online.
I can't believe we're in this scenario, because this half looked good for Giants. At the start of this,
very good.
It was like, okay, we're back, right? We've got the nice protocols in here, cool. We're not really seeing Heretics with that same sort of form. Do they get to keep hold of these? No, okay, they've lost one. They need to, Nuki needs his rifle. He's desperate to hold on to it. Bloody hell!
Oh my God.
What an attempt from Nuki to keep hold of it, but...
I mean, does he get his ult off that? He does, yeah, he gets the lockdown, but he only brings 3650 now into this.
Look at this streak around. I can't believe it.
And actually, bigger picture-wise, this is really detrimental. Heretics, they have the cushion. They can throw 3 in to remove these rifles.
Yeah.
Because actually it suits them. They win this round. Giants don't have an awful lot for the final.
I can't believe we're here. We're not there yet. Still, 12 is the one to look for. Operator out for Mixwell on the Viper.
I mean, did see Giants actually adjust here with the purchase, so Cloud the most concerning, down to 500 on a Guardian, but again, you've got to question the utility investment here. We've got to be careful.
There's no one here to save him this time. Kellogg's is not around yet. He's trying to make it away. Can he make it out in time? Yes. Just to safety, but it's Kellogg's. Jesus Christ.
Nearly actually catching Hoodie with the spam. I think it's caught by the Trailblazer, and actually with the snakebite as well.
There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go. Kellogg's just pinned in. Utility just poured on through. The lockdown's there as well. They put a lot to this round. They need it to work.
5v4 now for Giants.
Spike planted.
See if Heretics can stand up to the test here of another successful retake.
Okay, well, they spotted one on the site, one towards tree. They need to start clearing this though. Time's starting to tick. They don't have much left to put into any sort of utility advantage to force them out of positions. They've just had the guns in their hands for Tino and Nuki. In combination, it's only going to be Weber, but he's done so well. Weber again! He's on his third! He's got the Seekers as well and a flashback in play. How much more can one man do?
And a snake bite.
He's got to find the kills fast somehow. He's made a damn good go of it there. Weber, valid attempt.
A lifeline for Giants, though. They needed that one. Kellogg's, I got to say it again, caught off guard. Beautiful isolation from Giants. You saw the amount of utility he had to bounce between. Like I said, if he doesn't get caught by the Trailblazer, potential there for him and Avova to actually stand up ahead of this execute coming through. It's really tough. He's so desperate to bail out Avova, relinquish some of that pressure. One round separates them now. Boo one off the lockdown here. So not going to see an early play for an orb, but
I've got your trail.
So Giants might just look to hit C here.
Yeah, Mixwell's in so much danger. Fully blind, Seeker on the way.
Cloud
Has
took a
to
ton
pull
of
off.
damage there.
How many? Was it just like a couple of bullets that connected from Mixwell?
I think the Nano Swarm, maybe the Snake Bite as well. I didn't even know actually where it landed.
Where's the plant? Okay. Well, they've allowed for rotations to come in at least, so there is
Trailblazer
that.
didn't clear.
Okay, there's the lockdown. Now do they hold this well enough? Let's see. Cloud's down low. Weber's found Rhyme.
Cloud's going to get detained here.
He's got 2 seconds to make something happen, and he gets drive-by'd. Mixwell takes him away regardless. Now the detain does go down, so let's see if they can get that defuse going. But look how deep it is. It's not really for long. They have to fight their way back in, and Mixwell holds them back. 12 apiece. We're going OT.
I got to question the choice in plant location here. Again, lockdown not available at the start of the round. Sure, the awareness not there, but that's bad from Mixwell. We go to overtime here on Lotus.
Weber just showing oi. He'll bring out an iSeries special soon. He'll just stand up and start throwing things. I mean, timeout coming here, right?
Giants look flustered in some of these rounds. I've got to say, I mean, we talked about it earlier, the uncharacteristic kind of mistakes being made, but also just some questionable decision-making. At that there, I can understand Cloud, low HP, he wants to post up, maybe go 1-for-1 or commit to being detained. Sure, but like I said, with that plant location, you either fight the lockdown or you have some sort of contingency. I didn't actually note the placement of Nuki's Nano Swarms, if they were set up for that plant or not, because they didn't come through. They didn't buy enough time for Giants to actually retake that space after the lockdown expires. That's something I'll have to go back and watch, because yes, that changes it, but even so, it doesn't feel comfortable.
No, it doesn't. But this whole game hasn't felt comfortable at all. It's wild to me. We are in.
Weber's top fragging.
Yep. Yep.
He's back on top.
And look, I appreciate the confidence conversation at the start from Niels, but if I ever hear any of those statements made about Weber again, I will tell you how much of a lie it is. But he is having a really good game. So the truth of the matter is that Weber's actually playing brilliantly in role, in mechanical capability, and actually just keeping Heretics in the right place. There is no way on paper with, let's say, as they came into this game, plumb last for Heretics and 5th for Giants, you'd have ever said, yeah, potential 2-0, Weber's probably going to top frag. You're out of your mind. But the confidence they've got, something, a fire lit underneath them, you've brought out the best in some of these players. And now can they make it count in OT?
Scout destroyed.
First contact made, but you can see the pressure starting to mount. Now we saw a lot of this, those kind of adjustments through towards that B site. It looks like they want to kind of do something similar again.
I was going to say, this almost feels telegraphed with how regulation went on the attack. This time around, yeah, a little bit of an adjustment here, but Coutinho bails out his teammate. Will remove Kellogg's. Need to get this plant down, though. Smokes are going to expire, and Giants going to be able to fight back into this.
That paranoia is huge. What? Mixwell! He was fully blind! Fully blind! Mixwell! How is he still doing this? 2 big kills out of nowhere. This is brawly. It's Messe and Weber. Still keeping precise, but in a 1v1, it's a Vova against Rhyme. Omen v Omen, and it's a Vova to claim it. One.
Weber, man.
Where is this guy come from?
What the hell was that?
Match point.
He's nuts.
He is popping off in some of these rounds.
It's wild.
How does Mixwell get those 2 kills as well? The first, was it the muzzle flash?
No.
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 No, he's just... I thought it was the paranoia. The first one's just completely off the blind. Then he gets a kill with the paranoia.
Pipson's in pieces. Oh no.
And Neil's loving it.
Yeah, Neil's having a great time. I haven't seen him smile this season. I've never seen Neil Zelio smile. So here we are. But they're not out of the woods just yet. There is still one more attempt here. Oh dear.
Mixwell's going to hear this.
He can do no wrong. They check on him, sure, but he still gets one, a second, a third. No, not this time, but great damage. Nuki alive on 33, but so much achieved early on here. Fatinho goes into the even note. Boo, they have no idea. Divide and conquer. Fatinho's all on his own. No support on the way yet. Boo doing so well. The follow-up not there. A 2v3 again. Slowly but surely trying to keep these numbers. You've got Nuki and Hoodie alive, and that's it.
Now actually with the plant coming through.
Spike planted.
Let me give this up. Wait for the rotation to happen, but the lockdown's actually obtained off the plant. That actually really changes the dynamic here in the retake.
They know that
because it's so deep, it's on site.
Yeah. Weber's still found Nuki there. That's huge, but Hoodie's held the line.
But also got Hoodie down to 40 HP.
And it's just Kellogg's, the 1v1. I can't believe it's come down to this. Kellogg's, oh, he's read it a little too far. Overcooked it a bit, but Nuki with heroics in the end, joined by Hoodie there to secure that site somehow. Odds and numbers against them.
Overtime.
We go again.
What a crazy series. Weber almost actually finds this kill, by the way, which would have been absolute insanity.
It's game on now. How much more can they suffer through this for both sides? Seeing that 3-play stack again, something they slipped into quite a fair bit in regulation. Gonna note the presence on the other side to slip away from that just a little bit further.
At least 2 noted here, 2 sets of shots over towards Rubble here from Heretics. Trying to pull the rotation, Trailblazer through mid. Will spot the turret, but I don't actually think confirms anybody outside. And they're now actually relying on the conditioning. This smoke towards B, hoping that it's going to pull the rotation, but there's a ton of utility in Link that's not going to be triggered.
Yeah, the conditioning throughout regulation and even into OT.
Problem is, Heretics don't know about this adjustment of the utility. The flash actually perfectly timed here. Going to confirm presence outside C.
Fatinho's going to hear that step for sure. They know exactly what's coming their way now. There is a crunch to be had, though. Cloud denied. It's Kellogg's to find the first here, but there's going to be the back line from Giants coming on through. The site is in Heretics' hands, though. They will be able to get a plant from this. There's going to be Boo, Mixwell, and Avova to hold on to it, and you're right. That is a little bit further away, so going to keep at least them safe as well. Slipping out from this.
Avova looking to post up and just go 1-for-1 potentially.
This is so tense now. Avova needs to get that one, though. Needs to be good for it. Yes, he is. A follow-up. He's actually gone away, no trade. Oh, a follow-up indeed for Avova. And now one more. Incredible work from Avova on the site. That's the Avova that you roll your mind back to. The clutch king himself, always so calm under pressure. He's showing it here. Bottom of the board, but wow.
The most you asked for him there is one. Absolutely ridiculous that he finds that much. Again, I think Giants are reading this as, yeah, they've got to save plants, a 3v3, they're probably going to look to play very deep positions. It's only Hoodie to swing onto this side of the site. No possibility of the trade to come through onto Avova.
Vintage stuff from him. Wow, okay, back in the advantage. Series point. Can't believe we're here. Unthinkable almost. But wow, what a series it's been. Unless you're a Giants fan.
There.
Giants looking to create a little pressure outside C here, but I think potentially, actually.
Placing swarm grenade.
I was going to say, I didn't know whether or not actually Avova and Kellogg's were going to make use of this time when the smoke's about to expire, but they are posted up. Actually cycling the smokes here. Mixwell will catch a little bit of contact. Some information at least. That might be the green light, actually. No, actually, Avova and Kellogg's are still posted up here.
They are, and last time it worked so well. Remember, the paranoia that was sent in that Kellogg's then got 2 from. Do they still clear this as diligently as they should?
10 seconds until the next smoke, though.
Here we go. This is game time. Avova forced away with the paranoia, sends his right back, but Kellogg's will get checked on. It's not gone to plan, but Avova's still standing, still going to find one. Kellogg's has fallen. He had no idea. Hoodie down Kellogg's and somehow didn't put it together in the time, but Mixwell's made it here so fast, they have no idea.
30
Wait,
seconds
Mixwell
left.
has gone completely unchecked on. Mixwell has got so much damage done. 2 big kills and now a 2v2. Nookie and Hoodie up against Boo and Weber. Spike can be planted in the Viper's pit. But look how quickly Boo is getting to work. 6 seconds, 5 until he gets the turret back up. He is indeed. He's on the site. Does he find Nookie? Yes, he does! And the 1v1. Hoodie's got him.
Hoodie needs an ace.
Nothing short than perfection needed here. Weber leading the way for the other side. Not today, Hoodie. The ace is enough to tie it all back up. One-man army on the screen here for Giants, and we go once again.
I'm not even sure if Kellogg's knows where he's died to there. Again, the information just not relayed quick enough. Looks even worse from the other perspective. But clutching up for Giants is Hoodie. 14-14 now. And we're getting pretty deep into the strat book. How many different looks do Heretics have here? They've seen them try to rely on this conditioning now. They have any other looks to show us here for the attack?
We haven't seen this much attention towards B in a minute here, but look at the other side. There's 2-3 players here. They're going to go off the back of this. Vitinho played in perfectly. Lovely work of the utility there. Sterling gets away without any threat to his life either. Now there are problems coming in for Heretics. They're down to 4 players. They've not really made massive amounts of progress anywhere.
That was a beautiful combination with the Trailblazer and the Paranoia. Again, no contingency outside B there for Heretics. They lose Kellogg's. Again, been able to convert some rounds that he has died early, but this is a big ask. Cloud looking to rotate across and try and give Hoodie some sort of support here. Heretics are making great progress though.
Done well, but it is Hoodie, the man of the moment that they're walking in towards.
You should run.
But there's the lockdown.
30 seconds left.
That's huge actually. It's going to clear everything on site and pretty deep into heaven as well. It's a very aggressive lockdown. Giants have to respect it. Been a while for the plant to come through though.
Okay, but Mixwell.
Don't want to see him overcommit to this.
No,
he's got a second snake bite as well. He can really stall this out.
This is huge because they won't feel pressure anywhere else. They know the value of this. Yeah, okay, but up and over. Look who's on the way. Mixwell needs to fall off this. Plays in Boo quite well, actually. Their Bloodlust trying to hunt down Mixwell, tease them up for this, and actually he makes his reappearance! And he gets down 3! Nookie finally appears and just barrels through the first. That's a Vova gone, but he's still got 2 more to try and claim. Mixwell, one of them, and Mixwell's not moving. Massive impact from Mixwell here in overtime. 15 for Heretics, once again taking the lead.
Another chance here for Heretics to close things out. So well played to stall out this rotation coming through from Giants. And it's been a while since we've seen any of these players, particularly Mixwell, get that vocal on stage. They're fired up today. Can they find it now, though?
Again, Kellogg's been punished a lot of times doing this now. Him and Avova struggling to find that impact.
It's looked so good in a couple of rounds, but...
very risky, it feels.
I got the spike.
I have to say it again, if he's being traded, sure, but there's been a number of questionable decision-making moments and first deaths that just stand out.
They've chosen the right site here, B completely unoccupied by defenders.
There's not even any Killjoy utility here to really notify them.
No.
So Nano Swarm to slow things down, yes, but there's going to be no confirmation until they get a sound cue here.
And they're obviously cautious, but it's going to be Rhyme to find him. Okay, so he spots out 2 players there, or maybe just 1, but...
It's a tough retake.
Yeah.
Because they're split 2 and 2 either side of the site.
What to clear? Nookie?
That's a good first step, though.
Just going to walk on into Webber, who's got another! It's a 2v4 for Tino and Hoodie. Hoodie better make good on this one. Hoodie.
Has he overcooked this? No, he hasn't. The Trailblazer.
No, Hoodie, this is just right. That's one. That's two. Perfect from Hoodie, bringing it back to even numbers. And now, what can Fatinho do? Nothing! He falls! And now it's all on Hoodie again. He had to ace before. He's going to have to do something similar, and it's not going to happen! Heretics causing the biggest upset so far.
What a day from Heretics. A couple of individuals standing tall today. Mixwell having a fantastic performance here on Lotus. Again, two very, very contrasting roles he had to fulfill in this series, but nails both of them.
Honestly stunned. Honestly stunned. This is one of those games you don't see very often. Truly, a lot of the aspects of what made us look towards Heretics initially, a lot of those aspects that are very fun about that team, actually hitting. And it wasn't this one that I expected, with Weber joining in on the roster after taking out their IGL. Like, come on.
Weber, for me, man, what an insane performance from him to step onto this stage and deliver that today. In a number of situations, just looking so comfortable out there.
It's actually crazy. Like, I genuinely can't believe it. Yeah, throughout the series, had impact. Looked pretty good. The first one, you kind of chalked up to a little bit of a, oh, you know, maybe the aura's a bit ratty. It kind of worked out. Mixwell, though, if you're going to say Weber, you've got to say Mixwell as well. Had a series. You said it during the game. We've had a couple of these players who've been very absent, finally kind of making a little bit of stage presence known here. And it's so good to see it coming out from the likes of Mixwell, looking confident, getting out of his chair, getting fired up. Weber, I mean, as much as you can say he's got LAN experience, stage experience, it ain't much like this. So again, an over delivery and truly a horrific game for Giants in that regard.
Yeah, it was, again, it's hard to really quantify some of these decisions that were made. If it was just, they weren't expecting Heretics to really perform to the level that they did today. I don't want to say it was a lack of respect. Some of them certainly look like that at face value, but yeah, for me, there's just something not clicking today with Giants in terms of the discipline, the fundamentals that usually look so damn good for them.
And the sad fact as well is the Giants are kind of in that mid-block where you could have seen a game like this really putting them into the positive. I think they go to a 4-3 result. That would, you know, kind of put them above the rest of the pack, tied up that 3-3, 3-4 result. So that could have been huge for them. To fumble at this point is very uncharacteristic because they've been a team that have been eyeing towards top 3, top 4.
I'll be honest, it puts them in a really concerning spot, actually. Yes, we look towards some of the future matchups, but this is certainly one that, again, in terms of predicted outcomes, you got to say would swing their way.
Yes. Yeah, hands down. I guess, yeah, questions around the map pool initially that brought our attention in. But even with that, this is so outside of the norm, outside of how you'd expect it to go, that you can't even put it to that. Maybe should have been a little bit safer on the veto rather than pulling out, what was it, Pearl for map 1, sure. But even then, it's...
I think it's fine to let it go through with I guess, in terms of expectations, right? Heretics have massively over-delivered today, and you can't really discredit Giants in that fact. It's the things in-game, the mistakes that really you have to attribute this loss to.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that I'm sure the desk will be talking about. However, something else they'll be talking about is a fantastic conversation with Avova that'll be coming up on the post-plant just after this.
Nice, boy. Nice! 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 Yes! Nice! 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 Vamos! Nice! Avova, my friend, you got...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Vamos a mostraros un poco lo que es todo el estudio. Aquí es donde vamos a hacer warm-up. Aquí está Cloud.
¿Qué pasa?
¿El que pasa? Di algo a la cámara.
¿El que pasa?
Di algo a la cámara, lo que te enseñé.
Ah, te como las tetas, pichiño.
Aquí está la cafetería, por aquí dentro. Tienes café, comida, frutas. Aquí tienes teléfono del partido, tienes allá más bebidas. Aquí dentro nos hacen los contenidos individuales. Aquí está el make-up, por ejemplo. Bueno, y hay 4 salas de warm-up porque cada día juegan 4 equipos y están como separadas lejos de una de otra por si acaso se escucha información que no quieres escuchar o lo que sea. Estas son las salas que nos meten antes de los 10 minutos del partido para hablar las cosas, para discutir cosas, mapas, cómo vamos a jugar, hablar de nuestra idea, una sala de chill. Y por aquí arriba es la sala de los casters. Vamos a subir aquí los castings. Aquí creo que es la parte donde sale el casting internacional. A la izquierda está el de la LVP, pero no podemos usarlo ahora. Por aquí entramos al stage, las luces, estamos de uno en uno. No sé si ahora mismo podemos ir, pero bueno, ahí se ve el stage. Bueno, aquí están las mesas, las sillas. Estos cascos que mucha gente me pregunta, pero no son para escuchar el juego, son para generar ruido blanco y aislar de fuera. Para escuchar el juego tenemos los in-ears, pantalla, la cámara por aquí. La verdad es la hostia porque cuando estás aquí abajo sientes como que te están gritando desde arriba como si fuese un coliseo, obviamente. Mira, ahí están los casters españoles, que mira, me está apuntando ahora mismo. Se pueden ver los monitores de los jugadores, que para mí eso me parece increíble porque tú estás como observador y estás no aparte solo viendo los monitores, sino que los escuchas comunicarse. Eso para mí como espectador creo que da un valor increíble. El otro día estuve viendo aquí un partido y desde aquí la vista es increíble. Pues bueno, aquí está el entrenador, que está todo negro, camarita tal y ya. Bueno, aquí está el fan meeting. Cuando hagamos un partido, aquí suelen venir fans a pedir autógrafos o a pedir fotos. Y aquí está el trofeo, muy bonito a mi parecer. Tiene pinta de que pesa, pero no lo voy a tocar por si acaso. Yo no toco trofeos hasta que no los gane. Y eso, bastante bonito. Bueno, hasta aquí el tour del estudio, espero que os haya gustado. Hay más salas que no os puedo enseñar porque ahora mismo están grabando, pero esto es enorme y está muy currado.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. We're here with the Post Plant live from Messe Berlin, and we have the lovely Avova joining us for the Post Plant. Before we even start this, I want to ask you, what are your emotions right now? Because I don't think anyone expected you to win, to be completely honest.
Feels amazing, to be honest. Like, we have been having a rough time here in Berlin, but this one feels great. It's like we want the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think it feels particularly good because you had so many close maps, like the Fracture, the Haven. There were a lot of scenarios where you could have won, but it never felt like. Was this like today a showing where you would have said this was like the last few % that we actually would have needed to win all those other maps that we had in the past?
To be honest, I just want to say thank you to Weber. That's the only thing.
Why is that?
I don't know what.
I mean, yeah.
What did you do? Like, how? Because obviously something changed within your team.
Yeah.
What actually, if you like, could tell me a few things, what changed actually within the team?
I can't go into details, but
sure.
We had some rough periods with Zeke, obviously, and we just didn't have the chemistry at all, or the synergy.
Would you say, and like, Weber brings that now?
Yes, definitely. I feel like the 5 players we have right now just feels like good friends, like a family.
Right.
And
okay.
before, it was kind of disconnected, and just couldn't figure it out, really.
Okay, well, let's have a look as well at the last game specifically. I want to start out with round 7. It kind of felt like the swing round for you guys in terms of using the ultimate from Hoodie and just being able to get it rolling.
Yeah, it's because that seemed like the round where you were having a great start, right? And they were really messing with you.
Yeah.
This decision making you had, you were really keen on those on some of those super late decisions, wasn't it?
Bro, here I was like, fuck. It's like, oh, sorry.
Whoops, it's all right.
I got 2 minutes like 1 minute. 1 minute before I came here. Okay, so basically.
Go ahead.
Effort.
Take your time. Yeah.
The time was really low. Time is ticking, and obviously Hoodie did a really good ult on A, because we, like, if we try to plant on A, we will die.
But I want to know how because obviously what you did, you were pushing the ult up onto the spot on B, right? You were really trying to stack the enemy. Was it that perfectly timed? Did you have that exactly as that plan?
I didn't have it as a plan. It just happened. It's like a second nature thing.
Right. You didn't even communicate that. You just did it.
I didn't think about it. I just did it, because if you think too much about it, you'll miss out the timing.
Crazy. I think that was the crazy part, because you had a lot of those 30 seconds, 20 seconds kind of through the door kind of executes.
Yeah,
to
it came a lot down to the wire, and everything was just like a mid-round call by someone.
Was any changes at mid-round calling with you guys?
We will change like a small detail here and there. Maybe Mix will call something, maybe Boo, even Weber, anyone really.
Okay.
Call a little change, and we'll just execute what we thought will be the best round.
That was impressive.
Is that very different from how the mid-round call used to go?
I'll say we usually did that, but at least today with Weber, we didn't have too much preparation, to be honest.
Okay.
So we just went with the flow.
Before we go further into Lotus, I would definitely love to ask you something about Pearl. You played double duelist, right? You played double initiator, single controller. And Weber said to Ryan, we had 5 days of prac. Did you prac Pearl?
1, we didn't prac Pearl.
All right.
2, we didn't prac Euro at all.
You didn't prac Euro at all?
Never. Like, we never tried them.
Wait, how did that happen? How did Mixwell say, I want to play Euro?
So we came here, I was playing deathmatch, and all of a sudden, Mixwell was like, "Oh, did you hear?" I was like, "No, I didn't hear." Then what? I want to play Euro.
What was your reaction?
And I was like, "Yeah, okay, let's do it."
Oh, wow, okay.
Because he has been playing Euro before, on Bind in G2. And
1 time?
Maybe 2 times.
Okay.
Maybe. Like a really long time ago, like 2 years ago from now. And he played it really well. I really like his Euro.
Agreed.
He's really good at just doing on-the-fly stuff, and it's really clever, so it fits him. And then we were like, maybe we'll try Sky instead of Jet.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, Kellogg's was like, I want to play Jet.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, yeah, let's do it, let's do it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because I think that the Euro felt like really clicking, right? Really like adding another layer of I'm teleporting behind you, I'm flashing you, you got no chance.
Yeah.
Would you say that particularly in the map, because you never practice it, simple fundamentals like peeking together, having the right kind of communication was something that was working so well on that map?
It works super perfect. We didn't practice it at all, but it just clicked. We feel we had so much fun. We were like, fuck, they picked Pearl. Oh.
All right.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, let's.
We were like, okay, they picked Pearl.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that. And we were like,
whatever.
Let's do something.
Yeah.
Randomly that they couldn't be prepared for it, because we're not prepared for it, you know?
No, I love it. I genuinely thought that was like the kind of plan to really upset them, and they didn't. It felt like they didn't even know what to do. That was the cool part about it. Coming back to this map right here, and coming back to Lotus, as we can see on the screen, you are playing a wide diversity of executes in my eyes. Can you run me through how much it changed, particularly with Weber on that C side, what you were doing, or was it just the same plan, same XX, just he has to fill in the role?
Like, obviously we had the same plan.
Yeah.
But we had that little, how can I say it?
Adjustment?
A little adjustment, a little flavor of Weber, you know? It was sprinkled.
What is Weber flavor like? Describe it.
He's just clever. He has a mega mind.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He talks a lot, and surprisingly, he's really good at aiming as well.
That was the crazy. He was like second best on frags on that map.
Yeah. We talked about it last time he played on a scene 5 years ago.
Okay.
So yeah.
I guess a little bit of downtime helps.
And the fun fact, he never warms up.
You're telling me that this man had 24 frags and did not warm up.
He didn't warm up. He just said, "I'll plug my stuff in and play." And he plugged it in and played. He's an amazing guy.
He was even playing with a mouse sports mouse pad. I was what is that about? But that was actually kind of crazy. I think one few things that we want to talk about when we take a look at retakes, because you were down by quite a bit. It was, I think, 10-6. You know, Giants looked like they had it.
Yeah.
And you had this amazing streak. It starts here. How was your mental going from winning one retake after another after another?
To be honest, when we were down 10-5, it was looking a bit rough, but we just kept the mood up, and we just came into this game being like, we just need to have fun, communicate, and be like lighthearted about it, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
It just worked out.
There's
nothing too much preparation and all that stuff.
That makes it more fun.
Yeah.
Talking about the fun aspect as well, and as you mentioned, the Euro was a curveball that you threw, and it actually worked out. Is that something that you're potentially looking to implement in future comms, different maps, something that you want to keep experimenting with? Because it did really well today.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Aww. Why does nobody want to leak anything?
It's gonna be a surprise.
You're gonna be in big
trouble.
trouble.
Thing is, you might come to the venue and be like, I want to play Euro again.
Oh, it's like what you decide on the day, whatever you feel like.
Whatever you feel like on the day, it will happen.
Okay.
As long as we trust each other.
It seemed like today was a bit of a massive swap within your team, which is the impressive part, right? Because you would usually expect people are putting in the assistant coach and things don't work, right? But would you, because once more just coming back to that, would you say that the mental factor or the synergy factor was the big thing holding you up from your potential?
To be honest, yes.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
Our mental was really, really poor.
Yeah.
And our synergy was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And just putting Weber in, everything just clicked. And hopefully it will continue like that, you know.
I love to see that. I genuinely love to see it. Maybe we can take a look at one of your clutches because we saw so many clutches. And one of those is the one in R27. You know, overtime, you did the job. Can you talk us through that a little bit?
Oh, this one.
This one.
There are quite a few.
Yeah, so I knew that I think Mixwell and Boo had mollies. So like, I'm gonna play afterplan. I was like, I'll play, we call that spot Puma.
Puma?
Yeah.
Why is that?
There's literally a Puma on the wall.
Ah,
there's elbow and then there's Puma. Like, that exact corner, you know? I was like, I'll just play for kills. Okay, I just trust myself to get some kills and they'll finish it off, you know? But I just went ham.
Felt like that was a theme overall today. Everyone just playing for the kills, getting a lot of picks. The confidence was boosting. Again, is that down to the mental, the state that you're in, just everything clicking?
Everything clicked and everyone trusted each other. I know Mixwell said he looked at the other guys, they looked a bit scared, and he didn't even watch the game. He just trusted us to win the round, and it happened.
I think
so
at one point
everyone just trusting each other to win.
I think at one point you guys were waving at them.
Bro, I was jumping up. I never seen Mixwell jump up and scream, never. And he was just screaming in Spanish. He was just giving it. Everyone was giving it. Even Weber was. It was super fun.
I mean, you guys definitely made the fans proud as well today. I think this is something that they've been waiting for quite a while.
Yeah.
So in that regards, what does that mean to you and what does that mean to the team?
It means a lot that we can show ourselves, first and foremost, that we can win.
Yeah.
And it just was good to win, especially against my former teammates, Nuki, Hoodie, and Pipson.
No bad
I won
blood?
against those guys, because Pipson will definitely have flamed me if we lost.
Is that why you did it? You were scared of the flame?
No, I'm not scared of it, but I want to be above him, you know?
I think that's fair. I think that's very understandable. Was there anything before the game? Anything emotional like, I'm playing against my former teammates, or was it like very chill for you?
It was full chill. Like, if you lose, we lose. If you win, we win.
Easy
I didn't
that.
think of too much about it, but I feel like they had a little bit of pressure, you know?
Yeah.
We were playing with the coach, they're playing against me, Mixwell and Kellogg's.
Yeah.
It was super fun.
Nice.
overall.
Yeah, well, let's look at the standings as well in that regards, because the fact that you guys won, it's changed a little bit. You have 1 extra point on there, which puts you above K-Core.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but
It's looking better than like earlier today.
it's doable. I'm not gonna lie, it's doable. Like, if you just win the 2 matches and everything goes correct, we might be in playoffs somehow.
Okay, well, looking at the next week, it's, you know, not looking the best in terms of the schedule, the teams that you still have to play. I can tell that you guys are very confident and you're feeling very comfortable with the position you're in, and that's absolutely a great thing to be in. But with the matches coming up, from like a realistic perspective, like currently you're having, you know, that adrenaline high, you have that motivation high. Do you think what you brought today, you can bring it again next week?
We can bring that and a lot more. Like, we
Okay.
didn't have too much to practice with. And we're playing with Weber. I swear, if Weber plays a bit more, he's gonna, I don't know, he's gonna be the next symbol of this. I don't know. This guy's insane. We practiced last 2 days and this guy just crushed every round.
All right.
I don't know.
So, I mean, you're up against Koi.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's...
I guess cold, I wanna smash him.
Of course you do.
And next, Vitality.
Hey.
When we go to there, let's see what happens.
All right, I absolutely love to hear it.
Sold.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're sitting here, you're very confident. I believe everything you say. So I just want to say thanks for joining us, and thank you guys as well for tuning in. It was a lovely week here at VCT EMEA, and we had some pretty good bangers. So I hope you guys have a lovely night, and I hope you guys take a shower, you know, do the non-gamer things. We're going to be back next week, but before we head off, some very important words from our lovely analyst, Ryan.
I feel like a Marvel post-credit scene doing this. So I will say thank you very much for watching EMEA all the way till the end. Have a good weekend, and hoya! Good night!
One enemy. One enemy.
Giants versus Heretics. Let's get this party started. Let's go.
One enemy.